Chapter 147. Little Jing Kong was very determined. Xiao Lulang had no choice but to go to the Imperial College by himself. Little Jing Kong closed the door tightly. Gu Jiao knocked on the door. "Can you go to school now?" Little Jing Kong asked from behind the door. "Have they all left?" Gu Jiao said softly, "Yes." Little Jing Kong snorted. "Bad brother-in-law has left. Brother Yen and brother Xiao Shun have also left." Gu Jiao nodded. "Yes, they have all left." Little Jing Kong opened the door slightly, but he didn't come out immediately. Instead, he stuck his head out of the door and looked around. After making sure that no one was around, he walked out with his school bag. Probably because she was still shy, her little face was flushed red. In order to cover up his embarrassment, he tried his best to look serious and mature. He walked in front with a domineering aura, looking cute and fierce. It was very slippery all the way. In order to prevent the little guy from falling again, Gu Jiao carried him all the way to the entrance of the Imperial College. "Aya!" Little Jing Kong's face was completely red. He was a mature child. He could be hugged at home, but not outside. However, he really liked Jiao Jiao's hugs and couldn't bear to reject it. Gu Jiao carried him to the entrance before putting him down. Little Jing Kong was intoxicated. Although he made the three adults angry early in the morning, he was still very happy to go to school with Jiao Jiao. "We're here." Gu Jiao rubbed his little face. "Okay." Little Jing Kong nodded reluctantly. "Then I'll go in." Gu Jiao bent down and looked at him at eye level. She tidied his clothes. "Be good and listen to the teacher." Little Jing Kong patted his chest and promised. "I will." These were not words to show off. The teachers of the Imperial College were much better than the teachers of the county town's private schools, especially the teachers of the gifted class. They were all quite talented. Indeed, most of the content they taught was new knowledge that Little Jing Kong had not learned before. Little Jing Kong learned it quite seriously. "Go in." Gu Jiao patted him on the shoulder. "Jiao Jiao, goodbye." Little Jing Kong waved at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao watched him enter the Imperial College with a smile. He was the youngest student in the entire Imperial College. If not for the Imperial College uniform, no one would dare to believe that he was a student of the prodigy class. Gu Jiao didn't turn around and leave until she couldn't see him anymore. The Imperial College was divided into two large areas. The main area was the Imperial College's 6 halls, while the auxiliary area was the Imperial College's elementary school. After entering the gate, one went to the left and the other to the right. The gifted class was the innermost area of the Imperial College's elementary school. Little Jing Kong was a little late in the morning because he was throwing a tantrum. He quickened his pace a little. Unexpectedly, when he just passed by a rockery, a child suddenly jumped out from behind the rockery. It was unclear who bumped into who first, but in short, both of them fell down. Little Jing Kong fell on his butt. He was small, so he didn't feel any pain. However, the other person cried out in pain. Little Jing Kong was simply stunned by the cry. He forgot to get up and sat on the ground, staring at the other person in a daze. It was a little boy who was about the same height as his deskmate. His deskmate was 7 years old, so Little Jing Kong guessed that he was also 7 years old. However, his deskmate was very thin, but he was very fat. He was even fatter than Brother Lin Qingye. He didn't know if it was because he was crying too loudly, but many people around him were attracted by him. Little Jing Kong looked at those people who swarmed over and asked him what was going on. They looked nervous and scared, as if a little boy was about to die. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and looked at him. Did he really have a serious fall? Little Jing Kong was wondering if he should care about him. Suddenly, he saw the little boy crying and pointing at little Jing Kong. He bumped into me. He bumped into me. He bumped into me. Hurry up and catch him. The group of people surrounding the little boy looked at little Jing Kong. One of the older men. Well, little Jing Kong didn't think he was a man, but he was obviously not a woman. He was quite confused. He smiled and said to little Jing Kong in a pleasant manner, "Did you bump into my little master?" He was smiling, but little Jing Kong didn't feel his kindness. Little Jing Kong got up by himself, thought seriously, and corrected him. I didn't look at the road, but he didn't look at the road either. If he saw me, he would avoid me. I didn't walk fast. So, you can't say that I bumped into him, we bumped into each other. The older man smiled faintly. Then it was you who bumped into my family's young master. Don't be afraid, my family's young master is not an unreasonable person. Go over and apologize to my family's young master, and this matter will be over. Children were easy to coax. After apologizing, the little master would regain his dignity, and everything would be fine. Little Jing Kong didn't want to do that. He looked at the older man in shock. He bumped into me too, why do I have to apologize to him? Will he apologize to me after I apologize to him? The older man choked. The little boy kicked his legs on the ground and cried, I don't want to apologize to him. Catch him. Catch him. Catch him. I want to punish him. Little Jing Kong's ears were about to go deaf. How could there be such a crying child? The commotion was too loud, and it attracted a lot of onlookers. A few teachers also heard the commotion and came over. The teachers called their students back to their classes, leaving only Teacher Jiang in the prodigy class. Teacher Jiang received the news last night that a new student would be joining the prodigy class. This student didn't pass the entrance exam, but he had an extraordinary status, and the directorate couldn't reject him. Teacher Jiang understood the situation from the two little boys. The little boy said loudly, he bumped into me. Little Jing Kong said seriously, no, we bumped into each other. Teacher Jiang didn't side with the little boy, and he didn't ask little Jing Kong to apologize to him. Based on Teacher Jiang's understanding of little Jing Kong, he wouldn't deny it if he was the one who bumped into him. In fact, it was a very small matter. He just needed to reason with the two students, shake hands, and make peace. Little Jing Kong was a reasonable child. If the other party was willing to make peace, he wouldn't harp on it. But the little boy didn't agree. He had never been wronged like this in his entire life. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. He didn't kowtow to me. I'm going to arrest him. He was so anxious that the little fatty jumped up and down. Little Jing Kong felt the ground tremble. What happened? Zhang Sai walked over with a dignified expression. Teacher Jiang bowed to him, Lord Jing. The young chancellor was dead, and the old chancellor had resigned. Zhang Sai had become the highest official in the directorate. A few days ago, with the help of Grand Tutor Zhuang, he temporarily took over the position of chancellor. If nothing went wrong, he would officially become the next chancellor of the directorate next year. He put on airs, but the moment he saw the little boy, he lowered his head and cupped his hands in greeting. Little Jing Kong knew that only juniors bowed to their elders, and students bowed to their teachers. This little boy was obviously neither Zhang Sai's elder nor his teacher. Then why did Zhang Sai bow to him? Excuse me, what happened? Zhang Sai asked with a smile. The little boy stomped his feet. How many times have I told you? He bumped into me. He knocked me down. Little Jing Kong frowned. I've told you many times, we bumped into each other. How dare you? Who gave you the guts to speak like that? You didn't look where you were going, and you still want to blame. Zhang Sai was about to call him that, but he remembered that he entered the directorate as a commoner. He quickly changed his words and said, Students of the directorate must be honest. Where are your etiquette, justice, integrity, and shame? Where are all the rules you learned? Little Jing Kong was very angry. He shouted, I'm not being dishonest. I'm not being disrespectful. I'm not being disrespectful. The two of us bumped into each other. I didn't bump into him, and he didn't bump into me. We bumped into each other at the same time. Why didn't anyone listen to him properly? Wasn't his voice loud enough? Wasn't his height tall enough? Why? He wasn't a child who didn't want to admit his mistakes, but he couldn't admit mistakes that didn't belong to him. Teacher Jiang also felt that Zhang Sai didn't do the right thing. If the two chancellors were still here, they wouldn't have allowed this to happen. Lord Zhang, he said. Zhang Sai interrupted him coldly, shut up. So this is the student that you taught. Little Jing Kong clenched his fists, stretched his arms back, and refuted, Teacher Jiang didn't do anything wrong. The student he taught is very outstanding. I'm very outstanding. You're the one who should shut up. There are still two people to be interrogated, and you didn't even ask me. You're not fair at all. You don't deserve to be my teacher. Little Jing Kong was also anxious, which was why he said so many ruthless words. In the few years when he was growing up, neither the abbot nor his teacher ever asked him to shut up just because they couldn't win an argument. Whoever had the right to speak had the right to speak. Gu Jiao was the same. Zhang Sai's face turned red from being insulted by a 3-year-old child. However, he was Sai after all. He wouldn't be defeated by a child so quickly. He said angrily, Fine, fine, fine. I think you need to be punished for not respecting your teacher. Guards! Bring me a ruler. Hearing that little Jing Kong was going to be punished with a ruler, the little boy smiled triumphantly. At this moment, a thin figure walked over. Although he was holding a walking stick, he was like a pine tree in the snow, emitting an awe-inspiring and powerful aura. Everyone was stunned, first because of his aura, and second because of his appearance. This person looked too. Zhang Sai was shocked when he first saw Xiao Lulang and Shi Yi, but now he was used to it. There were many people who looked alike in the world. He had investigated all 8 generations of his ancestors, and he was just a bumpkin from a county with a family. He had nothing to do with the little Marquis of Zhaodu. Xiao Lulang said indifferently, Who is Zhang Sai going to punish with the ruler? Zhang Sai frowned. He didn't like Xiao Lulang, but Royal Princeton liked him. He said impatiently, Mind your own business. Brother-in-law. Little Jing Kong didn't feel wronged at first, but when he saw Xiao Lulang, he felt wronged. He rushed over and hugged Xiao Lulang's thigh, his eyes red. Xiao Lulang rubbed his little head and protected him in his arms. His cold eyes swept across the crowd. When he saw the little boy, there was no change in his eyes. A country has its own laws, and a family has its own rules. You want to punish you, but who are you to punish him? If he's just a student of the Imperial College, then you don't have the right to punish him. Why don't you tell me who you are, and whether you have the right to punish him? The little boy choked. He couldn't say. If he said it, he would be going against the imperial order. The little boy immediately wilted. He restrained the person with the highest status first, and the group of servants didn't dare to make a sound. Xiao Lulang then looked coldly at Zhang Sai. He doesn't respect his teacher, but if someone doesn't respect his teacher, how can he respect his teacher? Zhang Sai choked, You. Xiao Lulang said sarcastically, Speaking of rules, Zhang Sai, your actions today have violated the 78th rule of the Imperial College. Next time, before you raise your ruler, you might as well think about whose body it should land on first. What was 77, 78? He didn't even remember that he was Psy, so who did this brat think he was? The Chancellor of the Imperial College. He even dared to set up rules with him. Zhang Sai was embarrassed by a new student in front of an important figure, so he couldn't keep his face. You, make a trip to Minghui Hall. He wanted to dampen this brat's spirit. Xiao Lulang looked at him fearlessly. Minghui Hall is a place that only the Chancellor has the right to enter. Is Lord Sai already the Chancellor? Zhang Sai was so angry that he fell backwards. This brat actually mocked him for not being the real Chancellor. Xiao Lulang said, I have to go to class. Substitute Chancellor, take care. The last sentence was like a machete stabbing into his heart. Zhang Sai felt that his chest was in pain. Xiao Lulang didn't care about this group of people anymore. He held little Jing Kong's hand and sent little Jing Kong to his classroom. Little Jing Kong wasn't a delicate child. He was already fine, but he was still a little depressed. What's wrong? Xiao Lulang asked. Little Jing Kong raised his head and asked seriously, why didn't they listen to me properly? Am I too young and they can't hear me? Xiao Lulang didn't deliberately create a beautiful world. He said, it's not that you're young, it's that you're not standing high enough. Little Jing Kong thought for a moment. He was indeed standing on a relatively low-level ground just now. He said, then next time I'll step on a stool when I speak. Xiao Lulang didn't explain that this was not the case. He patted the little guy's shoulder and said, go in. Little Jing Kong hesitated. He took out a small stone from his pocket and muttered, my little stone said that it doesn't want to go to class today. Xiao Lulang heartlessly confiscated the stone. If it doesn't want to go, you go. Little Jing Kong, who failed to play truant, was speechless. Chapter 148. Novels with a deeper meaning that can't be found online are available here. Not long after little Jing Kong sat down, the boy also entered the class. Teacher Jiang arranged for him to sit in the middle row. Little Jing Kong was small, so he sat in the first row. Maybe Xiao Lulang hit his soft spot, or maybe they were far apart, but the first day passed peacefully. Teacher Jiang introduced the new student as Chuyu. In fact, his name was Qin Chuyu. Qin Chuyu spent a torturous day in the Imperial College. He couldn't understand Teacher Jiang's class at all, and he couldn't even sit still. When school was finally over, he didn't even take his school bag with him and rushed out of the Imperial College. He came to school with a hidden identity, so the people who came to pick him up also came in disguise. Your Highness. The coachman greeted him in a small voice. Your Highness. So annoying. Qin Chuyu frowned impatiently and got into the carriage. Inside the carriage, the crown princess, who was wearing a golden gauze dress, was sitting on the couch reading a book. She looked dignified, elegant, and beautiful. Seeing the angry Qin Chuyu, she put down the book in her hand and looked at him gently. What's wrong? Who bullied little Qi? Qin Chuyu sat down beside the crown princess and said angrily, sister-in-law lied to me. The Imperial College is not fun at all. I shouldn't have gone if I knew. Are you still angry about what happened this morning? The crown princess had been waiting here for a long time, so naturally, someone reported to her about Qin Chuyu's situation. I heard that it was a 3-year-old child. You're a prince. Don't you have any tolerance? Who said I didn't? Qin Chuyu put his hands on his hips. The crown princess smiled. I knew little Qi was the most obedient. He wouldn't argue with ordinary people. Of course. Qin Chuyu didn't expect to be praised so highly. He couldn't take it off. However, he still didn't want to go to school. The classes at the Imperial College were too difficult. The students weren't allowed to be distracted or take breaks. After a whole day, his neck was aching. However, he couldn't say that he didn't understand. That would be too embarrassing. He suddenly thought of that 3-year-old kid. Why did he seem to understand? He's so young. Has he been weaned? Humph. Seeing that he was still throwing a tantrum, the Crown Princess took out a food box and gently opened the lid. A milky fragrance wafted out and filled the entire carriage. Qin Chuyu's attention was immediately attracted, and he began to drool. The fact that he was able to grow into a little fatty was enough to show that his resistance to food was weaker than that of ordinary people. He looked at the mutton milk cake in the box and swallowed his saliva. The Crown Princess smiled gently and said, "To celebrate little Qi's first day at the Directorate, I'll reward you with a piece of mutton milk cake." Qin Chuyu blinked and said in disbelief, Can I eat it?" The Crown Princess smiled and said, "Of course." Qin Chuyu asked while drooling, "Father and mother won't blame me, right?" Because he ate too much, he became the fattest little fatty in the imperial palace. His father and mother didn't allow him to eat these delicious snacks anymore. The Crown Princess said gently, "Don't worry." Mother agreed. "As long as you come to class obediently, you can eat one piece every day after school." Qin Chuyu sat up straight. "Then I'll come to school. I'll come to school every day." The Crown Princess tapped the tip of his little nose. "Not only do you have to go to school, but you also have to go to school and listen carefully. Don't bully others. You're a prince, you're the emperor, and they're the people. You should protect them and not bully them." "I know." Qin Chuyu reached out to grab it. "Hey." The Crown Princess grabbed his chubby hand. "Wipe your hands first." Qin Chuyu suppressed his desire to eat it. "Then hurry up, royal sister-in-law." The Crown Princess smiled, took a handkerchief, and wet it with tea for him to wipe his hands. Only then did Qin Chuyu grab the mutton milk cake in the food box and start to eat it. The female official on the side whispered, "The Crown Princess has a way. Even the Empress can't do anything to the 7th prince." The Crown Princess looked at Qin Chuyu dotingly. He was engrossed in eating the mutton milk cake and didn't hear their conversation. She said, "You can't say that. The Empress is a kind mother. She can't bear to scold little Qi too much." Qin Chuyu was the Empress' youngest son and the Crown Prince's twin brother. He was born as a legitimate prince. Other than the Crown Prince, he was the noblest among the royal children. Other people didn't dare to offend him. Even if they offended him, they didn't have the heart to discipline him. As a result, he developed this arrogant and domineering personality. The emperor was busy with the court and came to the harem less and less in recent years. A few days ago, he took the eldest prince to Jiangnan incognito and left for several months. When he returned to the palace, he found that Qin Chuyu was spoiled beyond recognition. That was why he cruelly ordered Qin Chuyu to be sent to the Imperial College. He knew Qin Chuyu's personality very well. To prevent the people in the Imperial College from being afraid of him and giving in to him because of his identity as a prince, he ordered everyone to keep their mouths shut. Even Qin Chuyu himself couldn't reveal that he was a prince. Once discovered, he would be served in a small dark room. Otherwise, why would Qin Chuyu be scared out of his wits when Xiao Lulang forced him to reveal his identity? However, Qin Chuyu was used to being a tyrant in the palace, so he didn't really care about a 3-year-old kid. It wouldn't be too late for him to deal with the kid when his father didn't control him that much anymore. As Qin Chuyu ate, he was gradually mesmerized by the delicious food. Soon, the only thing left in his mind was the mutton milk cake. "Return to the palace," the Crown Princess ordered. When the princes reached a certain age, they would build another prince residence outside the palace. except for the crown prince, who lived in the eastern palace. The seventh prince was young, but he also lived in the palace. The carriage moved forward slowly. As it drove away from the imperial college, the crown princess inadvertently glanced at it. Coincidentally, Xiao Lulang came out of the imperial college with little Jing Kong. The crown princess's pupils contracted when she saw that familiar handsome face. She pulled open the curtain of the carriage window and looked at the white-clothed young man in the crowd with shining eyes. She murmured in disbelief, "How can it be, Jiao Jiao?" Accompanied by a crisp call from little Jing Kong, a young girl in green clothes with a small basket on her back walked over. The young girl didn't wear a veil. Her clothes were simple and plain. It wasn't shabby, but it wasn't noble either. Her long hair reached her waist and was as black as satin. She used a white magnolia hairpin to tie her hair into a bun on top of her head. She was a beautiful and cold young girl. The young girl had a red birthmark on the left side of her face, but she didn't care about it at all. She calmly walked through the strange gazes. The young girl came to the little guy and the young man from the Imperial College and pinched the little guy's face. Only then did the crown princess notice that the little guy was also unbelievably cute. However, she didn't associate him with the little guy who offended Qin Chuyu for the time being. Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong was overjoyed to see Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao rubbed his little head. It had snowed on the way here. Although it had stopped now, snowflakes still fell from her hair. Xiao Lulang hesitated for a moment. Then, he reached out with his slender fingers and gently plucked the snowflakes from her hair. Gu Jiao didn't move and obediently let him do it. She looked rather obedient. The scene of the family of three was so heartwarming that it was a bit dazzling. The crown princess pinched her fingertips. Then, she saw the young girl take out a bag of hot sugar-fried chestnuts from the small basket on her back and hand one to him. The young man ate it without hesitation. "Is it good?" Gu Jiao asked. "Yes, it's sweet," Xiao Lulang said. She didn't know who he was referring to. Gu Jiao gave the sugar-fried chestnuts to little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong chewed on the chestnuts like a little squirrel looking for food. The family of three left peacefully. The crown princess put down the curtains. He was already dead. He didn't eat chestnuts. No matter how much they looked like each other, it couldn't be him. "Crown princess, what's wrong?" The female official looked at her pale face and asked. She said calmly, "It's so cold. Let's go back to the palace." Xiao Lulang completely offended Jing Sai after he contradicted him in Meng Shui. For Jing Sai to be able to climb to such a high position, it was true that he had real talent. His essays were excellent, and even His Majesty, who did not like eight-legged essays, would occasionally praise him. However, talent was one thing, and virtue was sometimes another. Jing Sai bore a grudge against Xiao Lulang for making him lose face in front of His Highness the Seventh Prince and those people. He began to secretly make things difficult for Xiao Lulang. First, Xiao Lulang got the last place in the straightforwardness hall in the monthly exam. The Imperial College had a rule that anyone who failed the exam twice would be demoted. In other words, Xiao Lulang would be directly kicked out of the straightforwardness hall if he got the last place again. Although the teachers were puzzled as to why Xiao Lulang did so poorly, they believed that it couldn't be wrong since the substitute chancellor personally marked the exam papers. The exam was just the beginning. Soon, Xiao Lulang found that when he went to eat at the Imperial College, he always had less food than other people. Feng Lin said strangely, "That's not right. Why do you have so little food?" He said that he only had vegetables and didn't even prepare leaves. It was just a single vegetable leaf mixed with a big bowl of soup. After that, there would always be people who would inexplicably bump into Xiao Lulang. When he passed by the Quanchu winding corridor, a supervisor of the Imperial College bumped into him and splashed the ink on Xiao Lulang. "How can you walk?" Feng Lin shouted. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." That person repeatedly apologized. This was already the third time today. That person was clearly being threatened. His entire body was trembling. Xiao Lulang glanced at him indifferently and didn't say anything. He expressionlessly went to Feng Lin and Lin Qingye's room to change into a clean set of clothes. When he came out, he didn't know who took away his crutches. The road was slippery. Without his crutches, he fell several times on the short distance of 100 steps from his room to the straightforwardness hall. People around him roared with laughter. It was probably because a heavy snowfall was brewing. The sky was very dark, and the Imperial College that was shrouded in darkness also revealed its darkness. Xiao Lulang climbed up from the snowy ground. Although he was in a sorry state, his spine was perfectly straight. He raised his head and looked at the bright radiance hall on the third floor of the Imperial College. On the walkway in front of the hall, Zheng Sai held onto the railing and calmly looked at Xiao Lulang. "Beg for mercy. Kid. Kneel down and kowtow. If you beg, this lord will let you go." Xiao Lulang calmly looked at him. There was no anger, grief, or fear in his eyes. There was not a trace of emotion in his eyes. They were like a lake that had been still for 10,000 years. For some reason, Zheng Sai suddenly felt a little guilty. But he quickly shook his head. He was just a bumpkin from the countryside. If he wanted to bully him, so be it. Who told him to be so blind and embarrass him in front of so many people? In the Imperial College, he was the heavens. No one could offend his authority. Steward Liu had been secretly paying attention to Xiao Luolang's movements in the Imperial College. Very quickly, a servant reported the latest situation to him. When Steward Liu heard this, he smiled faintly. "I already said that it's not easy to survive in the capital. All right, go and meet this young master." There were no classes in Little Jingkong today. Xiao Lulang returned home from school alone. When he walked out of the Imperial College, Steward Liu had been waiting in the carriage for a long time. "Steward Liu, the young master is here," the servant reminded him. Steward Liu got out of the carriage and came in front of Xiao Lulang. He smiled faintly and greeted him. "Young master, we meet again." Xiao Lulang glanced at him. "What do you want now?" Steward Liu smiled. "I heard about what happened at the Imperial College." "Young master, you have suffered." Xiao Lulang said, "There's no need to laugh at me." Steward Liu said, "It's just Sai. The Marquis can crush him with his fingers. In fact, as long as the young master is willing to return to the estate, I can guarantee that there will be no such person at the Imperial College starting tomorrow." Xiao Lulang ignored him and walked in the direction of his home. Steward Liu smiled faintly. "Young master, why bother? Yes, it was the Marquis who let you and your mother down. He didn't bring you back to the estate in time, but you can't blame the Marquis alone. You can't blame the Marquis for what happened 4 years ago. He only knew about it afterward. After he knew about it, he began to ask around about your whereabouts. The Marquis was very sad about your mother's death. He also heard about what happened to your eldest brother. Fortunately, you're fine." Xiao Lulang clenched his fists. Steward Liu advised him. "The capital is more complicated than you think. Without a strong backer, you can only find that you can't do anything even if you want to stand out. This is only the beginning. If this goes on, you will be eaten until there are no bones left. So, young master, you should obediently return to the estate with me. Isn't it good to be the son of Marquis Xianping? Why do you have to suffer outside?" Chapter 149. Xiao Lulang looked at him coldly. Are these your words or his? His? Who would call their own father like that? Does he know who his father is? He is a first-rank martial marquis, second only to one person and above thousands of people. Since ancient times, no one has been able to hold a post in the court. Marquis Xianping was the first. He had single-handedly restrained the entire Zhuang clan and was the most trusted person of the current emperor. He married a princess himself, and his younger sister became the empress. He also successfully suppressed the eldest prince and sent his nephew to the position of crown prince. Believe it or not, as long as he said, Marquis Xianping needs a son, people who are willing to be his son can line up from Zhao to Liang. But this young master was different. Did he need to care whether every word was the Marquis's? Wouldn't it be better to obediently return to the residence and be a powerful young master? Steward Lu smiled and said, if the Marquis didn't want to take you back, do you think I would dare? This was the truth. As for how to take him back and whether he would take any measures during the process, it was Steward Lu's job. Most people wouldn't think of this, but Steward Lu always felt that every word he said was true and false was seen through by the young man in front of him. This feeling was not good. Steward Lu frowned and then smiled and said, young master, it's the 12th lunar month. Are you really not going to consider going back to the Marquis's residence for the new year? Xiao Lulang ignored him and turned towards the direction of Jadewater Alley. Today was a holiday. Little Jing Kong didn't come to the Imperial College, so he went home alone. He had found his walking stick and changed his clothes. There was no sign that he had been bullied in the Imperial College. Looking at his stubborn back, the servant asked, Steward Lu, are we really not going to help the young master and just watch him be bullied by the Imperial College? Steward Lu hesitated for a moment. Every time he thought he could control the other party always escaped from his control. The servant said, Steward Lu, why don't we? Steward Lu raised his hand and stopped him from continuing. Let's wait a little longer. I don't believe that he can still be as stubborn as before when he enters the Imperial College. The capital wasn't a county, and Zheng Sai wasn't a mere county magistrate. Did he think that this was all he could do to make things difficult for him? There were many people like Zheng Sai. One day, he would not be able to hold on. The manservant reminded, Steward Lu, young master is too stubborn. Why don't we think of another way? You promised the Marquis that you would bring the young master back for the new year. There's only 1 month left. At the mention of this, Steward Lu frowned. At first, he didn't think it was a difficult task and even boasted in front of Master Ho. When he went to the county town, it was not yet summer. He felt that he had enough time and was not in a hurry. Who knew that half a year would pass in the blink of an eye? But, what other way was there to do it? That. The page boy said embarrassedly, isn't young master married? Perhaps that young madam is willing to become the young madam of the Marquis's estate. Steward Lu narrowed his eyes. You mean that Ding and Marquis Fu's daughter who has wandered among the common people? Since she was his young master's wife, how could Steward Lu not investigate her identity? Moreover, Ding and Marquis Fu did not hide it very well. It was very easy to find out that she was the real daughter and that Gu Jinyu was the fake daughter that was brought home. Steward Lu did not pay too much attention to this daughter. Because he did not care, he did not pay attention and did not think of investigating her. The page boy saw that Steward Lu had listened and hurriedly said, that young madam grew up in the countryside. I heard that she is very timid and does not dare return to the manor. However, she is very good to young master. This one has come to the Imperial College several times to inquire about news and has always seen her waiting outside for young master. Steward Lu thought for a bit and smiled, that is one way. Steward Lu did not know that Gu Jiao had opened a medical clinic with someone else. He directly went to Jade Water Alley. The matriarch was happily playing cards with several neighbors and did not have time to pay attention to him. If you want to see a doctor, go to Miracle Hand Hall. What did she say? Steward Lou asked from inside the carriage. The page boy scratched his head. It seems, she wants us to go to Miracle Hand Hall. What is Miracle Hand Hall? Steward Lou had never heard of it. The page boy thought for a while and said with uncertainty, it seems to be a newly opened medical clinic next to the girls' school. At this time, Gu Jiao did not know that she was being remembered by someone. In the girls' school, a girl fell from the back of a horse and dislocated her arm. She had just been brought in. She was crying so hard that she was unrecognizable. What is your name? Gu Jiao asked. My name is... Ugh. She cried until she hiccuped. Gu Jiao reached out to look at her arm. She was afraid of pain and howled like a pig being slaughtered. Don't touch me. Gu Jiao said, I won't touch you. The back of your hand is bruised. I will clean your wound and will not touch your arm. Really? She looked at Gu Jiao with a face of disbelief. Really? Gu Jiao gently held her hand in her palm and avoided her dislocated arm. Your hand is so beautiful. What do you usually use to wash it? Everyone liked to be praised. She sniffled and said, rose water. Ugh. After washing. Ugh. I use vanishing cream. Ugh. Gu Jiao said, I see other people use it, but their skin is not as good as yours. She said, isn't that because I was born beautiful? Ah. Before she could finish speaking, Gu Jiao had already reconnected her arm. The beautiful girl looked at herself in the bronze mirror and was so scared that she trembled and almost fainted. Ah! Where did this crazy woman come from? So ugly. What kind of doctor was this? How could he continue to praise her when she was in such a state? The medical clinic had been open for many days, but there was not much business. Because of the riding and shooting class, the girls' school contributed to the medical clinic's monthly sales. After that little girl, there were a few people who were slightly injured or frightened. Gu Jiao was so busy that her feet didn't touch the ground. After sending away another patient with a slight injury, the wooden door of the treatment room was pushed open again. What's wrong? Gu Jiao buried her head in arranging the medicine on the table and asked. The other person didn't speak. Gu Jiao raised her head strangely and saw a woman in a lake blue short coat and a white flowing dress standing at the door with a smile. Unlike last time when she was weak and pale, her face was much rosier. Do you still remember me, Miss Gu? She asked with a smile. Gu Jiao nodded, third princess consort. She didn't salute, but the third princess consort didn't mind. The third princess consort stepped in and said jokingly, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Third princess consort, please sit down. Gu Jiao began the treatment process for the patient in a formal way. The third princess consort curled her lips and sat down on the chair. She put her hand on the table and gave it to her. Let me take a look at the wound first, Gu Jiao said. Can we not do it here? The third princess consort asked. Okay. Gu Jiao took the third princess consort to her yard. This yard was left to her by the second boss. No one else had been here except for her and her family. The stitches on the third princess consort's wound had been removed and it had healed well. Gu Jiao felt her pulse again. It was also very stable. It's okay. Third princess consort, don't worry, she said. Well. The third princess consort hesitated and said softly, do you have any medicine that won't leave a scar? She could use scar ointment and scar paste, but she didn't have these two medicines in her medicine box yet. Moreover, she couldn't use the medicine now. She had to wait until the wound healed completely. Gu Jiao paused and said, I don't have any special medicine now. Come back in 3 days. Okay, the third princess consort agreed. Seeing that she was cold, Gu Jiao took the kettle from the stove and poured a cup of hot tea for her. Thank you. The third princess consort picked up the teacup and took a sip. Her body finally warmed up. She looked at the furnishings in the room and couldn't help but ask, Do you live in the clinic? Gu Jiao said, No, I live nearby. The third princess consort had only met Gu Jiao twice and there was a big gap between their identities. But somehow, she felt that Gu Jiao was very close to her. The third princess consort looked at Gu Jiao. You don't sound like someone from the capital. Gu Jiao said, I'm from the county town. The third princess consort nodded. How old are you? Gu Jiao said, 15. The third princess consort smiled. I'm a few years older than you. My surname is Du. Gu Jiao wasn't good at talking. She always answered whatever the third princess consort asked. But since she was willing to answer, it meant that she had a good impression of the third princess consort. What is that? The third princess consort was a zither fanatic. It was easy for her to notice things related to the zither. Gu Jiao looked at the box on the table and said, Guqin. It was a zither that little Jing Kong gave her. She made a zither box to store it. It was different from the ones sold on the market. Because of this, the third princess consort did not recognize it at a glance. Can I see it? The third princess consort asked. Gu Jiao nodded. The third princess consort put down her teacup and walked behind the table. She carefully opened the zither box. A charred ancient zither caught her eye. Just from its appearance, there was nothing special about this zither. It was the style of the Fuxi zither. Was it another imitation zither? The third princess consort was a bit disappointed. Everyone on the market would be proud of getting a better imitation Fuxi zither. The third princess consort would rather use a normal zither than an imitation Fuxi zither. When the country of Qin offered the moon shadow Fuxi zither as a tribute, it was the best imitation zither. His Majesty originally wanted to give it to her, but she refused. It was rumored that not long after, it was awarded to the daughter of Marquis Ding and Fu. The third princess consort originally wanted to play a song, but now she did not have the desire to play. She touched the end of the zither and politely praised it a few times before closing the lid. Then, she saw a token placed on the table. Little Jingkong had been here to play with it, but he had forgotten to put it back. The smart and clever little Jingkong had a big weakness, which was that he didn't know how to tidy things up. This token was too familiar. The third princess consort picked it up and asked in astonishment, Miss Gu, how did you get this? Gu Jiao calmly said, I picked it up. The third princess consort secretly let out a sigh of relief and said, This is Marquis Xian Ping Fu's token. It's an old token. Don't let other people see it to avoid unnecessary trouble. This was not the first time someone had told her that getting involved with Marquis Xian Ping Fu would cause trouble. What is an old token? Gu Jiao asked. The third princess consort pointed at the totem on the token. This is a picture from over 10 years ago. Later on, they felt that the meaning was not clear, so they removed the vine from here. That vine was only a small one. Normal people would not be able to see it. She was a prince consort. She had to be familiar with all the pictures related to the imperial family. This token looked quite old, but Gu Jiao did not expect it to be this old. The two spoke for a while more before the third princess consort bid farewell. On the other side, the girls' school was also dismissed. The medical center was now mainly used for girls' school business. Now that they had returned home, the business for the day was basically over. The second boss left Song He to stand guard at the medical center. Gu Jiao carried her basket and returned home. Just as she turned the corner, a carriage stopped in front of her. A middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes walked down from the carriage. He had a broad heart and a fat body. He looked honest and had a good temper, but his shrewd eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. "Excuse me, are you Ding and Marquis Fu's Miss Gu?" The middle-aged man cupped his hands in a pleasant manner. It was clearly a question, but he spoke with a firm tone. Gu Jiao calmly looked at him. "Who are you?" Steward Liu smiled and said, "My surname is Liu. I wonder if the young master has ever mentioned me to you." "Which young master?" Gu Jiao asked. Steward Liu was a little surprised. Were the two of them so distant? He had come so many times, but the young master had never mentioned him to her. He reminded her, "I even sent someone to your home to deliver a New Year's gift." Unfortunately, the young master did not accept it. Oh. Saying this, Gu Jiao had an impression. Not long ago, someone had come with a cart of silver charcoal. Xiao Lulang did not even think about it and rejected it. "Your young master, my husband?" Gu Jiao asked. Steward Liu beamed with joy. "That is correct." Gu Jiao paused, then asked, "From Xianping Marquis Fu?" Steward Liu was startled. Since the young master had never mentioned him to her, how did she know that the young master was from Xianping Marquis Fu? The newest chapter of this book is not finished. Chapter 150. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. Gu Jiao didn't know. She was just guessing. That token was picked up by Xuaningxiang from the place where Xiao Lulang fainted. The beautiful monk and the third princess consort both said that it was the token of Marquis Xianping's estate, so there shouldn't be a mistake. This person was also called young master Xiao Lulang. A series of information was put together to form the question he had asked Steward Liu earlier. Steward Liu came to find her this time to use her to persuade the young master to return to the estate. He didn't plan to hide his identity, so he answered truthfully, "That's right, the young master is the young master of Marquis Xianping's estate." Gu Jiao digested it for a moment. Oh. Steward Liu was puzzled. "This isn't the first time you've heard of it, right?" This reaction was too calm. Gu Jiao wasn't someone who cared about status. Whether Xiao Lulang was the master of Marquis Xianping's estate or a servant didn't make a difference to her. However, there was one thing she didn't understand. Since he's the young master of Marquis Xianping's estate, why isn't he willing to go back with you? She wasn't deliberately inquiring about each other's secrets, but they came to find her. She couldn't sell out her own husband without knowing anything. Steward Liu sighed. "It's a long story. If young madam isn't in a hurry, can we go to a tea house?" There was a tea house next to them. Gu Jiao didn't refuse and went with Steward Liu. Steward Liu secretly thought that this young madam's brain wasn't working well. She just left with a stranger like this. Didn't she look at his token or something? If Steward Liu knew Gu Jiao's ability, he should be worried about himself. Steward Liu didn't care about Gu Jiao, but he didn't have any malice. He also didn't want to do anything to separate the young couple. He believed that the Marquis wouldn't do that either. The Marquis himself was powerful enough. He didn't need to rely on his son's marriage to consolidate the relationship between Marquis Xianping's estate and the various aristocratic families. As for whether her status was worthy or not, although she grew up in the countryside, she was still a legitimate daughter of the Marquis' estate. Matched with this young master, it was barely enough. Steward Liu asked for a room on the second floor. Facing the street, one could see the endless stream of Black Tortoise Street through the window. The two of them sat down facing each other. Steward Liu asked, "Does young madam prefer Biluakun or Longjing tea?" "It doesn't matter," Gu Jiao said. Steward Lu smiled and brewed a pot of Longjing tea. This is this year's new tea. Gu Jiao was not interested in tea. She mixed it with cold water and drank it all. She was indeed thirsty. Steward Lu was dumbfounded. The young master was a weirdo, but the young madam he married was not to be outdone. Let's get down to business, Gu Jiao said calmly. Hey! Steward Lu came back to his senses and sighed. He explained Xiao Liulang's background, actually. Young master is the Marquis' illegitimate son. This matter started from 18 or 19 years ago when Marquis Gu went to Jiangnan to control the flood. That year, there was a flood in Jiangnan, causing thousands of acres of farmland to be destroyed and the people to become homeless. The cause was not only a natural disaster, but also a man-made disaster. The silver used by the imperial court to build the dam was embezzled by the local officials. They cut corners on the construction of the dam and failed to stop the flood, causing irreparable damage. At that time, the Marquis was not as powerful as he was now. His Majesty sent him to Jiangnan to investigate the truth of the dam. The local tyrants tried to bribe the Marquis to hide the truth. The Marquis did not want to be with them. As a result, they retaliated. On the way back to the capital, he was stabbed 7 or 8 times by assassins. I remember it was near Song County, Steward Lu recalled. Steward Lu had followed the Marquis of Xianping since he was young. He was one of the few people who fought with him for half of the country. However, he was sent to other places by the Marquis for more than 10 years. He was only summoned back by the Marquis last year. There was no medical center there. After the Marquis was injured, he found a doctor nearby. Because of his serious injury, he had to live in the doctor's house. The doctor's medical skills were not very good. Although he saved his life, it left the Marquis with an illness. Of course, this was a story for later. When the Marquis was recuperating in the doctor's house, there was a family of 3 living next door. The male owner was a gambler and drunkard. The youngest son was only a few years old. The Marquis could hear the sound of the man beating and scolding the woman and the child almost every day. However, this was someone else's family matter and the Marquis could not interfere. Unexpectedly, one time, the man gambled and lost his child to someone else. The woman hugged the man's thigh and begged him not to take the child away. The man punched and kicked the woman and almost beat her to death. The Marquis next door could not bear it. Plus, he was young and aggressive. He took a sword and rushed over to the man to cut him. The man was seriously injured and died. The woman became a widow. The Marquis pitied her and gave her some silver. Coincidentally, the doctor's relatives were victims of the flood. They brought their families to the doctor. There was no place to live in the doctor's house and the Marquis could not go too far for treatment. "Benefactor, if you don't mind, you can live in my house," the woman said. There was no need for Steward Lu to say what happened after that. Gu Jiao could imagine it herself. The Marquis stayed there for half a year until his injury was completely healed. The Marquis asked her if she wanted to go to the capital with him. She hesitated. The Marquis did not like to force people, so he gave her a token and told her that if she thought it through, she could go to the capital to find him at any time. Steward Lu sighed. Oh, the Marquis still doesn't understand women. Gu Jiao was not the person involved, so she did not comment. Steward Lu said, "Many years have passed since then. If the young master hadn't come to find the Marquis with that token and the Marquis's clothes 4 years ago, the Marquis wouldn't have known that she was pregnant and even secretly gave birth to their son." Gu Jiao asked, "You mean, Xiao Liulang went to the capital 4 years ago?" Steward Lu, yes. Gu Jiao, did he live in the capital for a long time? Steward Luke shook his head regretfully. No, the young master came at a bad time. There were several murders in the capital and the Marquis was in the Ministry of Justice. When he finally came back, something big happened. The young Marquis passed away. He was the only son of the Marquis. The Marquis suffered a great blow and did not see anyone. The young master gave the token to a servant and after a long time, the servant reported it to the Marquis. The young master had already left the capital by then. Gu Zhao paused, so, he only lived in the capital for a few months. Lu Guanshui thought for a while, it should be less than a month. Gu Zhao thought for a while, oh. Steward Lute said, the young master's mother only told the young master about his past before she died. The young master and his half-brother went to the capital to look for his father. They did not expect that they would not see his father and that his brother would accidentally come into contact with a leper. The young master was worried that his brother would be caught and put on the leper mountain, so he quickly left the capital with his brother. Gu Zhao nodded, I see. Ha! Steward Lu did not understand what she meant. Gu Zhao looked at him, continue. Steward Lu said, after that, the Marquis sent people everywhere to look for the young master's whereabouts. It was not until last year that they found out that the young master was studying at the county town's Tianxiang Academy. The Marquis asked me to bring the young master back. I tried to persuade the young master many times, but the young master was still unable to let go of the past and refused to come back with me. Gu Zhao believed that what he said was true, but she did not know if there was anything else he did not say. Sometimes, distorting a fact did not require lying, but only a little bit of the truth. Moreover, no one could be sure that what Steward Lu knew was the whole truth. She believed that 4 years ago, there really was a Xiao Lulang who went to the capital to look for his father. However, was this Xiao Lulang really that Xiao Lulang? Gu Zhao took a sip of tea and spread out her hands, it's a pity. If he doesn't want to come back, there's nothing I can do. No, after listening for so long, this is all you're telling me. Shouldn't you be crying bitterly, grieving for your husband's past, grieving for father and son not being able to recognize each other? Do you still have the self-awareness of a village girl? Steward Lu was anxious. If the sympathy card did not work, then he would use the trump card. He hardened his heart and said seriously, do you know that the young master was bullied at the Imperial College? What kind of place is the Imperial College? Who knows how many influential people in the capital come here to study, and the Imperial College and Imperial College students all have strong backgrounds. Young master wanted to rely on his own strength to contend against all of them. It was simply impossible. Even if you don't think for yourself, you should think for the young master. As long as the Marquis doesn't mind him being a cripple and is willing to recognize him, he should go back obediently. As the young master of Marquis Xuanping's mansion, not to mention the Imperial College, he can do whatever he wants in the capital. Gu Zhao's expression finally changed a little. However, it was not because she was moved, but because she was filled with endless murderous intent and coldness. She stood up and looked down at Steward Lu who was sitting on the cushion. Tell your Marquis that I will protect my own husband. Someone actually bullied her husband. Good, very good. Gu Zhao returned to Clearwater Alley. Xiao Lulang had already washed his dirty clothes. There was no trace of being bullied on his face. Gu Zhao looked at the clothes that were fluttering in the cold wind, and her eyes gradually turned cold. The next day, Gu Zhao found Feng Lin. Feng Lin was very surprised. Little Jing Kong said that you were looking for me. What's the matter? Gu Zhao told him why she was here. Feng Lin's eyes became evasive, that. Lulang didn't want me to tell you what happened at the Imperial College. Gu Zhao didn't say anything. She just stared at him. Feng Lin liked her as much as he hated her before. It wasn't the love between a man and a woman, but the relationship between them was like family. Feng Lin was defeated in the end. He sighed, well, there is indeed such a thing. Lu Lang offended Jing Sai. Feng Lin didn't know how he offended him. Not many people knew about little Jing Kong and Lu Lang. Since Lu Lang didn't say anything, Feng Lin didn't know where to find out. Xiao Lu Lang was now a top student who didn't hide his abilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enter the straightforward hole. However, he got last place in the monthly exam. Apparently, it was Jing Sai who graded him. Other people might not know about Xiao Liulang's ability, but Feng Lin and Lin Qingye had attended his classes. They didn't believe that his grades would suddenly drop like this. Feng Lin said, "Lin Qingye is asking me if Jing Sai is making things difficult for Lu Lang. And Wang Qi, Chen Hao, Luo Du, Zhao Hai." Feng Lin listed a list of names. They were all people who had made things difficult for Xiao Lu Lang in the past few days. Gu Jiao wrote down their names one by one in a small notebook. Some of them were coerced. Gu Jiao crossed out their names. In the end, there were 4 names left: Luo Du, Zhao Rui, Zhou Fengping, and Jing Sai. Luo Du and Zhao Rui were supervisors. Zhou Fengping was an administrator. The straightforward hall was the head of the 6 halls. Generally speaking, no one would casually bully the students of the straightforward hall. Zhou Fengping was Jing Sai's lackey. Jing Sai was about to become the new chancellor. He had a chance to become the next chancellor and follow Jing Sai's lead. As for Luo Du and Zhao Rui, they had some background in the capital. One was the young master of Duke Luo's residence. The other was the Minister of Works, the youngest son of Marquis Gu's immediate superior. But in Gu Jiao's eyes, this wasn't a problem. No one was allowed to bully her husband. Marquis Gu was at an important stage of the annual examination. Every day, he racked his brains on how to curry favor with his immediate superior. But what he didn't know was that right after he gave a generous gift to someone, his daughter had beaten that person's youngest son into a pig's head. And it was the kind that even her parents didn't recognize. On the way back to the residence, Marquis Gu looked at the sky with a puzzled expression. Why did he feel uneasy after giving so many gifts? Instead, he had a feeling that disaster was about to befall him. This feeling became stronger after Gu Jiao beat up the young master of Duke Luo's residence. Marquis Gu felt a chill down his spine. He didn't do anything, but why did he feel like he was about to be finished? After Gu Jiao beat up the directorate's prefect, Zhou Fengping, Marquis Gu was drinking water in the residence. His heart was in a panic, a complete panic. In a dark alley, Gu Jiao took out a small notebook and crossed out the 3rd name, Zhou Fengping. When her gaze fell on the last name, the black-clothed Gu Jiao's lips curled into a sinister smile. Biku Gu mobile reading website, MZHBQG. Calm. Chapter 151. Jing Sai had been very diligent recently. He was practically living in the Imperial College. After all, he was a substitute chancellor and would soon become a true chancellor. There was nothing wrong with putting on an act. Ever since Xiao Lulang ridiculed him for not having the right to enter Minghui Hall, he had coaxed and pestered Grand Tutor Zhuang. Grand Tutor Zhuang had also put in a good word for him in front of the emperor. Now, he had his own place in Minghui Hall. However, it was only the outer hall. He could only enter the inner hall after he became the chancellor. Jing Sai stood in front of the door of the inner hall. His eyes were filled with greed. Soon, this official will be able to move in. After toiling for an entire day, he was a bit hungry. He wanted someone to send food over, but there was no place to eat in the outer hall. Only the inner hall had food. He could only walk out of Minghui Hall. The attendant outside the door walked over and asked him, "Sir, are you hungry? Do you want to return to Minghui Hall to eat something? What do you want to eat?" This one will have someone make it for you. Ever since he moved into Minghui Hall a few days ago, Jing Sai was no longer willing to return to Minghui Hall. He felt that Minghui Hall was no longer worthy of his current status. He waved his hand. Forget it. I'll go outside and find something to eat. At the same time, he wanted to wake himself up. It was almost the end of the year. He still had a lot of official documents to deal with. He really was a diligent official. Jing Sai felt good about himself as he walked out of the Imperial College. Because he had gone out, Gu Jiao had jumped over the wall to beat him up in Minghui Hall. Gu Jiao didn't know if he would return. She was hesitating whether to wait for him here or go out to find him when she heard a very light breathing sound. There was someone hiding here. Could it be Jing Sai? That guy was hiding. The black-clothed Gu Jiao propped herself up on the table and jumped over valiantly. She grabbed a figure from behind a pillar. In the end, it's you. Gu Jiao's raised little fist froze in midair. She immediately put her little fish down and stared at the other party seriously. It's so late. What are you doing here instead of going home? Xiao Lulang asked, why are you here again? Gu Jiao was speechless. What made him even more speechless was that she was dressed in black, and he was also dressed in black. The same question flashed through their minds at the same time. When did you buy black clothes behind my back? In her previous life, Gu Jiao liked to dress in gaudy ways, but after coming here, her taste had changed. She mostly wore green clothes, while Xiao Lulang wore the white prison uniform of the Imperial College, or he usually wore white or blue clothes. In short, their clothes rarely clashed. Gu Jiao, I didn't expect that our first time wearing couple outfits would be at such an occasion. Gu Jiao said seriously, I asked first. You go first. Xiao Liulang's expression didn't change. I'm here to meet someone, and to get something. Gu Jiao said seriously, what a coincidence. Me too. Would anyone believe that a man who went home after school came to the teacher's office in the middle of the night without his wife's knowledge? Oh, someone would believe that a little girl from outside came to the Imperial College. The young couple looked at each other with a serious face. They were the epitome of lying without batting an eyelid. Xiao Lulang opened his mouth. Someone's coming. Gu Jiao suddenly raised her hand to cover his mouth and frowned vigilantly. Xiao Lulang was covered by her soft little hand and almost couldn't breathe. He patted her shoulder. Gu Jiao put her index finger on her lips. Xiao Lulang pointed at her hand. It's enough that you covered my mouth. Why did you cover my nose as well? I can't breathe. Oh, I'm sorry. Gu Jiao removed her hand and hid behind a pillar with him. Gu Jiao was thinking that if it was Jing Sai who came, she would first knock her husband out with a palm strike and teach him a lesson. Then, she would carry her husband back. Unfortunately, it wasn't Jing Sai who came. It was Li Sai. He was the deputy minister, and his position was slightly lower than Jing Sai's. He was an upright official. Xiao Lulang didn't want to hurt him. Gu Jiao also didn't want to hurt anyone who wasn't on the list. The two of them held their breaths at the same time. Sir, it's already so late. Why don't you come back tomorrow? How can that be? I have something urgent to report to Jing Sai. If I wait until tomorrow, it might be too late. If something happens, will you take responsibility? Hearing him say this, the two servants didn't dare to stop him and let him enter Minghui Hall. Minghui Hall was always guarded. Gu Jiao could enter because she was a secret agent in her previous life. She had done this kind of thing many times. But how did Xiao Lulang get in? Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. Xiao Lulang pretended not to see her little gaze. Li Sai entered the outer hall of Minghui Hall. You two go down and guard. Don't let anyone barge in. I'll wait here for Jing Sai. Li Sai had a good reputation in the Imperial College. He was an upright and honest person. The two servants didn't suspect him and hurriedly went to guard the main door. Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao thought that he was here to find Jing Sai. Who would have thought that as soon as the two servants left, Li Sai would start rummaging through Minghui Hall. This was the outer hall. It wasn't very big, but it wasn't small either. He rummaged furtively through the items at a very fast speed. Gu Jiao didn't know what was going on. Xiao Lulang, on the other hand, could vaguely guess what was going on. As Li Sai searched, he arrived in front of the third row of bookshelves. On the right was the pillar where Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao were hiding. The two of them held their breaths and tried their best to shrink back. Behind them was the wall, so they couldn't retreat too far. The two of them stood face to face. They were so close that their breaths intertwined. The pillar was only a foot thick. It was also at this time that Xiao Lulang realized that Gu Jiao had grown taller again. Gu Jiao had grown taller, but because he was also growing, he didn't feel much of a difference in height. But her feminine figure. Xiao Lulang tried his best not to touch anything he shouldn't. Gu Jiao also tried her best to stick herself to the wall behind her. There's nothing. It can't be. The more Li Sai searched, the closer he got to the pillar. Xiao Liulang's clothes were exposed outside the pillar. Gu Jiao stretched out her hand, intending to hug him, but Xiao Lulang was one step ahead of her. He reached out and hugged her slender waist. With a turn of his body, he pressed himself against the cold wall. He pulled her soft body into his embrace. This was the first time he had taken the initiative. Gu Jiao didn't expect him to be so aggressive. His chest was hot and full of energy. Gu Jiao, this guy not only bought black clothes behind my back, but he also trained his small chest muscles behind my back. His chest was very hard. In contrast, Gu Jiao's chest was very soft. Xiao Lulang had never experienced something like this before. His breathing stopped, and blood rushed to his head. Then, Li Sai said anxiously, "That can't be. Where did he put the monthly test papers?" Seeing that Li Sai had finished searching this row of bookshelves and was about to walk past the pillar to look for the next row of bookshelves, the sound of footsteps came from the corridor. Li Sai's hand trembled, and he carelessly stuffed the book back into the book. He hurriedly walked to the center of the hall and straightened his clothes, pretending that nothing had happened. Jing Sai entered the hall and looked at Li Sai suspiciously. "I heard that Li Sai has an urgent matter to discuss with this official." Li Sai pretended to be calm and said, "It's like this. There's a riding and shooting class tomorrow. I heard that a few days ago, a lot of girls fell and got injured during the riding and shooting class. I was wondering if we should temporarily cancel the riding and shooting class." "This is the urgent matter you were talking about?" Zheng Sai frowned impatiently. "If you want to cancel it, then cancel it. In the future, you can decide on such small matters yourself. There's no need to ask me." "Yes." Li Sai cupped his hands. "Is there anything else?" Zheng Sai asked. Li Sai glanced at the unfinished bookshelves and lowered his eyes. "There's nothing else. This official will take his leave." The two of them were both Sai. Although there was a division between them, there was no need for them to call themselves subordinates. This was because he was the substitute libation. Zheng Sai was very pleased with the way he called himself a subordinate. His expression softened. "Forget it, forget it. It's getting late. This official should go back. Let's go together. Darren, please." Li Sai bowed. The two of them left Minghui Hall one after the other. If they chased after him and beat him up now, Li Sai wouldn't be able to explain himself. Gu Jiao had already guessed why Li Sai had come to look for the monthly exam papers. He also suspected that there was something fishy about Xiao Liulang's results. He wanted to help Xiao Lulang clear his name. He was a good person. She couldn't implicate him. Gu Jiao decided that she would beat up that surnamed Xing next time. The two of them still maintained their previous distance, but their hearts seemed to be beating together. Xiao Liulang's heart was beating faster. Gu Jiao was envious of his beauty, but her heart was calm. After all, it was just looking at a beauty. She wasn't shy. That. Xiao Lulang cleared his throat. Gu Jiao understood and took a step back, increasing the distance between them. The lights in Minghui Hall had been extinguished before the two Sai left. However, a thin layer of moonlight seeped in and landed on Xiao Liulang's handsome face, reflecting an unconcealable shade of red. Xiao Lulang was a bit embarrassed. Gu Jiao glanced at a certain part of his body and said calmly, "I understand. It's just a normal physiological reaction. You don't have to be embarrassed." Xiao Lulang didn't understand what a physiological reaction was, but he understood what she meant. "Thank you," but he wasn't comforted. Gu Jiao turned around and walked out. She thought of something and said, "You're not young anymore. When you go home, you should relieve yourself. Don't suffocate yourself." Xiao Lulang staggered and almost fell. Couldn't she just pretend that nothing had happened? Gu Jiao came in front of a painting, lifted it, and knocked on the wall behind the painting. The wall suddenly opened, revealing a secret compartment. There was a set of test papers inside. It was the monthly test papers that Li Sai had been looking for. "Gu Jiao, it's really here." "Xiao Lulang, how did you know?" Just now, Xiao Lulang had been leaning against the wall and could only see Gu Jiao. However, Gu Jiao could see the scene in the hall just by tilting her head. When Jing Sai came in, the first thing he looked at was this painting. Therefore, Gu Jiao guessed that there must be something behind the painting. "You're looking for this too, right?" Gu Jiao asked. "There's something else," Xiao Lulang said as he came to the last row of bookshelves. He gently pushed the bookshelf open, revealing a secret room. Xiao Lulang went into the secret room and took out a booklet. "What's this?" Gu Jiao asked. Xiao Lulang showed her the booklet. Gu Jiao's mouth twitched when she finished reading. "You're really ruthless." "Let's go," Xiao Lulang said. The door was locked. Gu Jiao wanted to pry open the door, but Xiao Lulang pushed open another secret room and led her out of the Imperial College. Gu Jiao was stunned. There was a secret passage. How did this guy know so much about the Imperial College? Although they didn't manage to beat Jing Sai up, they had obtained evidence that could make Jing Sai suffer. It was a fruitful trip. When the two returned home, their families were all asleep. Before Xiao Lulang left, he carried little Jing Kong to Gu Yan's room. Only now did he bring the sleeping little Jing Kong back. He took a quick shower. When he came out to get some water, he bumped into Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was surprised. "You're so fast." "I just took a shower. How could I not be fast?" However, when he realized what Gu Jiao meant by fast, Xiao Lulang felt terrible. In the next few days, two major events happened at the Imperial College. The first was that the monthly exam papers of the Candid Nature Hall were leaked. Everyone saw Xiao Liulang's exam papers. If he was at the bottom of the list, then everyone in the Candid Nature Hall would be at the bottom. The exam papers were marked by Jing Sai. It was obvious that he was targeting Xiao Lulang. The second thing was that the account book of Jing Sai forming a clique with someone a few years ago was leaked in the Imperial College. There were many aristocrats in the Imperial College, and the power behind them was complicated. Some supported Jing Sai, while others were upright and plain-spoken. The account book was quickly passed to His Majesty. His Majesty was furious. He called Zheng Sai to the imperial study and scolded him. Imperial tutor Zhuang was also present. Zheng Sai was on Imperial tutor Zhuang's side. Naturally, Imperial tutor Zhuang wanted to protect him. However, the evidence was conclusive. It was not easy to protect him. After leaving the palace, Imperial tutor Zhuang asked in disappointment, "What happened? Didn't I tell you to destroy it long ago? Why did you still keep it?" Zheng Sai felt wronged. I probably left it out when I was destroying it. I just happened to leave this one out. Someone picked it up, Imperial tutor Zhuang said. Then why did you only reveal it now? Think about it. Did you offend someone recently? No, I just what? Zheng Sai stammered as he told Imperial tutor Zhuang about Xiao Lulang. He's just a poor scholar from a small county. It's not like I offended him. If the other party's status was higher than his, it would be considered offending him. Xiao Lulang was just a small character. At most, it could only be called bullying. Zheng Sai's expression changed. Could it be this kid? Imperial tutor Zhuang said indifferently, a poor kid from the countryside doesn't have that kind of ability. It's most likely that someone doesn't want to see this old man sit on the position of Chancellor of the Imperial College. That's why they destroyed this old man's stage at the critical moment. Zheng Sai said in a daze, who could it be? Imperial tutor Zhuang stood on the high steps and looked in the direction of Marquis Xuanping's estate. He sneered. Under the heavens, who would dare to oppose this old man other than that person? Chapter 152. After Grand Tutor Zhuang finished reprimanding Zheng Sai, he returned to the imperial study to appease the emperor. His strategy was to never deny Zheng Sai's wrongdoings, but as the saying goes, when the water is too clear, there are no fish. Something that can be seen is always better than something that can't be seen. Moreover, this was an old debt from a few years ago. Since Zheng Sai didn't do anything similar again, it proved that he was remorseful. He begged the emperor to give him a chance to turn over a new leaf. Moreover, the Imperial College was in an awkward state where there was no one more suitable than Zheng Sai to be the chancellor. Li Sai was still young and didn't have enough experience. His methods were also inexperienced, so he couldn't control the group of stubborn old men. Sometimes, people like Zheng Sai, who were both cunning and capable, could become a sharper knife that could cut through thorns for the emperor. Why else would Grand Tutor Zhuang be called capable? Normal people wouldn't dare to say this when analyzing a problem. But the emperor felt that these words were sincere. He also hoped that the imperial court of Zhao country would be clean and honest. But just as Grand Tutor Zhuang said, a knife that was too honest was too blunt and not easy to use. A knife that was too sharp would only scratch the hand a little. It was too difficult to find a knife that was sharp and wouldn't hurt oneself. If only the old chancellor was here. In the end, the emperor was appeased. He kept Zheng Sai's official position and made him the chancellor of the Imperial College in a few days. He only fined him half a year's salary as a warning to others. To outsiders, the account book was actually forged to slander Zheng Sai. Zheng Sai stood guard outside the palace. When he saw Grand Tutor Zhuang come out, he sincerely bowed. Grand Tutor Zhuang has given me a new life. In the future, I will go through water and tread on fire for Grand Tutor Zhuang. Grand Tutor Zhuang coldly said, "Don't think that you can sit back and relax just because the emperor won't pursue this matter. In the future, don't be willful and act rashly and let others have something to use against you." Zheng Sai broke out in a cold sweat. He bowed and said, "Yes, I will remember." Grand Tutor Zhuang then said, "There's also the matter of the monthly exam. You have to think of a way to cover it up." "Yes. Zhang Sai returned to the Imperial College with a toothache. Xiao Lulang was sitting under the shade of a tree, tutoring Lin Qingye. When he saw Zhang Sai rushing over angrily, he glanced at him indifferently. Zhang Sai suddenly had an intuition that this was Xiao Lulang's doing. But it was strange, wasn't it? The monthly exam papers were hidden in the secret compartment behind the murals, and the account books were hidden in the secret chamber of Minghui Hall. How did Xiao Lulang have the ability to know so many of his secrets? How did he get past the guards and sneak into Minghui Hall without being discovered? Zhang Sai's heart was like a ball of fire, burning him to the point that he couldn't go up or down. Xiao Lulang casually shifted his gaze away. It was too much to look at him. Zhang Sai was infuriated. Regardless of whether it was this brat or not, he hated this brat to the core. However, he couldn't do anything to this brat. Ah, Zhang Sai. Lin Qingye discovered the other party. Xiao Lulang handed the completed exam papers to Lin Qingye, circling the areas that he hadn't written carefully enough. Then Xiao Lulang indifferently looked at Zhang Sai. Zhang Sai, are you here to apologize? Apologize? Apologize for what? Zhang Sai was stunned. Xiao Lulang indifferently brushed his wide sleeves and leisurely said, my exam paper. I didn't seem to get a single question wrong. How did Zhang Sai determine my grade? Could it be that the rumors are true? That Zhang Sai is deliberately targeting me? Yes, so what if I'm targeting you? If you have the ability, bite me. Zhang Sai dared to say this 2 hours ago, but now he couldn't. Zhang Sai said with a fake smile, I clearly told them that I was in first place. I don't know how they misheard and made you first from the bottom. Oh. Xiao Lulang raised his eyebrows. Then I'll have to trouble Zhang Sai to change my grade. Zhang Sai clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked and the veins on his forehead bulged. Change it immediately. Not only did Zhang Sai have to change Xiao Lulang's grade, but he also had to publicly apologize to Xiao Lulang. This was an order that Grand Tutor Zhuang had given him. If he couldn't even endure this much humiliation, then he didn't deserve to be Grand Tutor Zhuang's weapon. Zhang Sai felt so good when he bullied Xiao Lulang that his apology would be as loud as a slap in the face. Zhang Sai tightly clenched his fists. Just you wait. One day, when I become the Chancellor of the Imperial College, you'll get it. Meng School ended earlier than the Imperial College, so little Jing Kong would usually stay in the classroom to do his homework and wait for Xiao Lulang to pick him up. Today, the last class in Candid Classroom was self-study, so he didn't have to go. Xiao Lulang went to the Meng School to pick up little Jing Kong. You're skipping class again. Little Jing Kong looked at him with his hands on his hips. I don't have class, Xiao Lulang said. Little Jing Kong crossed his arms and looked serious. Isn't self-study a class? Xiao Lulang, are you the parent or am I the parent? Let's go. Xiao Lulang grabbed his school bag and asked him to carry it. Little Jing Kong didn't understand the adult's confusing behavior, but he really wanted to Jiao Jiao, so he carried the school bag that Jiao Jiao made for him and followed his bad brother-in-law out of the Imperial College. People came and went on the streets of Chang'an. Today, the young man who sold candied hus changed his location and happened to be not far from where they lived. Xiao Lulang looked at the shiny candied hus nearby and asked little Jing Kong, do you want to eat candied hus? Little Jing Kong, yes. Xiao Lulang, I'm not buying it for you. Little Jing Kong, this was the second type of confusing behavior that little Jing Kong didn't understand. But he wasn't easy to bully. He stopped, put his hands on his hips, and said fiercely, I'm going to increase your rent. Xiao Lulang, you know how to increase rent. Little Jing Kong didn't get to eat his candied hus in the end because his bad brother-in-law dilly-dallied, and the last one was sold out. Little Jing Kong went crazy. I'm really annoyed. It's really not easy to bring an adult out. Little Jing Kong went home slowly with a gloomy face. When he was about to turn into Jade Water Alley, a trembling voice suddenly came from the front. Hing. The voice was a little old, and it sounded as if it was trembling from the soul. Xiao Liulang's body suddenly froze. He didn't look up. He held his walking stick with one hand and grabbed little Jing Kong's hand with the other hand, and quickly dragged him into Jade Water Alley. I don't want you to hold my hand. I'll walk by myself. It was little Jing Kong's resentful voice. Hing. The old man chased after him, but the ground was slippery, and he almost fell. Fortunately, Lu Quan, who was standing at the side, held him up in time. Master, be careful. It's snowing in the capital these days, and the roads are frozen. Don't fall. The old man was so excited that his whole body was trembling. Did you see it just now? See who? Lu Quan asked. Hing. The old man said. Young Master Hing. Young Chancellor. Master, are your eyes playing tricks on you? Young Chancellor has already passed away. Lu Quan was the old man's servant. Although he had been with the old man for many years, he had always been helping the old man to take care of the family affairs. He had never been to the Imperial College, and he had never seen the rumored young Chancellor. Hing. The old man looked at the empty Jade Water Alley, and felt disappointed. Lu Quan said sadly, Master, maybe it's just someone who looks similar. The old man shook his head. If it really was a stranger, then when he heard someone calling him, he would definitely raise his head to take a look. It definitely would not be the reaction he had just now. He clearly recognized his own voice. He was caught off guard, so he did not have time to hide. In order to not let the old man notice his abnormality, he ran away. It's Hing. It's him. The old man was unable to calm down for a long time. He tried his best to recall, he seemed to be wearing the uniform of the Imperial College. Lu Quan said, that's even more impossible, right? How did the young Chancellor become the Imperial College's supervisor? He was the young Chancellor personally conferred by His Majesty. The old man also felt that it was strange, but no matter how strange it was, seeing was believing. Anyway, go and ask around. Also, I saw him using a crutch. His leg seems to be injured. Yes, Master. Lu Quan helplessly agreed. There were many students in the Imperial College. It was not easy to find out about a supervisor, but it was not difficult to find out about a crippled supervisor. Especially because of the matter with Zhang Sai, Xiao Lulang became famous in the Imperial College. In just half a day, Lu Quan was able to find out everything about Xiao Lulang. Lu Quan, speaking of which, this supervisor is quite fated with us. He studied at Tianxiang Academy. He lives in our young benefactor's village. The old man, what's his name? Lu Quan, Xiao Lulang. The old man was shocked. It's him. Of course, the old man had heard of this name. When he was staying at Tianxiang Academy, Headmaster Li had called Xiao Lulang to Zhongzheng Hall more than once. He had also read Xiao Liulang's essays. He felt that this child was too vicious and was not suitable to be taken in as a disciple. He had always been behind the screen and did not specially come out to examine the other party's appearance. If he had come out to take a look, would he have discovered that he was Hing long ago? He did not recognize his voice because the 17-year-old youth had already changed his voice. But what about his handwriting and writing style? That young man who used to be as gentle as jade seemed to have turned into a cold and ruthless person overnight. He even changed his identity. What exactly did his Hing go through? After little Jing Kong was dragged home by his brother-in-law, he silently rated this as the third confusing behavior of an adult. "Why did you run away?" He looked up and asked. "I didn't run away. I just walked faster," Xiao Lulang said without changing his expression. Little Jing Kong asked, "Why did you suddenly walk faster? Don't you know that you will fall if you walk faster? The two of us are the ones who fall the most easily in the family." How fast could he walk? Did he not know? Little Jing Kong said again, "That Grandpa just now called you a heng. Which heng is that? Heng as in tyrannical? Or heng as in frowning coldly?" Xiao Lulang said, "These two are the same heng. Also, you heard wrong. He did not call me a heng." Oh. Little Jing Kong was disappointed. He did not get it. Xiao Lulang changed the topic, "Stop nagging. Today we will learn Qin language. Have you finished the homework that I gave you yesterday?" Ever since little Jing Kong scored low in the entrance exam, he started to cram in foreign languages after school every day. Little Jing Kong's attention was successfully diverted. He took out his homework from his bag. "Of course I finished it. Do you think I am like you? You will only move if someone pokes you. If I don't spur you, you will still be last in the exam." Xiao Lulang, he could not get over the fact that he was last in the exam, right? Xiao Lulang checked his homework. There were no mistakes. They were both teaching, but it had to be said that teaching little Jing Kong was much easier than teaching Lin Qingye. Heng. Little Jing Kong suddenly imitated those old ladies outside. He raised his little orchid fingers and called Xiao Lulang with a tone. Xiao Lulang trembled from head to toe. He was so shocked that he was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. He should go and teach Lin Qingye. After the old man saw Xiao Lulang with his own eyes, he could not calm down for a long time. His intuition told him that he was his aheng, but all the information about Xiao Lulang showed that he was a complete stranger. In order to find out the truth, the old man decided to visit him personally. He remembered that the two disappeared in Bai Shui Alley that day. As for the house inside, he had to go to each house to find it. He found a day when the Imperial College was off. Qinghe Academy was also off today. But the four men in the house were not idle. They all went to buy supplies for the new year. Therefore, when the old man came to their house, it was empty. The door was not closed. This door was left open by the old lady for her mahjong friends. "Excuse me, is Xiao Lulang here?" the old man asked politely. No one answered. The old man guessed that someone was behind him. After thinking for a while, he walked in. "I'm looking for Xiao Lulang. Is he at home?" The old lady was sitting in the backyard and eating melon seeds. Hearing the noise, she thought that her mahjong friend had come and looked back. Ha! An old man. A new mahjong friend. Looking for a game. The old man also saw the old lady clearly. His reaction was much better than the old lady's. "Empress Dowager." His legs went soft and he knelt down. "Old lady. That's not necessary." Chapter 153. "Are you here to play cards?" the old lady asked. The old man was stunned. Play cards." The old lady cracked the melon seeds and said, "We're not playing leaf cards today. Pai Gao, starting at 50 copper coins." What was the Empress Dowager saying? What leaf cards? What Pai Gao? The old man looked at the Empress Dowager and slowly stood up from the ground. He found that although the person in front of him looked like the Empress Dowager, her clothes and temperament were not like the Empress Dowager. "What are you looking at?" the old lady asked impatiently. You don't recognize me? The old man pointed at himself and asked. After hearing what he said, the old lady really started to look at him carefully. He looked like a human. And he looked a bit familiar. Where have I seen him? The old lady couldn't remember the past. She would occasionally recall some, but they were all very fragmented fragments. However, this old man gave her an unusual feeling. Wasn't he unusual? When the old chancellor was an official in the imperial court, he often opposed the Empress Dowager. He was a conservative and firmly opposed the imperial harem's involvement in politics, especially women's participation in politics. When the former emperor was still alive, the old chancellor had sent many memorials to persuade the former emperor to abolish the empress. In the memorials, he called the virtuous empress a demon. She messed up the imperial harem and her relatives interfered in politics. She was also ruthless and disregarded human life. The virtuous empress was once banished to the cold palace by the former emperor because of the old chancellor. Although she walked out of the cold palace in less than half a year with her excellent skills, she lost half a year's worth of money and also lost a lot of her previous savings. Cutting off her money was like killing her parents. After that, the virtuous empress saw the old chancellor as a thorn in her side. The old chancellor was exiled to the frontier fortress for 5 years and suffered a lot. He was dried up and aged more than 10 years, which was the work of the virtuous empress. The two of them fought until the former emperor passed away. The virtuous empress killed the crown prince and supported the son of concubine Jing to ascend the throne. She became the Empress Dowager with power. The two of them had a temporary winner. The reason why it was temporary was because the old chancellor controlled the Imperial College, and the Imperial College gathered the most talented youths in the entire Zhao country. To exaggerate, the old chancellor controlled the future of Zhao country. Empress Dowager Zhuang deliberately wanted to seize the power of the Imperial College. At that time, Anjun Wang was about to return to the country. Empress Dowager Zhuang proposed to the emperor that the position of young chancellor could be added to the Imperial College. Although His Majesty agreed, the one who was conferred the title of young chancellor was not Empress Dowager Zhuang's grandnephew, but the young Marquis of Zhaodu. This young Marquis was the old chancellor's disciple. Empress Dowager Zhuang had 10,000 unspeakable horses galloping through her heart. The old chancellor smiled crookedly. Old Chancellor seemed to have won this round. But not long after, on New Year's Eve, the Imperial College suddenly caught fire and the young Marquis of Zhaodu was burned alive. Ever since the old man resigned, he had not thought about the past for a long time. Now that he saw the Empress Dowager, his thoughts were pulled back to the bloody court. Puzzled, the old lady said, "Why aren't you saying anything? Why are you looking at me with such a complicated gaze? Also, after seeing you, my mood seems to have become a little complicated." It was the kind of complicated that couldn't be described. It was as if they were old enemies and she couldn't wait to find a knife to chop him. Wait. Chop him with a knife. The old lady looked at the old man suspiciously. They knew each other. This could be confirmed from his gaze and his words. He was very afraid of her. He didn't dare to look into her eyes. It seemed that he was a little guilty. He even knelt down in front of her. How sorry was he to her? "I know who you are." The old lady's mind flashed and she threw the melon seeds on the table. "Are you the heartless man who abandoned me that year, and came back to find me?" The old man. Gu Jiao and Gu Yen came back first. When they walked through the hall, they found that there was one more person in the backyard. Gu Jiao felt that she looked familiar. Mainly because there was no big shoe print on her face, so she didn't recognize her immediately. "Great aunt." Gu Jiao looked at her inquiringly. The old lady glared at a certain heartless man who was shivering and sighed, "Your great uncle." Gu Jiao, Gu Xiaoshun, Xiao Lulang, Gu Yen, and little Jing Kong entered the house after them. They were carrying bags of various sizes and there was a horse carriage carrying New Year goods behind them. They unloaded the New Year goods from the horse carriage together with the coachman. Xiao Lulang carried a pot of sesame oil and walked in. Just like Gu Jiao and Gu Xiaoshen, he was stunned when he walked through the hall. The old lady, Gu Jiao, Gu Xiaoshen, and the old man who wasn't shivering as much but still looked pale were sitting in the courtyard. They had no choice. They were terrified because they had been cuckolded by the late emperor. Son-in-law, Gu Jiao introduced. Xiao Lulang, I haven't seen you for a while and you picked up another son-in-law. Gu Jiao felt wronged. I didn't pick him up this time. Xiao Lulang looked at the old man with a complicated expression. At this moment, the old man's mind was blank. He didn't even remember that he had come to recognize Xiao Lulang. He only madly apologized to the former emperor in his heart. The relationship between the Empress Dowager and I is absolutely pure. The old lady's anger had been suppressed. She asked lightly, okay, let's be frank. Do we have a child? The old man slipped from the chair and almost fell to the ground. He sat up with the help of the chair and said with a pale face, no, no. The old lady nodded, I think so too. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come all the way to Lulang. Xiao Lulang looked at the old man. The old man wiped his cold sweat. He had fought with Empress Dowager Zhuang for a lifetime. Today was the most difficult time. It could be said that he had no power to fight back. Empress Dowager Zhuang casually said, when you were young, you abandoned me. Now that you are old, you want my grandnephew to raise you. There is no way. Get lost. The old man was relieved. For the first time, he felt that the word, get lost, was so pleasant to hear. The old man left the courtyard. He still had a feeling that everything was not real. He wanted to understand what was going on. He didn't leave and just waited by the door. Xiao Lulang didn't disappoint him. Not long after, he came out. The two were not surprised to see each other. It was as if they had already calculated that one would not leave and the other would not come out. Xiao Lulang was no longer as panicked as he was last time at the alley. The old man had mixed feelings. The one inside is the Empress Dowager, right? Why are you with the Empress Dowager? You don't have to admit that you are Ahing, but you can't deny that she is the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager is not dead. Xiao Lulang was silent. The old man sadly asked, why is it like this? What happened to you and the Empress Dowager? The Empress Dowager lost her memories, but you didn't. Tell me. Xiao Lulang remained silent. The old man painfully closed his eyes. Fine, if you don't want to say, I won't force you. I will come see you another day. Today's matter. I will keep it a secret for you. Xiao Lulang bowed and turned around to enter the courtyard. Your leg. The old man's worried gaze fell on his right leg. Xiao Lulang stopped in his tracks, it's not a problem. This was the only thing he said to himself. The old man felt that he had chased him out just to say these 3 words. He didn't want him to worry about him. The old man's heart was filled with sorrow. Xiao Lulang entered the courtyard, and the old man returned to the carriage. In truth, today's gain was not just seeing the Empress Dowager. He also saw his little benefactor. How could he have not expected that she and Ahing, no, it should be Lulang now. She and Lulang were actually husband and wife. What sort of fate was this? In the courtyard, the whole family uniformly looked at the old lady. Great-aunt, granduncle really passed away. Aren't you sad? Little Jing Kong asked. In this family, there were not many people who knew that the old lady was not Xiao Liulang's great-aunt, but Gu Xiaoshen was one of them. When the old lady fainted in front of Gu Jiao and Xiao Liulang's house, Gu Shaoshun was also present. After that, Gu Yan, little Jing Kong, Ao Shi, and the others all thought that the old lady was really Xiao Liulang's great-aunt and traveled thousands of miles to seek refuge with him. Therefore, when the young master appeared, little Jing Kong and the others believed him without any doubt. Gu Shaoshun also believed him. Because they had been together for so long, he had forgotten that his great-aunt was picked up from the streets. The old lady cracked a melon seed. Why would I be sad? I'm only at peace when he's not here. Who wants to spend the rest of their lives with an old man? Isn't it better to play cards every day? Little Jing Kong said, "Oh." When Gu Jiao was cooking in the kitchen, little Jing Kong sneaked in and tugged at Gu Jiao's clothes, saying, "Jiao Jiao, I have something to tell you." "What's the matter?" Gu Jiao asked. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and looked at her. "Brother-in-law has a nickname, Ah Heng. It means hang as in tyrannical." Although brother-in-law did not admit it, he had already decided in his heart that it was hang as in tyrannical. Gu Jiao looked at him in amusement. "Really? How did you know?" Little Jing Kong said, "I heard it from granduncle. I saw him that day." Gu Jiao said, "Oh." Little Jing Kong sighed. "Brother-in-law and I came back from school. We were at the entrance of the alley. Granduncle called brother-in-law Ah Heng, but brother-in-law ignored him and ran away with me. After that, I asked brother-in-law, but brother-in-law insisted that granduncle mistook him for someone else. Brother-in-law is really unfilial. Even if he doesn't want to acknowledge brother-in-law, he shouldn't treat him like that. Teacher Jiang taught us to respect the old and love the young." Little Jing Kong felt that something was wrong that day. Today, when granduncle came to visit, he was even more certain of his conjecture. Bad brother-in-law was really up to something that day. Bad brother-in-law was an unfilial grandson. He could not do that in the future. After complaining, little Jing Kong deeply felt the heavy responsibility on his shoulders. He went to the study and picked up the foreign language book that he despised. Bad brother-in-law was unreliable and tiring. From today onwards, he had to work harder so that he could raise his family well in the future. In the kitchen, Gu Jiao recalled little Jing Kong's words. Met him. He even called him by his nickname. That meant that the person knew Xiao Liulang. Judging from Xiao Liulang's reaction, it was very likely that Xiao Liulang knew him too. According to Gu Jiao's observation of that person, he obviously knew old madam as well. As for whether they were a real couple, it was hard to say. Old madam's memory was messed up, so it was possible that she mistook him for someone else. That was not the main point. The main point was that the person knew Xiao Liulang and old madam. Xiao Liulang also knew him. Then, did Xiao Liulang also know old madam? When he saved old madam and took her in without any complaints, it was not because of his sudden kindness. Was it because they were old acquaintances? Prince An also knew old madam. Gu Jiao used the firewood to write a few names on the ashes. Old madam, Prince An, Xiao Liulang, Marquis Xuanping's mansion, Ah Heng. After the old man returned to the carriage, he could not calm down for a long time. Empress Dowager Zhuang did not get along with Marquis Xuanping's mansion and he did not get along with her. Xiao Liulang was both a member of Marquis Xuanping's mansion and his student. The old man did not feel at ease leaving Xiao Liulang by the side of the country-wrecking demon empress. No, I have to keep an eye on her. The old man returned to the capital this time because a close friend of many years was critically ill and did not have long to live. He came to see him one last time. When he saw him, he planned to continue living in seclusion. But now, he changed his mind. He secretly used the connections that he had not used for many years and rented a small house in Jadewater Alley. Coincidentally, it was right next to Xiao Liulang and Gu Jiao. The old man quickly moved into the room. He did not have many servants, only Lu Quan and a temporarily hired coachman. The first day he moved in, he built a ladder and stood on the wall to secretly observe the actions of the country-wrecking demon empress. Old Madam had already discovered him. This annoying old man. He didn't want her when she was young, but now that he was old, he wanted her back. Dream on. Old Madam resisted the urge to hack him to death and returned to her room to sleep. But she lay on the bed and could not fall asleep. The more she thought about it, the more she could not swallow this anger. She went to the kitchen, took a kitchen knife, and angrily went next door. The old man stared for a while and felt sleepy, so he also returned to his room to sleep. The difference was that he fell asleep. But halfway through his sleep, he felt a chill on his neck and instantly woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw old Madam pointing a kitchen knife at him. He was shocked. "What are you doing?" Old Madam put the kitchen knife on his neck and said in a mighty and domineering manner, "Hand over your secret stash." Old Chancellor who was robbed for no reason. Chapter 154. Early in the morning, Gu Jiao went to the clinic. There were a few patients in the morning, but there wasn't much business in the afternoon. Gu Jiao rested in her small courtyard. Separated from her by a wall was the small garden of the girls' school. There was a pavilion in the small garden. Usually, no one would come here, but now there was a girl playing a song there. Her playing was somewhat unsatisfactory. Not only was it intermittent, but the notes were also wrong. Gu Jiao was lying on a rattan chair with her eyes closed. As a result, she was tortured by the girl's deadly music. She opened the door and walked out. Looking in the direction of the courtyard wall, she said, "Wrong." The girl clearly didn't expect that someone would hear her playing. She was so scared that she scratched her fingertips, making an ear-piercing sound. Gu Jiao felt her hair stand on end. "Who is it?" the girl asked. She looked around but didn't find anyone nearby. "Your music isn't accurate," Gu Jiao said. This time, the girl could tell that it was the person behind the courtyard wall who was speaking. She was stunned and asked, "Is it not accurate?" "I just bought a guqin." The quality of this guqin wasn't very good. Ordinary daughters of aristocratic families wouldn't buy this kind of inferior guqin. Gu Jiao guessed that the other person's status wasn't high. Otherwise, they wouldn't be secretly hiding in a corner to practice. "Bring it here," Gu Jiao said. How do I bring it?" the girl asked. Gu Jiao looked at the wall that was taller than a person. She dispelled the urge to jump over and scare the other person to death. She said indifferently, "Can you find the guqin?" After a while, the other person said, "Found it." Gu Jiao said, "I said, you play it. Hook the 3 strings. The girl was obviously a novice. The earliest guqin only had 5 strings. Later, King Wen added 1 string, and King Wu added 1 string. Thus, it became 7 strings, and was also called a 7-string guqin. The 7 strings also had their own names: Gong, Shang, Jiao, Jing, Yu, Wen, and Wu. Gu Jiao said, "The 3rd string, the horn string." Oh. The girl raised her finger and hooked it. Gu Jiao said, "It's too high. Loosen the zither." After the girl finished loosening the zither, she plucked the strings again. "How about this?" Gu Jiao said, "It's too loose. The pitch is too low. Tighten it up a little." Oh. The girl carefully turned the zither. This time, it was finally accurate. After that, she adjusted the other 6 strings one by one under Gu Jiao's guidance. She played the song she learned in class and exclaimed happily, "It's really much better." Gu Jiao's face darkened. You call this pleasant? Do you have some misunderstanding about what it means? Miss, thank you. I was originally discouraged and planned to give up after a bit of practice, but now I've changed my mind. I won't be going anywhere this afternoon. I'll just practice here. Gu Jiao. Is it too late for me to regret now? After being tortured by the deadly zither music next door for an entire afternoon, Gu Jiao's face was completely dark when she came out. In the brothel of the girls' school, Gu Jinyu had just finished practicing. As long as she practiced, there would be a large group of people coming to admire her. It would not be an exaggeration to say that her zither music would linger for 3 days. County Princess Hui, how can you play so well? The teacher only taught you this morning, but you can already master it in the afternoon. Did you put in a lot of effort to practice? Yes. County Princess Hui, please share your experience with us. The two daughters of the aristocratic families looked at Gu Jinyu enviously. Gu Jinyu hugged the lunar shadow Fushi zither in her hands and smiled slightly. No need to be so polite. Just call me by my name. Actually, I haven't practiced for a long time. It's nice that you don't mind. The daughter said, Heavens, you haven't practiced for a long time. If you practice for a while, how good would you be? The daughter said, Miss Gu, is the zither in your hands the lunar shadow Fushi zither? The top zither player in the state of Qin, lunar shadow, made it personally. It's the only one in the 6 nations. Everyone was so envious that they almost drooled. The daughter said, Miss Gu, can you lend it to us to admire? Of course. Gu Jinyu gave the zither in her hands to them. Everyone crowded around to admire the legendary lunar shadow Fushi zither. It was indeed the top zither in the 6 nations. The surface, strings, emblem, head, and tail were all close to perfection. Why was it close to perfection? Because only the real Fushi zither was perfect. But the Fushi zither was long gone, so lunar shadow naturally became the top zither in the 6 nations. In the girls' school, there were 2 people who were the most popular. One was the daughter of the Marquis, Gu Jinyu, and the other was the granddaughter of Grand Tutor Zhuang, Zhuang Yueshi. Zhuang Yueshi's poetry was more outstanding, while Gu Jinyu's zither skills were more outstanding. The 2 of them were on par. But in terms of popularity, Zhuang Yueshi, who was arrogant and disdained to make friends with others, could not be compared to the approachable Gu Jinyu. At this moment, Zhuang Yueshi came out from another zither room with a zither in her hands. Behind her was Zhuang Mengdai, who was also carrying a zither. Zhuang Mengdai was playing the zither to make up the numbers. She had been dozing off ever since she entered the zither room. She only woke up when it was over. The 2 of them passed by Gu Jinyu's zither room and saw her surrounded by a group of daughters asking for advice. Zhuang Mengdai rolled her eyes in disdain. Tisk, what's so great about her? She's just a wild girl from the countryside. She's puffing herself up at her own cost. She stole someone else's identity and is still so smug. She really thinks she's the real daughter. Zhuang Yueshi glanced at her idiotic sister. How much better can you be than her? Zhuang Mingdia's mouth twitched. How can you talk about your own sister like that? No matter how bad I am, I'm still father's biological daughter. I'm of noble birth. I'm the legitimate daughter of an aristocratic family. Zhuang Yueshi said coldly, the legitimate daughter of an aristocratic family can't even recite a few poems. Don't tell others that you're the daughter of the Zhuang family. The Zhuang family can't afford to lose face like this. You. Zhuang Mengdai was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Zhuang Yueshi didn't like Gu Jinyu and she didn't like Zhuang Mengdai either. She always felt embarrassed to have such an idiotic sister. The 2 sisters went downstairs. Zhuang Mengdai was originally angered to death by her sister. However, when she saw Prince An's carriage by the street, all her worries disappeared. Big brother. She threw the guqin to the servant and ran towards Royal Prince and got down from the carriage. It snowed last night. The streets and eaves were all white. However, he stood in the middle of the snow. It was as if the snow couldn't take away his brilliance. Zhuang Yuexi's face was also filled with joy. Zhuang Mengdai held Prince An's arm. Brother. Why are you here? Prince An said gently, I was passing by so I came to see you. Have you finished your lessons today? Yes. Zhuang Yuexi walked over and said. She didn't give the zither to the servant. Prince An saw that she was tired and reached out his hand. Give it to me. Zhuang Yuexi smiled and gave the zither to her brother. Prince An pulled his arm out of Zhuang Mingdia's hand because he wanted to take the zither. Zhuang Yuexi was very satisfied with this. After Prince An took the zither, he didn't rush to bring his two sisters into the carriage. Instead, he looked around as if he was waiting for someone. Zhuang Yuexi asked, Brother, who are you looking for? Prince An said calmly, I heard that Miss Gu also came to the girls' school. Zhuang Mengdai immediately pursed her lips. You're talking about that Gu Jinyu. I hate her to death. Brother, why do you care about her? Zhuang Yuexi looked at Prince An suspiciously. Prince An looked at Zhuang Mengdai and smiled. Isn't she your friend? I was just asking. Zhuang Mengdai sneered. I don't have a friend like her. She's the only one from the Gu family. Prince An asked. Zhuang Mengdai snorted. Who else? How could that girl who grew up in the countryside get the admission card? Zhuang Yuexi asked, How did you get it? Zhuang Mengdai choked. Could this elder sister not always tear down her stage? Prince An was deep in thought. Could it be that she sold the admission card he gave her to Zhuang Mengdai? What Prince An didn't know was that his admission card was sold to Du Xiaoyun by Gu Jiao. Zhuang Mingdia's admission card was obtained by Marquis Gu from Consort Shu. On the second floor of the brothel, Gu Jinyu pushed open the door and saw Prince An, who came to pick up his two sisters from school. Gu Jinyu's heart was beating wildly. After not seeing him for a long time, Prince An seemed to be more handsome and his aura was more powerful. Who was he looking left and right for? Herself. Gu Jinyu's heart beat faster. She vaguely heard Zhuang Mengdai say, You mean that Gu Jinyu? I hate her so much. Why does brother care about her? Gu Jinyu's breathing was messed up. Prince An was concerned about her. He didn't come to pick up his sisters. He specially came to see her. Gu Jinyu hurriedly put away the zither and went to the tea room to reapply some rouge. She also fixed the hairpin on her head before going downstairs to see Prince An. Unexpectedly, Prince An was already gone. It turned out that Zhuang Mengdai accidentally said, That girl is working as a medicine boy at the clinic next door. I saw her that day. So Prince An went to the clinic. But Prince An didn't go there. Gu Jiao couldn't stand the zither music behind the courtyard wall and got off work early. At this time, the four men in the family hadn't finished school yet. Gu Jiao went to the kitchen to stew soup. Halfway through, Nanny Fong came. Eldest miss, something strange is growing on Madam's body. Quickly go and take a look. Gu Jiao lowered the fire in the stove to let the soup in the pot stay warm. She sat in the carriage with Nanny Fong and went to the Marquis's estate. When Madame Yao saw Gu Jiao, she reprimanded Nanny Fong, I said I'm fine. Don't look for Jiao Jiao for everything. It's always good to be careful. Gu Jiao walked forward and looked at Madame Yao, it's eczema. It's fine. Just apply some medicine and it'll be fine. Madame Yao looked at Nanny Fong, I said it's fine, right? Look at you making a fuss over nothing. Nanny Fong heaved a long sigh of relief, isn't it because once bitten, twice shy? Ever since concubine Ling lost her power, she became restless. She frequently went to Gu Qingfeng and Gu Qingling's courtyard to make a good impression in front of the two brothers. Now, the two of them wanted to drive Madame Yao out of the estate. She didn't do it herself and wanted to use others to do it. Nanny Fong had been guarding against concubine Ling, but she was afraid that she couldn't guard against her. Gu Jiao took out a box of eczema ointment from the small medicine box and gave it to Madame Yao. If there are any problems in the future, tell me immediately. It was better to be safe than sorry. She didn't care about making a few more trips. Nanny Fong sent Gu Jiao to the carriage. Gu Jiao returned to Chishui Alley. The old lady asked, "Is your mother okay?" Gu Jiao said, "She's fine." However, what even Gu Jiao didn't expect was that Madame Yao was fine, but her two younger brothers in the family had an accident. The first one to show symptoms was little Jing Kong. During dinner, little Jing Kong didn't have a good appetite. Gu Jiao touched him. He didn't have a fever, so he went to bed early. In the middle of the night, he suddenly shook Xiao Lulang awake. Xiao Lulang looked at him strangely. "What's wrong?" He sat on the bed and said with a serious face, "I'm so itchy." Xiao Lulang lit the oil lamp and lifted his clothes to take a look. He found that there were several transparent blisters on his arms and stomach. Xiao Lulang covered him with the quilt and called Gu Jiao over. After Gu Jiao saw it, she diagnosed it on the spot, chickenpox. Xiao Lulang frowned. "You mean, chickenpox?" Gu Jiao nodded. "Well, you can say that." Little Jing Kong was in good health. He hadn't gotten sick since he left the mountain. Who would have thought that he would get chickenpox? Although chickenpox wasn't as terrible as smallpox, it wasn't that difficult to treat. Chickenpox is contagious. Did you get chickenpox when you were a child? Gu Jiao asked Xiao Lulang. Yes. Xiao Lulang said. He also got chickenpox when he was about the same age as little Jing Kong. What about you? Xiao Lulang looked at Gu Jiao. I think I got chickenpox before. Gu Jiao searched the original owner's memory in her mind. She got chickenpox before Gu Sanlang and his wife passed away. Because she was well taken care of, she finally recovered. Xiao Shun didn't get chickenpox before, she said. Chickenpox was contagious. It was better not to come into contact with little Jing Kong if she didn't get chickenpox before. Did Grandaunt get chickenpox before? She asked Xiao Lulang. This question was a bit interesting. The old lady was just a leprosy patient who was casually rescued. She lost her memory and couldn't remember the past. How could Xiao Lulang know if she had chickenpox before? Unless she was already certain that Xiao Lulang had known her for a long time. Xiao Lulang didn't ask if she knew anything, nor did he deliberately change the topic. He just said calmly, "I don't know." He really didn't know. Gu Jiao thought about it. It was normal. For example, she didn't know what illness old Master Gu had in the past. She said, "Oh." Then, to be on the safe side, it's better to ask Grandaunt to be careful. The chickenpox this time came fiercely. The next morning, Gu Xiaoshun and Gu Yan also got chickenpox. Chapter 155. Great, there were 6 people in the house, and 3 of them fell ill. Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang didn't dare to let the old lady continue to stay at home. Little Jing Kong's acne was similar to a serious cold, but the old lady's acne could kill her. Let the old lady stay next door for a few days. Gu Jiao said to Xiao Lulang. Gu Jiao already knew that the old man next door was the old man she had treated on the mountain before, mainly because she recognized Lu Quan. Lu Quan had given her and Gu Xiaoshun a gift on the first day of the new year, a warm jade pendant. Gu Jinyu even mistook that jade pendant for her own, causing a big misunderstanding. No matter if he was the old lady's husband or not, he was someone worthy of trust. Xiao Lulang opened his mouth. Actually, they were old enemies, the kind that would fight to the death. Was it really okay to stay next door? Wouldn't they strangle each other to death if they couldn't control themselves? When the old lady heard that she was going to stay with her husband, she felt a little disgusted, but when she thought that the three little guys all had acne, she still chose the dog head to save her life. When the old lady appeared in front of him, the old chancellor was watering the flowers. He was so scared that he dropped the kettle. "I don't have any money left." The old lady stared at him with a death stare and silently took the luggage into the house. The old chancellor was stunned. This is my house. The old lady threw his things out and said expressionlessly, "From now on, it's not." The old chancellor gritted his teeth. He had to endure. Gu Shaoshun and little Jing Kong didn't have any headache or fever for a year, but this time, they had acne and their symptoms were even worse than Gu Yan's. Both of them had a high fever of 40 degrees, which didn't go down even after taking the antipyretic. Gu Jiao gave the two of them some fluids. Gu Yan sat opposite the two of them and watched with a smug expression as the two of them were injected with needles. One adult and one child sat on the chair and got in 4 drip. How much they wanted to beat up Gu Yan. When Xiao Lulang entered the room, he saw this scene. This strange treatment method was unique in the 6 nations and the universe. Now, the secrets between the two of them could no longer be hidden. His background and her medical skills were slowly coming to the surface. It was just that he didn't want to talk about his background, so he naturally didn't have the right to ask about her medical skills. Gu Jiao was the same. They were all smart people. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Xiao Lulang asked. Gu Jiao said, "There's no hot water. I'll go cook it." Xiao Lulang turned around and went to the kitchen. Gu Jiao stayed behind to observe the three of them. Little Jing Kong was the youngest, so he was the most receptive to new things. He quickly got used to the needles on the back of his hand. Gu Shaoshun was so scared that his whole body trembled. "It's okay." Gu Jiao comforted him softly. After a while, little Jing Kong started to feel sleepy. Gu Jiao carried him over and placed him on her lap. She sat beside Gu Shaoshun and quietly accompanied them. Gu Jiao thought that little Jing Kong's symptoms would be the least severe since he was the youngest. However, at night, little Jing Kong's hands and feet started to feel cold. Gu Jiao fetched him some hot water to soak his feet. The little guy couldn't even sit still. "Hold him," Xiao Lulang said. Gu Jiao sat on the chair and held little Jing Kong. Xiao Lulang squatted on the floor and held a wooden basin for him to soak his feet. This action was tiring for a normal person, let alone him. Gu Jiao said, "Let me do it." "No need." Xiao Liulang's forehead was sweating. He said calmly, "He doesn't want me to hold him." Little Jing Kong was sleepy. How could he know who was holding him? Gu Jiao glanced at him. She raised her hand and wiped the sweat on his forehead with her sleeve. After soaking his feet, little Jing Kong was sweating all over. His fever subsided a little, and his hands and feet were not so cold anymore. To be honest, Gu Jiao didn't have much contact with little patients in her previous life. She didn't dare to let her guard down for a while. "I'll go check on Shaoshun and Gu Yan," Xiao Lulang said and took the used hot water out. Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshun also had a high fever, but it was not as serious as little Jing Kong's. In the middle of the night, little Jing Kong suddenly sat up. He opened his dark eyes and blinked. No one knew what he was looking at. Gu Jiao asked, "What's the matter?" "Jiao Jiao," he said. I'm here. Gu Jiao held him in her arms and lay down. Little Jing Kong closed his eyes. After a while, he sat up again. His eyes were wide open. Bad brother-in-law, he said. He's here too. Gu Jiao called Xiao Lulang in. Go to sleep. Brother-in-law is here too. Little Jing Kong looked at Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang. He fell asleep peacefully. However, he got up again after a while. He was muddle-headed from the fever. Although his eyes were wide open and bright, he looked like he was drunk. He started to recite the poems of the Tang dynasty, one after another. Then, he started to speak the language of the Qin nation. He talked a lot and looked very serious. After he finished speaking the language of the Qin nation, he started to speak the language of the Liang nation. Xiao Lulang just mentioned some sentences casually and did not pay attention to the key points. He thought that little Jing Kong had not learned them. Then, he said a few sentences in the language of the Jin nation. Xiao Lulang had not taught him the language of the Yan nation and the Turkic nation, so little Jing Kong did not speak them. Xiao Lulang had a few words with him out of curiosity. Usually, Xiao Lulang would test him like this. He had not learned for a long time, so he always had to think before he could answer. Sometimes, he would even answer vaguely. After all, he had learned a lot of languages. But tonight, Xiao Lulang seamlessly changed the language of the 4 countries. He did not get a single sentence wrong. It was quite confusing. In the end, he even recited the Buddhist scriptures in Sanskrit. Not only that, he also wanted to wear his little monk robe and knock on his small wooden fish. Gu Jiao went to find his things. 15 minutes later. The two of them looked at little Jing Kong, who was sitting on the bed and seriously knocking on the small wooden fish, twirling the small Buddhist prayer beads, and reciting the Buddhist scriptures. For a moment, they were speechless. This was not the scariest thing. Little Jing Kong knocked on the wooden fish. As he knocked on the wooden fish, his head started to itch. He raised his hand and grabbed a handful of hair. He was instantly stunned. Master, why is my hair growing? I can't be a monk anymore. Shave my hair. I want to shave it. He cried very fiercely. It was hard to coax him. Therefore, Gu Jiao had to ask his temporary master, Xiao Lulang, to bring a razor over and shave his hair that had been growing for more than half a year. The next day, little Jing Kong woke up and did not remember what he had done at night. He did not realize that his hair was gone. Gu Yan was quite smug yesterday because he did not need an injection. But today, he could not be smug. He was even more listless than little Jing Kong. He also coughed uncontrollably and vomited all the medicine that was given to him. The 3 children all fell ill. Gu Jiao finally understood what it meant to be in a terrible fix. It's so itchy. Little Jing Kong cried again. Gu Jiao walked into the room. Don't scratch. It will leave a scar. Little Jing Kong was mad. But I can't stand it. Gu Jiao had to apply some cooling ointment to stop the itch. Gu Changqing had not passed by the Imperial College for a long time. Since he knew the identities of Gu Jiao and Gu Yan, he deliberately avoided this place and would rather take a long detour. But today, for some reason, he had come here at the behest of gods and devils. The sound of the horse's hooves was very soft and did not alarm anyone. He told himself that he was just passing by, just like any other time. He pulled the reins tightly and walked to the door expressionlessly. Suddenly, he heard a low cough. His expression changed slightly and he subconsciously pulled the reins tighter. The horse did not go fast. He pulled the reins gently and stopped. The cough was hurried and painful. He frowned. He hesitated for a moment and finally got off the horse. He came to the door and was about to knock, but he felt that it was not appropriate. How could a grudge of more than 10 years be written off after 1 or 2 encounters? They were supposed to be strangers who were most familiar with each other. He turned to leave, but the door creaked open. Little Jing Kong opened the door. Little Jing Kong was much better today. It was just that his body was very itchy. Jiao Jiao did not allow him to scratch, so he planned to escape and scratch. In the end, he was caught by his big brother. Little Jing Kong guiltily put his hands behind his back. He was wearing a tiger head hat. Gu Chongqing did not notice his little bald head for the time being. Gu Chongqing looked at him suspiciously. "Where are you going?" Little Jing Kong rolled his eyes. "Come out for some fresh air." Gu Chongqing's gaze fell on the acne on his face. "You have acne, but you can still come out for some fresh air. Does your sister know?" Little Jing Kong pointed at his fingers. Gu Chongqing had no doubt that if he left, the little guy would immediately run out. "Forget it. I have to hand you over to her. Not because she is my sister, but because I have to do my duty." Gu Chongqing held little Jing Kong's hand and led him into the courtyard. Gu Jiao Jiao was cooking in the kitchen. "He wants to run out." Gu Chongqing carried little Jing Kong into the kitchen. Little Jing Kong, who had been complaining about others all year round, was finally being reported by someone. Indeed, he had to pay for what he did. Little Jing Kong lowered his little head guiltily. Gu Jiao Jiao glanced at little Jing Kong, then looked at Gu Chongqing. She looked very calm. "Thank you." She did not say anything else. None of the 3 people in the house spoke. Little Jing Kong felt guilty, but he did not know why the 2 adults were acting like this. "Who's coughing?" Gu Chongqing heard the sound of coughing again. "It's Gu Yan." Gu Jiaojiao said, "He also has acne." Acne was not a minor illness, not to mention that Gu Yan also had a heart condition. Gu Chongqing frowned and opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but he felt that he was in no position to do so. "Have you had acne before?" Gu Jiaojiao asked. "Yes," Gu Chongqing said. Gu Jiaojiao looked at little Jing Kong. "Jing Kong, take your big brother to see Brother Yan." "That's great, I don't have to face the wind anymore." Little Jing Kong grabbed Gu Chongqing's hand and took him to Gu Yan's house. Gu Yan did not drink his medicine properly. He spat it out after taking a sip, and it spilled all over his body. Xiao Lulang had never taken care of such a big brother before. To be honest, he was a little inexperienced. Moreover, Gu Yan was not as sturdy as little Jing Kong. He could do whatever he wanted, but Xiao Lulang was worried that he would make Gu Yan disappear if he was not careful. "Give him to me." Gu Chongqing, who was at the door, suddenly said. Xiao Lulang turned around and looked at Gu Chongqing vigilantly. When he saw little Jing Kong holding his hand, the vigilance in his eyes disappeared. Little Jing Kong said, "Jiao Jiao asked me to bring Big Brother here." After hearing little Jing Kong's words, Xiao Lulang did not hesitate anymore. He stood up and walked out of the house with little Jing Kong. Gu Chongqing turned around and looked at Xiao Lulang. He had never seen Xiao Lulang before, but he felt that he looked familiar. In addition, the vigilance he showed just now was not something a simple scholar would have. This sister. What kind of man did she marry? No, she was not his sister. Chapter 156. Gu Chongqing's face turned cold. He picked up the bowl of medicine and gently fed Gu Yan the medicine. Gu Chongqing was the eldest brother. He had 2 younger brothers. Although he wasn't much older than them, his mother had passed away early and his stepmother had married him. His father only had eyes for his stepmother and her children. Some things couldn't be given by a servant, so he was experienced in taking care of his two younger brothers. Of course, Gu Yan was different from Gu Qingfeng and Gu Qinglin. He was too weak and had to be treated carefully, like a newborn kitten. In a daze, Gu Yan tasted something bitter. He pushed the spoon out with his tongue in disgust. He sprinkled a few drops of medicine on the back of Gu Changqing's hand. Gu Changqing wasn't angry. He sat down by the bed and helped Gu Yan up. He took a pillow and placed it behind his back. He scooped another spoonful of medicine and fed it to Gu Yan. Gu Yan turned his face away and tilted his head on the pillow. He didn't drink it. Gu Changqing was very experienced in dealing with this kind of little thing. There were candied fruits on the table. He took one and fed it to Gu Yan's mouth. Gu Yan licked it. It was sweet. He opened his mouth to eat it, but Gu Changqing reached out with the spoon and fed him the medicine. Gu Yan, who was caught off guard and fed a mouthful of medicine, widened his eyes. He was confused. When Gu Qinglin was young, Gu Changqing also fed him medicine like this. He also had the same expression. However, to be honest, Gu Qinglin wasn't as cute as Gu Yan. Gu Yan had a high fever. His cheeks were red, and there was a tuft of hair on the top of his head. Gu Changqing couldn't help but think of the silly roe deer he saw when he went hunting. In the future, he probably wouldn't be able to face a prey like the silly roe deer. Gu Yan was a little dazed from the fever. When he saw Gu Changqing, he didn't react for a while and thought that he was dreaming. Then, in a daze, he was fed the medicine by Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing rewarded him with a candied fruit. He didn't eat it but held it in his hand. Gu Changqing was puzzled. "Why aren't you eating?" Gu Yan felt wronged and said, "If I wake up and the candied plums are still there, I'll know it's not a dream." He coughed so hard that his throat was hoarse. When he said those words, it was obvious that he had been wronged even without looking at his eyes. Was it because she hadn't come to see him recently? Gu Changqing was speechless for a long time. "You don't know anything yet. If one day you find out that I'm the big brother who neglected you, hated you, and allowed you to be bullied by others when you were young, you won't say that anymore. You wouldn't want to see me either. You wouldn't wait for me either." Gu Changqing looked at Gu Yan again. Gu Yan had already fallen asleep on the pillow. He pulled the blanket over him and was about to leave. But as soon as he moved, he found that Gu Yan's hand was tightly tugging on his sleeve. Gu Changqing stared at that hand for a long time. He sighed helplessly and sat back on the stool. That night, Gu Yan had a high fever. He had a heart condition and couldn't take any fever medicine. Gu Jiao put an ice pack on his forehead and took 2 blankets outside to freeze. When the blankets were frozen into ice blankets, she brought them into the room to wrap Gu Yan. Gu Yan didn't obediently wrap himself in the ice blanket. Gu Changqing carried him and the blankets into his arms. This temperature was just right for Gu Yan. For a normal person, it was no different from hugging a large block of ice. Gu Changqing was so cold that his lips turned white. At daybreak, Gu Yan's high fever finally went down and didn't return. Gu Changqing dragged his numb body back to the fu. Gu Yan was the most dangerous of the 3 children. If he was fine, then everyone else was fine. Yao Shi had come once and found out that the 3 children were sick. She was very worried, but she never had a pimple before. Gu Jiao didn't allow her to enter the room. Today, Gu Jiao tidied up and decided to go to the fu to tell Yao Shi that she was safe. Today's weather was good. There was no wind and the sun was very bright. It was very warm as it fell on her body. The servants in the fu pretty much knew her identity and didn't dare stop her. She openly walked through the front door. Yao Shi's courtyard was really remote. She had to pass through the second door, walk through the waterside garden, and go around half the Fu. When Gu Jiao arrived at the waterside garden, she heard the melodious sound of a guqin coming from inside. It sounded very similar to the song that had disturbed her for half the afternoon at the medical center. But it was slightly smoother and the sound of the guqin was purer. Elder sister Jinyu, you play really well. In a pavilion with rolling curtains, a young girl in pink looked at Gu Jinyu and praised him sincerely. Gu Jinyu stroked the strings and gently looked at the young girl. When you learn, you can also play very well. The young girl sighed, but how can I learn? Gu Jinyu smiled warmly. When you get into a girls' school, you'll be able to learn. The teachers at the girls' school are the best in the entire Zhao country. They're much better than the tutors you hire at home. The young girl hugged Gu Jinyu's arm and affectionately said, then older cousin has to help me. Just now, she had called her elder sister Jinyu, but now she had changed. Gu Jinyu patted her hand, don't worry. As long as you are willing to learn, I will definitely teach you well. Gu Jiao had no intention of eavesdropping on their conversation. It was too quiet here, and they didn't lower their voices at all. Gu Jiao recognized the young girl. She was called Ling Shuixian, old Madame Ling's grandniece. She was younger than her and Gu Yan by a month. She had come back to the Fu to stay for a long time. First, she wanted to be filial to old Madame Gu. Second, she wanted to ask Gu Jinyu for advice, hoping that she could help her pass the girls' school entrance exam after the new year. Old Madame Gu doted on this grandniece very much and had the idea of matchmaking her with Gu Chongqing, so she agreed to let her stay in the Fu. As for whether she could enter a girls' school, it was not within old Madame Gu's range of worries. But Gu Jinyu tutored her seriously, which was giving old Madame Gu face. Old Madame Gu was very pleased and liked Gu Jinyu even more. Who is that? Gu Jiao had no intention of befriending Ling Shuixian, but she could not stop Ling Shuixian from noticing Gu Jiao at a glance. There was no other way. Even if Gu Jiao did not rely on her face, her clear aura was too eye-catching. Gu Jinyu had someone raise the curtain and looked at Gu Jiao, saying, that is my older sister. Your older sister? Ling Shuixian frowned, which older sister? How come I don't recognize her? Gu Jinyu smiled bitterly, Yan Er's twin sister. Oh, her. Ling Shuixian suddenly realized. As the young miss of Marquis Ding and Fu, she had naturally heard of such important gossip. She had long been curious about what that older cousin who grew up in the countryside was like. Seeing her today, she was not disappointed. Too unruly. She doesn't even wear a veil when going out. She doesn't mind embarrassing the Marquis Fu by showing her face in public. Daughters of aristocratic families like them were very particular. For example, if she came to her uncle's manor and sat in the pavilion, she would have someone lower the curtain. This was the only way to not damage the girl's reputation. Gu Jinyu smiled, younger cousin, don't say it like that. Older sister suffered a lot in the countryside. Showing her face in public is also forced by life. Ling Shuixian suddenly asked, did she really feed pigs? Ah. Gu Jinyu was stunned. Ling Shuixian said in disdain, how dirty. Ling Shuixian did not dislike Gu Jiao. She just looked down on Gu Jiao. She had always looked down on Yao Shi. Yao Shi's child had been raised in the countryside for over 10 years. Who knew what kind of idiot had been raised? And that face, heavens, what a large birthmark. So ugly. Ling Shuixian mocked, I heard that she used to be an idiot. Is she still an idiot now? Gu Jinyu smiled, older sister's idiocy has already been cured. Younger cousin, don't say such things in the future. Let's go greet older sister. Ling Shuixian said in disdain, I'm not going. If you want to go, you go. Gu Jinyu definitely had to go. With so many servants watching, she could not be rude to her older sister. She walked out of the pavilion and came in front of Gu Jiao. She affectionately called her older sister, then introduced. That's younger cousin Shui Xian. Older sister, do you want to come over and sit with us? No need. Gu Jiao refused. Gu Jinyu was not surprised at all, but still smiled and urged her to stay. Sitting for a while is fine. I'm not going. Gu Jiao still refused. Gu Jinyu lowered her eyes and lowered her voice. Then older sister, go ahead. Jinyu won't disturb older sister. Gu Jiao walked away. After taking a few steps, she seemed to have thought of something and turned back to look at Gu Jinyu. I'm going to see madam. Do you want to come with me? This was the first time Gu Jiao had taken the initiative to invite Gu Jinyu. Gu Jinyu was stunned. The madam she was talking about must be her mother. Was that how she addressed her mother? Also, why did she suddenly invite her to come along? It was rare for her to take the initiative. Logic told Gu Jinyu that this was a great opportunity to repair their relationship. If her mother saw her together with her older sister, she would definitely be very happy. But this meant that she would have to abandon Ling Shui Xian. Ling Shui Xian was old Madame Gu's favorite. The three older brothers in the manor all doted on her. If she was on good terms with her, then old Madame Gu and her brothers would also see her in a different light. In the end, Gu Jinyu chose between Yao Shi and Ling Shui Xian. Whether or not her mother coaxed her, she would still dote on her. Her brothers, on the other hand, needed her to constantly work hard. I'm sorry, older sister. I just promised younger cousin Shui Xian that I would tutor her. When I'm done, I'll go find you and mother. She said with a sincere expression. Gu Jiao did not say anything and turned to leave. Gu Jinyu returned to the pavilion. Ling Shui Xian asked, what did you talk about with her for so long? Gu Jinyu gently said, she told me to go to mother's place. I was thinking that I would go after I tutor you. Ling Shui Xian was very satisfied that Gu Jinyu had chosen her. Coincidentally, at this moment, old Madame Gu's trusted nanny came over with a food box. She bowed to the two of them. Miss Gu, this is the medicine that you instructed the servants to brew for the heir. Do you think, should I deliver it for you, or do you want to deliver it personally? Gu Chongqing was sick. He had always been in good health. However, for some reason, he fell sick 3 days ago. Old Madame Gu immediately informed her maternal family to let Ling Shui Xian stay in the manor. She said that it was to fulfill her filial piety, but in reality, she was looking for an opportunity to curry favor with Gu Chongqing. This medicine was not brewed under Miss Ling's instructions. It was prepared by old Madame Gu. The nanny's words were meant to remind Ling Shui Xian to quickly take the medicine and take care of the heir. Ling Shui Xian liked eldest cousin very much. How could she not understand old Madame Gu's arrangements? Give it to me. I'll deliver it myself. She took the food box. After some thought, she said to Gu Jinyu, do you want to come with me to visit eldest brother? Gu Jinyu's eyes lit up. Eldest brother had been sick for a few days. She had wanted to visit him for a long time, but she could not enter eldest brother's courtyard. Indeed, she had been right to reject Gu Jiao. The opportunity to please eldest brother had come so quickly. The two of them went to Gu Chongqing's courtyard. Unfortunately, Gu Chongqing had gone to the back of the mountain to practice his swordplay. When the old duke was still in the manor, he had never allowed him to slack off just because he was sick. He was an unlucky child who had to practice the horse stance and practice his swordplay even when he had a high fever. Ling Shui Xian decided to wait for him in the courtyard. After waiting for a long time and not seeing Gu Chongqing return, Ling Shui Xian gradually could not sit still. She began to wander around the courtyard. She was the cousin of the manor. Old Madam and the 3 young masters doted on her. The servants did not dare to say anything to her. They only reminded her not to go to the heir's study. But he might as well not have reminded her. Ling Shui-hsien just had to go. She had just entered when a loud bang came from the study. Gu Jinyu's expression changed. She quickly went to the study. "Cousin. Are you okay?" In the courtyard, Yao Shi saw her daughter. She pulled her daughter's hand and sat down on the Kong bed in the warm room. "You've gotten thinner," she said with heartache. Taking care of 3 sick people, she did not eat or sleep well. Gu Jiao had indeed gotten thinner. "Are they okay?" Yao Shi asked. "They're fine," Gu Jiao replied. The 3 sick people were all alive and kicking, but they were still contagious. So Gu Jiao still had them stay at home. Yao Shi relaxed. "It's all thanks to you. Otherwise, with Yan Er's body, he would not have been able to survive this illness." Gu Yan's body was so weak that even a small cold could kill him, not to mention a pimple. Yao Shi understood that in a place that she could not see, her daughter had put in countless efforts to allow her son to have a body that was 10 times healthier than before. This time, her daughter must have put in a lot of effort to make her son recover so quickly. Gu Jiao wanted to say something but stopped. As the mother and daughter were talking, a young servant girl suddenly rushed in. "Madam, eldest young miss, it's not good. Something happened to second young miss." Chapter 157. Novels that cannot be found online will all be available here. "What happened?" Yao Shi asked. The servant girl anxiously said, "Second young miss trespassed into the heir's study and broke the late madam's relic. Now second young master and third young master have both gone over. Third young master is clamoring to punish second young miss. To break the late madam's relic, the 3 stepson would probably fight Jinyu to the death." Yao Shi's head hurt. "Does the old madam know?" The servant girl shook her head. "The old madam is resting. No one dares to wake her up. She should not know." Yao Shi decided to go take a look. "I'll go with you," Gu Jiao said. "No need. Wait for me here." "No, you should go back first." Yao Shi did not wish for her daughter to be involved in the Marquis Fu's dispute. "No matter," Gu Jiao said. It was lively. She had to go take a look. Basically, no one could argue against Gu Jiao's insistence. Yao Shi could only take her daughter to Gu Changqing's courtyard. Gu Changqing was still practicing his swordsmanship in the back mountain and had not received any news. Only Gu Qingfeng and Gu Qinglin, who had heard the news, were in the courtyard. Yao Shi and Gu Jiao heard Gu Qinglin's roar from far away. "You still dare to be stubborn. Did you do it on purpose? You actually broke my mother's relic." "I didn't. Third brother, I really didn't. Believe me. I didn't break the vase." It was Gu Jinyu who anxiously refuted. Gu Qinglin chuckled. "At the time, there was only you and cousin Shui-hsien in the room. If it wasn't you, then was it cousin Shui-hsien?" Gu Qinglin actually did not dislike this stepsister, but he liked the Ling family's younger sister more. Of course he would believe Ling Shui-hsien when he had to choose between the 2 younger sisters. When Yao Shi heard this, she roughly understood what was going on. She was no longer the weak punching bag from before. She calmed herself and walked into the courtyard with dignity. When Gu Jinyu saw her, he quickly walked over and said aggrievedly, "Mother, I didn't break madam's vase. It wasn't me. When I went in, the vase was already broken." Ling Shui-hsien coldly snorted and said, "What do you mean it was already broken when you went in? Are you saying that I was the one who broke it?" I already told you not to follow me and not to enter eldest cousin's study, but you didn't listen. Great, now he's in trouble. Gu Jinyu shook his head with tears in his eyes. Mother, it really wasn't me. Yao Shi's head was about to explode. What did mother remind you of? Why won't you listen to your mother? Gu Jinyu cried, no, I was wrong, but I really didn't break the vase. Of course, she didn't break the vase. Gu Jiao had no doubt about this. In fact, this matter had already appeared in the miserable dream when he returned to his residence. The difference was that the victim was not Gu Jinyu, but herself in her dream. After she returned to the Marquis Fu, without the protection of her mother and younger brother, in order to better integrate into the Marquis Fu, she did not hesitate to spend a large sum of money to curry favor with her cousin Ling Shui Xian. Ling Shui Xian saw that she was so generous and could not bear to ignore her. In a moment of happiness, she brought her to Gu Changqing's courtyard. She originally thought that she could make friends with eldest brother, but who knew that before eldest brother, Ling Shui Xian would first frame her. Ling Shui Xian did not want to frame her from the start. She had accidentally broken something in the study and was afraid that Gu Changqing would hate her, so she lied and said that she was the one who broke it. Her situation then was the same as Gu Jinyu's situation now. No one believed her. However, in her dream, what Ling Shui Xian had knocked over was not an ordinary relic, but the late madam's ashes. One could imagine the anger of Gu Changqing and the entire Marquis Fu. Even Marquis Gu, who was not in love with the late madam, felt that she was too much and his heart turned cold. Today, when she entered the Fu and saw Ling Shui Xian, she thought of that dream. She had given Gu Jinyu a chance. It was Gu Jinyu who did not want it. Then, who could she blame? Gu Jinyu regretted it, she really regretted it. If she had known earlier, she would have agreed to Gu Jiao's request to visit mother. This was great. Not only did she not curry favor with eldest brother, she also offended eldest brother, second brother and third brother. This cousin looked like a dog, but who knew that she would be so shameless? She was now a county princess personally conferred by His Majesty. Even if Gu Qingfeng and Gu Qinglin were angry, they would not dare to use the family law to serve her. But if this matter was spread, her reputation would not be good. She could not be the scapegoat. Yao Shi shielded Gu Jinyu behind her and looked calmly at Gu Qingfeng and Gu Qinglin, saying, "Who broke it? When the Marquis returns, I will have him carefully investigate." Jinyu is not only the daughter of Marquis Ding and Fu, she is also a county princess personally conferred by His Majesty. You cannot casually punish her. Gu Qinglin became unreasonable. He did not care if she was a county princess or not. He stood up from his wheelchair and rushed at Yao Shi with gritted teeth. Yao Shi protected Gu Jinyu in her arms. Gu Jiao calmly walked out and stood in front of Yao Shi. Gu Qinglin saw this familiar face and the fear of being controlled by the little black room surged to his head. His entire body froze. Gu Qingfeng calmly glanced at his younger brother and then looked at Gu Jiao. His gaze was deep. Gu Jiao calmly said, "Let's go." Gu Jinyu left with Yao Shi accompanying her. The Marquis Fu is not fun at all. Cousin even slandered me. I will never come again. Ling Shui Xian felt extremely guilty. She was afraid that she would be exposed by Gu Changqing's interrogation, so she quickly found an excuse to leave. Gu Changqing returned to his courtyard an hour later. He was sick and covered in sweat. His face was still pale. But his bearing had not decreased and his aura was as sharp as ever. What happened? He looked at his two younger brothers who were silent. Gu Qinglin exaggerated the story of how Gu Jinyu had broken the vase and framed Ling Shui Xian. He was truly heartbroken. That was his mother's favorite vase when she was alive. He heard that he had even peed in it when he was young. His mother could not stop laughing at him. She hugged him and kissed him. Actually, he did not remember any of this. But every time he heard someone mention it, he would desperately imagine the scene in his mind. He felt that his mother was very gentle and doted on him. She was the best mother in the world. Gu Qinglin wiped his tears. He had not cried this much even when he had been beaten half to death by Gu Jiao. That was not mother's relic. Gu Changqing said. Hm. Gu Qinglin was startled. Gu Qingfeng also looked strangely at his eldest brother. Gu Changqing sighed. The vase you peed in was already buried with mother's cenotaph. How would I know that you would cry the next day looking for this vase? I had someone make a replica. Gu Qinglin, damn it. He had cried for so long for nothing. But Gu Changqing frowned. It was very strange. This vase was at the top of the cabinet. How did Ling Shui Xian or Gu Jinyu find it? He entered the study. He sensed that something was wrong at a glance. On the table, the urn next to his mother's memorial tablet was missing. His heart trembled. He turned his head to look. Where the vase should have been was his mother's urn. Someone had come. His mother's urn had been swapped with the vase. If not, what had been knocked over in the afternoon would not have been a replica vase, but his mother's urn. Who came into my study? He called the servant. The servant said, only the two young masters and the two young ladies. It was not them. They did not even notice that the urn had been moved. Did someone know that the urn would be broken, so they moved it ahead of time? Gu Jiao and the other two returned to Yao Shi's courtyard. Gu Jinyu recalled the grievances she had suffered in eldest brother's courtyard. Her eyes reddened. Mother, you must believe me. I really did not touch eldest brother's things. I know that eldest brother's study cannot be casually entered. I only went in to take a look because I heard a strange sound. I was worried that something had happened to cousin. I did not expect that cousin would break the vase herself and then frame me. Yao Shi's expression was not good. What does it matter if you broke it or not? How many times have I told you not to go near your three brothers? Otherwise, you will have endless trouble. Has it come true now? Gu Jiao looked at the weeping Gu Jinyu with an indifferent expression. Yao Shi continued, if your older sister had not stopped him today, Gu Qinglin would have already attacked you. Why did you still foolishly go near them? Gu Jinyu felt wronged. They are my brothers, Yao Shi said seriously. You do not have an older brother. You only have a younger brother and an older sister. Although it was cruel to say this, how could those three not think the same? Yao Shi continued, in the future, do not interact with the Ling family anymore. The Ling family was the previous madam's maternal family. They were also very prejudiced and dissatisfied with their branch. Gu Jinyu said with tears in her eyes, it was grandmother who told me to teach cousin. Today, she glanced at Gu Jiao. If only elder sister had been with us just now. Cousin would not have had a chance to slander me. Yao Shi said, how could your elder sister have been with you? She just entered the manor and does not know the Ling family's young miss. Gu Jinyu sobbed as she said, cousin wanted me to invite elder sister to sit in the pavilion. I went to call elder sister, but elder sister did not agree. Gu Jiao was speechless. Did she blame the earth for not being able to poop? When she called her to pay respects to Yao Shi, why did she not come with her? Also, why would Miss Ling be so kind as to call her? Gu Jiao could not be bothered to argue with her. She did not care what other people thought of her. She picked up her small basket and said, I'm leaving first. There were still 3 sick people at home. Yao Shi could not keep her. After she left, Yao Shi turned to look at Gu Jinyu. Her expression was very serious. How can you blame your elder sister for what happened today? What did your elder sister do wrong? Gu Jinyu was stunned. I did not, Yaoshi said sternly. Your elder sister has not used a single copper coin from the Marquis' estate. She has not eaten a single mouthful of rice from the Marquis' estate. It is not worthwhile for her to acknowledge any of the relatives in the Marquis' estate. Miss Ling called her. Of course she could refuse. Mother, Yaoshi had never used such a stern tone to speak to Gu Jinyu. In Gu Jinyu's eyes, Yaoshi was gentle and understanding. She was even a little weak. But now, Yaoshi was slowly becoming more unyielding. Yaoshi said, in the future, don't let me hear these words again. I won't allow you to slander your elder sister. Gu Jinyu did not feel as aggrieved as being slandered by others. Besides her younger brother, mother doted on her the most, right? But the person mother doted on the most now, was her elder sister. Tell me, did she really do it? Yaoshi asked Nanny Fong after Gu Jinyu left. Nanny Fong had already found out that Miss Ling had fled in panic. It was obvious that she was guilty. But Nanny Fong did not say anything. She only sighed and said, "Sigh, how would I dare to make wild guesses? Even if it was second miss, it should be unintentional." She did it to curry favor with the heir. Yaoshi suddenly felt a little disappointed in this daughter of hers. Little Jing Kong finally realized that his hair had been shaved off. He burst into tears. He had kept his hair for more than half a year, and it was just about to be tied into a ponytail, but it was gone just like that. He had turned back into little bald head. He hugged his little bald head and sat on the threshold, crying his heart out. My hair is gone. Bad brother-in-law, compensate my hair. Bad brother-in-law. Bad brother-in-law. Bad brother-in-law. Compensate my hair, Xiao Lulang said sternly. You were the one who wanted me to shave it. Little Jing Kong cried and kicked his legs. I didn't. I didn't. You're talking nonsense. Little Jing Kong was confused by the fever that night and did not have any memory of it. Therefore, he firmly believed that he would never give up his beloved little hair. Bad brother-in-law must have been jealous of him and shaved his hair while he had a fever. Xiao Lulang spread his hands. If you don't believe me, you can ask Jiao Jiao later. Gu Jiao came back. An adult and a child were looking at her at the door. Xiao Lulang leaned against the door frame helplessly, while little Jing Kong sat on the threshold, looking aggrieved. Gu Jiao could faintly feel the aura of a black cloud above her head. What happened? She asked. Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong looked at her sadly. Bad brother-in-law said that I was confused by the fever that night, and asked him to shave my hair. He also said that you were there, and you agreed, and you passed the razor to him. He was very sad, and his face was written all over. Jiao Jiao, how could you watch someone destroy my beloved little hair and even pass me a razor? Are you still my beloved Jiao Jiao? Gu Jiao took a deep breath and touched his poor little bald head. She turned to Xiao Lulang and said, this is your fault. It's fine to shave it, but why did you put the blame on the child? Xiao Lulang was speechless. Chapter 158. The novel will be updated faster. All the novels that can't be found on the internet will be available here. Xiao Lulang, I've learned bad things from my great-aunt. Identification complete. This incident ended with Gu Jiao planting 3 kisses on little Jing Kong's head. Little Jing Kong didn't have time to be angry with his bad brother-in-law. He covered the kisses on his head with his little hands and ran back to his room. He found a scarf and wrapped it around his head, waiting for the seeds to germinate. After the 3 of them completely recovered, they returned to Qinghe Academy and the Directorate of Education. Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao had been on leave until now to take care of the 3 of them. Now, they could finally return to normal. The old lady also moved back. The old chancellor was so moved that he cried. They finally moved away. He wouldn't be chased by people with knives and robbed of his private stash anymore. The old chancellor was an honest official. He had been an official for decades, but he didn't save much money. He almost lost it all because of the evil empress. How could he reason with her? Xiao Lulang had been on leave for many days, so he missed a lot of homework. He didn't worry about his homework, but he still had to make up for it. Besides, he was going to take the imperial examination in spring next year, so he was more nervous about his studies. Feng Lin and Lin Qingye were also going to take the imperial examination in spring next year, so they weren't confident. In order to let Xiao Lulang spend more time on his studies, Gu Jiao said that from today onwards, she would take care of little Jing Kong. Several children in little Jing Kong's class were infected with the pox. After asking around, they found out that the first one who showed symptoms was the transfer student, Qin Chuyu. Little Jing Kong must have been infected by him and then passed it to his two older brothers. However, Qin Chuyu didn't recover as quickly as little Jing Kong. He was still on leave. Many children in class asked for leave, so they were released from school early. Little Jing Kong used to do his homework in the classroom after school, but now he went to the clinic to do his homework. When the Qinghe Academy was almost over, Gu Jiao would take him home. One day, little Jing Kong was doing his homework in the medical center. The second boss got a box of mutton milk cake from somewhere. After eating it, little Jing Kong exclaimed that it was delicious. Gu Jiao knew that it was fine for him to eat dairy products. Gu Jiao asked her second boss to buy fresh goat's milk for little Jing Kong. There was once when she bought too much. After cooking it for little Jing Kong, there was still half a pot left. Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshan were not used to drinking it. It was a pity to throw it away. Gu Jiao thought for a moment, then added some tea leaves and sugar into the pot. After boiling it, a special fragrance of milk and tea was produced. When the daughters of the girls' school passed by the clinic, they were attracted by this special fragrance and went in to ask what it was. Gu Jiao thought for a while and said, "Milk tea." Gu Jiao poured a few cups for them to try. Other than the bitter tea that was originally brewed, the daughters of the capital had only drunk buttered tea. The salty kind was quite tasty, but compared to this sweet milk tea, it was not worth mentioning at all. God, what kind of magical taste was this? It was so delicious. Is there any more? Is there any more? A daughter asked. Gu Jiao shook her head. There is no more milk tea for today. If you want to drink it, come over tomorrow. I'll make more. The next day, the clinic was full of people. The second boss, who came down from the wing room, was a little confused. Were there so many patients today? They were all daughters of the girls' school. What happened at the girls' school? They were not here to see a doctor. They were here to line up for milk tea. Gu Jiao sold the milk tea at a high price, but it was still in short supply. The popularity of the milk tea made the second boss dumbfounded. He had been running the clinic for so many years, but he never thought that he would suddenly rely on his side business to make money. However, the cooking method of milk tea was not complicated. After drinking it a few times, one would know how to make it. Soon, the shops nearby began to compete with each other. Some of the chefs in the daughters' residences also knew how to make milk tea. The business of the clinic soon became quiet. One day, little Jing Kong came to the clinic to do his homework again. He saw the second boss sighing at the side. He put down his pen and asked him, "Why are you sighing? Business is not good." The second boss had just tasted the sweetness of selling milk tea. The cost was low and the profit was high. At most, he could prepare a warm room for the daughters and burn a few more pots of charcoal. But after a few days, half of his business was taken away. The main reason was that the other party sold the milk tea at a low price. Their cost could not be reduced because Gu Jiao insisted on using good tea leaves. The second boss wrung his hands. I'm so worried. Little Jing Kong decided to go on a field trip. Jiao Jiao, I want to try it too. Children could not drink tea. Gu Jiao really only let him have a small taste. It tasted very good. Little Jing Kong's Jiao Jiao recipe was completely fine. Little Jing Kong put on a serious face and went to the warm room with his hands behind his back. He wanted to ask why the other girls did not come. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a girl from the girls' school lying on the table and crying. What's wrong? Does your stomach hurt? Little Jing Kong asked her. She felt wronged and said, It's not my stomach. It's a headache. The homework given by the teacher was too difficult. She did not know how to do it. Little Jing Kong climbed onto the stool and looked at the girl's questions. It seemed that his parents had given him these questions before. Jiao Jiao knew how to do it. Little Jing Kong took the questions to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was brewing pills. Little Jing Kong raised the paper in his hand. Jiao Jiao. I don't know how to do the questions on this paper. Help me do it. I'll look at it myself after I'm done. Okay. Gu Jiao took Little Jing Kong's questions. They were all arithmetic questions. There were also a lot of arithmetic questions in the gifted class. The difficulty was not low. Gu Jiao did not suspect anything. She took a new piece of paper and wrote the answers for Little Jing Kong with a charcoal pencil. Little Jing Kong never copied the answers. He would write the answers after he understood them. If he did not know how to do it, he would do it a few more times. He had a good reputation, so Gu Jiao did not keep an eye on him. Little Jing Kong took the paper and answer sheet back to the room. Here, the answers. The girl did not believe that a child could get the answers. He must have drawn it himself. He could draw it even if he drew it himself. He did not even know where to fill in the blanks. The girl pursed her lips and copied the answers in resignation. The next day, when the homework was handed in, only 3 people got it all right. One was Gu Jinyu, one was Zhuang Yueshi, and the last one was her. The girl's surname was Yu. She also got in through the back door. She and Zhuang Mengdai took turns to compete for the last place in class. The teacher had never praised her like this before. Of course, she was not the kind of person who liked to eat alone. She immediately told her classmates about how she could solve the questions in the clinic next door. So that afternoon, the clinic, which had been empty for a few days, was full again. Little smarty Jing Kong walked out of the clinic with a heroic spirit and looked at the competitors who were vainly trying to snatch the milk tea business from them. You can imitate Jiao Jiao's formula, but you can't imitate Jiao Jiao's IQ. Madame Yao had not seen her daughter and son for a few days. She missed them very much. Unfortunately, concubine Ling had been stripped of her power recently, so she had to manage the New Year's Eve. She was so busy that her feet did not touch the ground. She could not leave at all. Madam, people from the Yao family are here. Nanny Fong went into the room to report. Madame Yao put down the half-done paper and asked strangely, who are they? Eldest master and sister Axian. It was Yao Yuan and Yao Axian. Yao Yuan was Madame Yao's older brother, and Yao Axian was his daughter. Ever since Madame Yao moved to the hot spring villa, she had not seen the Yao family for 10 years. Yao Yuan had changed a lot. He had experienced a lot. He was clearly younger than Marquis Gu by a few years, but he looked older than him. Yao Axian had grown into a slender and elegant woman. She looked a bit like Madame Yao and could be considered a beauty. In comparison, Madame Yao's appearance had not changed much. She was still beautiful, but her temperament had become more capable and steady. Yao Yuan was so excited that he could not speak. Eldest brother, come in and sit. Madame Yao brought her eldest brother and Yao Axayan to a warm room and had the servant serve tea and snacks. You can all leave. Nanny Fong, stay. Yes. The maidservants left in a single file. Nanny Fong wiped her tears. It was clear that she was crying tears of joy. She was Madame Yao's attendant and came from the Yao family. Sister Fong also did not change. Yao Yuan said with a smile. This servant is old. Nanny Fong choked. Madame Yao's gaze landed behind Yao Yuan. She was a little uneasy girl. She warmly said, Sister Axayan is already so old. I remember that when I left, she was still a little girl. She should be of marriageable age soon, right? Yao Axayan did not dare to speak. Yuan turned around and tugged at her. Aunt is asking you a question. Yao Axayan said shyly, she will be of marriageable age after spring. Madame Yao waved at her. Come and sit. Eat something. Yao Axayan turned around to look at her father. Seeing Yao Yuan nod, she carefully walked to Madame Yao's side. She sat down and picked up a snack that Madame Yao handed over and ate it carefully. It was Yao Axayan's first time coming to the Marquis Fu. In the 10 years that Madame Yao was not in the Fu, the Yao family did not visit. They only sent some things to Gu Jinyu during festivals. Marquis Gu would have people send gifts to the Yao family in return. Yao Axayan felt that the Marquis Fu was really big. Aunt's courtyard was really grand. The snacks were also exquisite. The Yao family's chef could not make them. Aunt, is Sister Jinyu here? Yao Axayan asked. Madame Yao said, she went to the girls' school and is not in the Fu. Oh. Yao Axayan was very envious. She also wanted to go to school, but her grandmother and parents only allowed her brother to go to school. Madame Yao looked at Granny Fong. Granny Fong, bring Sister Axayan to walk around the garden. Marquis Ding and Fu's scenery was one of the best in the capital. Moreover, she understood that this eldest brother had something to say to her. Yes. Madam. Young miss, please come with me. Granny Fong led Yao Axayan out of the yard. There was no one else in the room. Madame Yao no longer put on a warm and welcoming appearance. She faintly asked, eldest brother suddenly came to find me. Is something the matter? Yao Yuan opened his mouth and dryly laughed, saying, I just came to see you. You returned to the capital and did not visit your maternal family. You did not send any news to your maternal family about Jinyu's marriageable age ceremony. They all said that you disliked the Yao family for losing face. I know that is not the case. Younger sister, are you still blaming us for what happened in the past? Madame Yao drank a mouthful of tea. Eldest brother should not bring up the matters of the past. Why I did not return to the Yao family and did not allow the Yao family to attend Jinyu's marriageable age ceremony, eldest brother should know better than anyone else. Just treat it as me looking down on the Yao family. Yao Yuan bitterly said, in the past, we were in the wrong. We should not have broken up your good marriage and married you into the Marquis Fu. Before Madame Yao married Marquis Gu, she actually had an engagement. The other party's family was not as well off as Marquis Ding and Fu. Thus, when Marquis Gu came to ask for a marriage, the Yao family did not say anything and cancelled the engagement. They did not dare tell Marquis Gu about this matter. They also did not allow Madame Yao to say anything. Yao Yuan knew that his younger sister had nearly eloped with that person. It was he who personally caught his younger sister. He even had someone break that man's leg. Yao Yuan, Father and mother did it for the Yao family, Madam Yao. It's a pity that you did not expect that I would not help the Yao family. You married a daughter over for nothing." Yao Yuan choked. That's right. After his younger sister married, she immediately drew a clear line with her maternal family. Even father did not get to see his younger sister one last time before he died. However, this could not be blamed on his younger sister, who told his younger sister to be in the residence and not be able to rush back to the capital. He blamed himself and said, "Younger sister, everything that happened in the past was eldest brother's fault. Eldest brother did not protect you and did not stand on your side against father and mother. If you want to blame someone, blame eldest brother. If there was anyone in the Yao family that could speak with Madam Yao, it should be Yao Yuan." Yao Yuan doted on this younger sister very much. The reason he broke up the Mandarin ducks was not to extract any benefits from Madam Yao. It was just that he felt that man was not worthy of his younger sister. He thought that after his younger sister married into the Marquis Fu, she would become a person above others. However, he did not know that he had personally pushed his younger sister into the fire pit. He sadly said, "Father was filled with regret on his deathbed. He told me that if there was a day that I could see younger sister, I would definitely apologize on his behalf. There is also mother. She also knows that she was wrong in the past. She has already changed. Can you forgive her? Her body is not very good. I fear that she does not have much time left." Senior servant Fong took Yao Axayan around the Marquis Fu. Yao Axayan opened her eyes. She knew that her aunt had married into a large family, but she did not expect it to be so old. When Yao Axayan returned to Madam Yao's courtyard, Yao Yuan got up and said goodbye. Madam Yao had people prepare gifts for them. She gave Yao Axayan a pair of ruby stone noodles. Yao Axayan liked it very much. However, she was rejected by Yao Yuan. He did not come to ask for anything. He sincerely came to ask for his younger sister's forgiveness. After the two left, Madam Yao sat by the window and sighed. "Senior servant Fong, do you think I should go back?" Senior servant Fong comforted her. How can there be an unresolvable hatred between mother and daughter? Before the old lady died, she wanted to see the two children. You should take eldest miss and little Gongzi to see her for the last time. She is not only your mother, but also the grandmother of eldest miss and little Gongzi. She first went to the medical hall to ask Gu Jiao. I am not forcing you to recognize a grandmother. I heard that she is about to die. Your medical skills are excellent, so I hope that you can go and take a look at her. Gu Jiao did not have any objections. Gu Yan did not have classes tomorrow, so he could go. Madam Yao waited until the girls' school ended before asking Gu Jinyu. She knew that Gu Jinyu also did not have classes tomorrow. However, Gu Jinyu said apologetically, "Mother, I promised Consort Shu that I would go to the palace to see her tomorrow. Can I go see grandmother another day?" Another day would be after the new year. Madam Yao wanted to say that she went to Consort Shu's place every few days, so it was fine if she did not go once. However, before she could speak, she heard Gu Jinyu obediently say, "Mother, why don't you go first? I will go to the palace to pay respects to aunt before going." Chapter 159. Since she said so, Ao Shi couldn't force her. The next day, Ao Shi came to Bai Shui Alley early to pick up Gu Jiao and Gu Yan. Little Jing Kong also wanted to go. The main reason was that he wanted to be with Jiao Jiao. It was rare for him to have a day off. Yao Shi had already treated little Jing Kong as her own child, so she happily brought him along. The whole family sat in the Marquis Manor's horse carriage, and the horses galloped. Little Jing Kong was very excited. He sat next to Gu Jiao and shook his head. "You're so happy." Gu Jiao asked him. Little Jing Kong shook his short legs and tilted his head. This is my first time visiting relatives. Hearing this, the people in the carriage were stunned. The little monk had always lived in the temple and had never visited relatives. Although he and Gu Jiao had a family after they left the mountain, they still didn't have any relatives that they could visit. Little Jing Kong was very smart and did things in an orderly manner, causing Gu Jiao and the others to rarely treat him as an ordinary child. It was also at this moment that Gu Jiao realized that little Jing Kong had always wanted to integrate into the life of a normal person, just like the other children in the village. Gu Jiao looked at the little guy's expectant eyes and patted his little bald head. But, I don't have any hair. Will grandmother not like me? Little Jing Kong's way of addressing his family was similar to Gu Jiao's. As long as Gu Jiao acknowledged it, he would call them that. Although Gu Jiao had never called Yao Shi mother, she was willing to be close to her. Little Jing Kong could feel it, so he was also very close to Yao Shi. Yao Shi said that when she went to visit her maternal grandmother today, little Jing Kong had specially observed Gu Jiao's expression. She did not have any taboos when addressing her maternal grandmother, so little Jing Kong guessed that he could address her as such. Yao Shi warmly said, "No, little Jing Kong is just as cute without hair." Little Jing Kong said proudly, "I think I'm cute too." The corner of Gu Yan's mouth twitched. He took the tiger head hat and covered his little head. "Put on the hat. Aren't you afraid of the cold?" Little Jing Kong was furious. "You're just jealous that I'm younger and cuter than you." Gu Yan chuckled. "You're cute. I think you're just pitiful because no one loves you." Little Jing Kong put his hands on his hips and stomped his feet. "Of course not. I'm Kiki ai. The two of them bickered and soon arrived at Yao Manor. It was Gu Yan's first time visiting his maternal grandfather's home. Although Yao Shi had disagreements with her maternal family, she had never shown it in front of Gu Yan. Therefore, Gu Yan's impression of the Yao family wasn't bad. Due to Little Clear Sky's encouragement, he even had a faint trace of anticipation for this trip to visit his relatives. Yao Shi had sent someone to inform her maternal family last night. Early in the morning, Yao Yuan and his wife, Madame He, were waiting at the door. The weather was cold, and the two of them were shivering with hot water in their hands. When they finally saw the carriage coming, they hurriedly walked forward without waiting for the carriage to stop. Yao Yuan excitedly said, "Younger sister." After the carriage stopped, senior servant Fang came down first and helped Yao Shi down. Yao Shi greeted her older brother and sister-in-law, then looked at the carriage. In the carriage, a little bean jumped down first. Yao Yuan and Madame He were stunned. Then, Gu Jiao and Gu Yan came down one by one. Everyone present could guess that Gu Jiao and Gu Yan were Yao Shi's twins, but that cute little bean, it couldn't be Yao Shi's second child, right? Yao Yuan looked at his younger sister. Yao Shi called little Jing Kong over. "Jing Kong, greet eldest uncle and eldest aunt." Little Jing Kong called out crisply, "Eldest uncle. Eldest aunt." Madame He was a little confused. This was her younger sister-in-law's second child? Yao Yuan had chatted with Madame Yao yesterday and knew that this should be the child Zhao Zhao adopted from the mountains. His name was Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong is so obedient. Yao Yuan praised little Jing Kong. Madame He was immersed in the great shock of seeing Madame Yao. She was only 3 years older than Madame Yao. Both of them used to be delicate and beautiful beauties. In a flash, more than 10 years had passed. Madame Yao was still charming and didn't show many signs of aging, but Madame He's face was already wrinkled. Time seemed to only affect the people around her. Of course, Madame He cared about Madame Yao the most. After seeing Madame Yao, she felt inferior. Only then did she seriously look at Madame Yao's children. Little Jing Kong had already run to the front to look at the stone lion at the door. Madame He's gaze landed on Gu Yan and Gu Jiao. Gu Yan had inherited Marquis Gu's good looks and was as pure as jade. As for Gu Jiao, Madame He looked at the birthmark on her face and awkwardly opened her mouth. This is Jin Yu. Madame Yao said, it's Jiao Jiao. Yesterday, when Yao Yuan went to the Marquis Fu, he already knew that the two daughters were swapped. He also knew that Gu Jiao still hadn't returned to the manor and was still living in a small residence outside the manor. A trace of disappointment flashed across Madame He's eyes. She looked in the direction of the carriage. Jin Yu didn't come. Madame Yao's brows furrowed. Jin Yu, the one standing in front of her was Jiao Jiao. Couldn't she greet Jiao Jiao first? Gu Jiao was very calm. She didn't greet Madame He and directly walked past her to catch up with little Jing Kong, who was looking at the stone lion in front. Yao Yuan glared at Madame He. Madame He pursed her lips. What was wrong with asking? He didn't come, but she wasn't allowed to ask. Madame He looked at Gu Yan and smiled. This is Yenner, right? Gu Yan, Ignoring her older sister, he also ignored her. Gu Yan didn't even look at Madame He and strode forward to find Gu Jiao and little Jing Kong. Yao Yuan and Madame He were extremely embarrassed. Yao Yuan didn't care about the difference in treatment, but he didn't expect his wife to have such a reaction. He awkwardly cleared his throat and said to Madame Yao, Mother is in the room. Younger sister, quickly go in and see her. Madame Yao stepped into the house. Madame He walked beside her and didn't forget to ask her with a smile, Younger sister, why didn't Jin Yu come? Madame Yao stopped in her tracks. She entered the palace. Ah! Madame He was dumbfounded. Jin Yu is really amazing. He can enter the palace. Madame Yao didn't want to pay attention to this sister-in-law. But she didn't come to see her sister-in-law today. They went to old Madame Yao's courtyard. Old Madame Yao was sitting on the Kong in the east room. It was different from what Yao Yuan said. Her face was really pale, but it didn't look like she was dying. Madame Yao frowned again and turned to look at Yao Yuan. Yao Yuan lowered his head. Old Madame Yao said in a deep voice, Don't look at him. I asked him to call you over. If I didn't say that, would you come back? When you married into the Marquis's house, you didn't say anything and cut off all contact with the Yao family. I followed you. What? More than 10 years have passed. Isn't it enough to appease your anger? I'm already so old. I don't know how many days I have left. What's wrong with me wanting to see my two precious grandsons? Can't I see them? This matter made people uncomfortable. But when Madame Yao heard that she wanted to see the twins, she was not so angry. Madame Yao called the 3 children in. The first one to come in was Gu Yan. When old Madame Yao saw Gu Yan, her turbid eyes suddenly brightened. She reached out her hand to Gu Yan. Are you Yan? Quick! Come to Grandmama. Let grandmother see you. Gu Yan saw that she really liked him. He hesitated and walked over. Old Madame Yao was so excited that her hands were shaking. She held Gu Yan's hand with one hand and touched Gu Yan's face with the other hand. Grandmother finally sees you. You look like your father. Gu Yan was not liked by old Madame Gu in the Marquis's house. In contrast, old Madame Yao's love made people feel warm. Call me grandmother. Old Madame Yao said. Gu Yan hesitated. When he was about to call grandmother, Gu Jiao came in with little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and looked at the old woman on the Arhat bed. He asked cutely, Is it grandmother? Old Madame Yao was stunned. Yao Yuan leaned over and explained in her ear, Jiao Jiao adopted a little monk on the mountain. His name is Jing Kong. I mentioned him to you yesterday. Old Madame Yao heard about the two children's background and Gu Jiao's situation from her son. Since this little guy was Jing Kong, then the one holding his hand should be Gu Jiao. After all, he was Madame Yao's biological child. Old Madame Yao didn't dislike him. But she also looked behind them like Madame He and asked, "Where is Jinyu? Why didn't she come?" Jinyu came to the palace. Madame He came in with a smile and said proudly. Madame Yao said, "She will come after greeting Imperial concubine Shu." Gu Jiao noticed the disappointment in old Madame Yao's eyes. But old Madame Yao didn't neglect Gu Jiao and little Jing Kong. She looked at Gu Jiao and little Jing Kong kindly. "You are good children. Come here." Little Jing Kong held Jiao Jiao's hand and walked over. Little Jing Kong called grandmother and stretched out his little head to allow grandmother to touch his little bald head. Gu Jiao didn't call anyone. Yao Yuan explained in a low voice, "Jiao Jiao just recognized his little sister. He is introverted. It's okay." Old Madame Yao smiled gently. Yao Shi looked at her mother who was holding a bowl of water. She finally believed what her brother said to her yesterday. Her mother really repented. She wouldn't treat her son as a treasure like before. Her daughter was something that could be sacrificed for the family at any time. But Yao Shi didn't know that she was happy too early. Old Madame Yao's bowl of water was held for her to see. After several people went out, there was only Gu Yan left in the room. Old Madame Yao asked a maid to bring a big box. She opened it and took out a big and red persimmon. She handed it to Gu Yan and said, "This is the persimmon king that your uncle spent a lot of money to buy from someone. Grandmother specially kept it for you. Try it." "Only one?" Gu Yan asked. Old Madame Yao was stunned. Gu Yan said, "Then I will keep it for Jijia and little Jing Kong. They have it. It's yours." Old Madame Yao called a maid in the room and handed the box to her, "The persimmons that Di Yi brought yesterday. Pick 2 of the biggest persimmons and give them to Jiao Jiao and that child." When Gu Yan heard that grandmother didn't call little Jing Kong's name, he unconsciously frowned. "I am going to find mother." He found an excuse to go out. But he didn't find Yao Shi. Instead, he went to the small garden where little Jing Kong played. Little Jing Kong was happily making snowmen on the ground. Gu Jiao was watching him. The maid in old Madame Yao's yard brought 2 persimmons. One for Gu Jiao and the other for little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong was a sensible and contented child. "Wow! What a big red persimmon. Jiao Jiao, can I eat it?" Gu Jiao nodded. Little Jing Kong began to peel the persimmon in the snow. Gu Yan looked at the persimmon in his hand and then looked at little Jing Kong's and Gu Jiao's persimmons. His eyes suddenly became cold. In fact, he just saw that there was a big persimmon in the box. He thought that the maid would give it to little Jing Kong and Gu Jiao. But he didn't expect that she secretly put away the box and gave them 2 small persimmons. It went without saying who instructed her to do this. That persimmon must be left for Gu Jinyu. Grandmother didn't really love Yao Shi's child. It was reasonable that the people in the mansion favored Gu Jinyu. After all, they had raised him for so many years. But grandmother had never seen the 3 of them. She left the big persimmon for him and Gu Jinyu, who didn't come to the mansion today. Gu Yan was very angry. He walked over and took the persimmon that little Jing Kong had been peeling for a long time. He gave him the persimmon king in his hand. Little Jing Kong was stunned for a moment. He said, "Oh." He held the big persimmon king in his 2 small hands and peeled it with difficulty. After peeling it, he handed it to Gu Yan with both hands. "Here." This time, Gu Yan was stunned. "What are you doing?" Little Jing Kong tilted his head. "Don't you want me to peel the persimmon for you?" I am giving you the big persimmon to eat. Gu Yan's chest seemed to be blocked by something. Little Jing Kong stuffed the peeled persimmon into his hands. Then he took his small, half-peeled persimmon and continued to peel it. He peeled it very carefully. But Gu Yan felt his heart hurt. He squatted down and looked at the little guy. This is the big one. Can't you see it? Don't you want to eat the big one? Little Jing Kong said seriously, I can't finish it. Little Jing Kong thought that it was reasonable to give the big one to the adults and the small one to the children. Yen. Gu Jiao smiled at Gu Yan. Gu Yan swallowed the words that he wanted to say to expose old Madame Yao. In fact, he knew what old Madame Yao was thinking. He was his father's favorite son and Gu Jinyu was his favorite daughter. Jiao Jiao didn't even live in the Lord Protector's mansion. It seemed that she was not favored. Old Madame Yao didn't care about Jiao Jiao and an adopted little monk. But she didn't want to offend Madame Yao who had just returned to her mother's home. So, she acted one way in front of others and another way behind others' backs. Chapter 160. Gu Yan sat beside Gu Jiao with a dark face. Gu Jiao laughed. What are you angry about? Aren't you angry? Gu Yan looked at her with a puzzled expression. This question was equivalent to asking in vain. How could he not sense whether she was angry or not? Little Jing Kong was a child. He didn't understand these twists and turns, but she should know. Gu Yan didn't understand why she wasn't angry. Gu Jiao lazily leaned back in the chair. What's there to be angry about? She wasn't someone who lived under other people's eyes. Other people's opinions of her couldn't hurt her. She also didn't rely on other people's help to live. Because she was strong enough, she could ignore all the superficial things. Gu Yan couldn't reach his sister's level for the time being, but by Gu Jiao's side, his emotions were also affected by her strong heart and gradually calmed down. Little Jing Kong ate happily and his whole body was covered in food. Jiao Jiao, I'm dirty from eating. It's okay, I brought you clothes. Gu Jiao brought little Jing Kong into the side room and washed his face and hands. She also took a small cotton-padded jacket from the small basket and put it on him. Old Madame Yao had a son and a daughter. Yao Yuan also had a son and a daughter. The daughter was Yao Axayan and the son was called Yao Fengyi. Yao Yifeng was studying abroad and it was said that he wouldn't come back this year. The whole family sat at the table to eat. They were all family, so there was no division between men and women. Yao Shi first carried little Jing Kong to wash his hands. She found that his shoes were wet from stepping on the snow, so she carefully changed his footwear and tiger-headed shoes for him. In all fairness, little Jing Kong was really good-looking. Old Madame Yao had never seen a child more beautiful than him in her life. But no matter how beautiful he was still an orphan. In the future, he would have to rely on the Hofu. But in front of Yao Shi, old Madame Yao still gave little Jing Kong enough love. Old Madame Yao picked up the biggest drumstick and gave it to him. Little Jing Kong said politely, "Thank you, Grandma, but I can't eat meat now." As long as he grew up, it would be fine. Grandaunt said that when he grew up, Meaty would be willing to let him eat her. Eat this. Old Madame Yao placed the egg soup in front of little Jing Kong. She had put in a lot of effort to make this egg custard. She had put in some lilies and it was very beautiful. Little Jing Kong's appetite was greatly stimulated, and he happily ate. The meal was rather amicable. After eating, old Madame Yao asked Yao Axayan to bring Gu Jiao and the other two to the garden for a walk. Gu Yan grabbed a small blanket. After walking for a while, little Jing Kong rubbed his eyes. "Are you sleepy?" Gu Jiao asked. Little Jing Kong shook his head. "I'm not sleepy. I just ate a little too much. Gu Jiao laughed and picked him up. Little Jing Kong's eyes widened. I'm really not sleepy. I don't want to sleep at all. He tilted his head and fell asleep in Gu Jiao's arms. Yao Axian did not understand why Gu Yan would grab a blanket when he was walking. But when she saw Gu Yan draping the blanket over little Jing Kong, she understood everything. This cousin was quite attentive. Cousin, when is cousin Jinyu coming over? She smiled and asked. Gu Yan said impatiently, you can ask her. How would I know? Yao Axian choked and felt a little awkward. She said, I heard that cousin Jinyu went to a girls' school. Is that true? Gu Yan was annoyed with Gu Jinyu, but this cousin kept asking him if he was blind when his biological sister was here. I'm sleepy too. I'm going to sleep. After he said that, he pulled Gu Jiao and left without looking back. There was a reason why the Yao matriarch had sent the 3 children away. She gave He Shi a look, and He Shi said to Yao Shi, younger sister, mother is tired. Let mother rest. Come to my room to talk. Yao Shi did not like this sister-in-law, but she could not refuse. She could only go to He Shi's room. He Shi did not disappoint Yao Shi. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she dug a hole for Yao Shi. Younger sister, has Jinyu's marriage been arranged? Based on Yao Shi's understanding of He Shi, she would not care about this for no reason. Yao Shi was suspicious. Could it be that He Shi wanted to arrange a marriage between Jinyu and Yao Fingyi? Yao Shi said calmly, not yet. Her marriage will be decided by the old madam and the marquis. I'm not worried about this. He Shi smiled. Jinyu is promising. Her marriage will not be bad in the future. But no matter what, she is already of marriageable age. As her mother, you should be more careful. Ao Shi was even more puzzled. If she was not having any ideas about Jinyu, then what was she doing? He Shi smiled and said, Sister Axian is about to be of marriageable age. She's not as capable as Jinyu, so I'm thinking of settling her marriage early. Otherwise, when she gets older, it won't be easy to talk about marriage. Yao Shi glanced at her. Eldest sister-in-law wants me to help Sister Axian arrange a marriage. This was not difficult. After concubine Ling's position was taken away, old Madame Gu was too busy and left many things to her to take care of. She was currently preparing New Year's gifts for the various large families. She could take this opportunity to help Sister Axian. He Shi smiled but did not speak. Yao Shi's heart skipped a beat. You wouldn't have taken a fancy to the young masters of the Marquis Fu, right? There's no way. He Shi originally wanted to say the heir of the Marquis Fu, but seeing Yao Shi's reaction, she smiled embarrassedly. She pulled Yao Shi's hand and said, Younger sister, don't let the fertile water flow into other people's fields. I am doing this for your own good. When Sister Axian marries over, our 2 families will be even closer. With Sister Axian going to the Marquis Fu to help you, you will be able to live more comfortably, right? It is better to resolve enmity than to keep it alive. When Sister Axian marries over, you will no longer be enemies. You will be mother and son. Yao Shi did not know how He Shi could say such a thing. She and Yan He were about to be bullied to death by those 3 stepsons, yet eldest sister-in-law wanted her to marry her niece over. Resolve what? She would never reconcile with the 3 of them in this lifetime. Yao Shi said, You feel that selling me is not enough, so you want to sell Sister Axian, right? Madam, he said, Sister Axian is willing to do so. Yao Shi laughed in anger. Her aunt has been bullied to this extent, yet she is rushing to marry the person who bullied her aunt. Eldest sister-in-law, this is the kind of child you have raised. When He Shi heard this, her expression was not very good. Younger sister, now that you have become rich, you no longer care about the life and death of your maternal family. If we had not married you into the Marquis Fu, how could you have the wealth you have today? You have not cared about your maternal family for over a decade, and we have not said a single bad word about you. Let me ask you, how could there be such a good maternal family in this world? Now that your own niece is about to be married, you would rather let an outsider benefit than marry her into the manor. What? Does younger sister not want to see your maternal family live better than you? Yao Shi sneered. How does eldest sister-in-law know that she will live better than me after marrying into the manor? He Shi raised her chin and said, our sister Xan is obedient and sensible. She will definitely be able to make husband and the old madam like her. If this was in the past, Yao Shi might have argued with her and explained the reasoning behind it, but later on, she gradually understood that some people were unreasonable. She only acknowledged her own reasoning. She did not care how much hardship Yao Shi had suffered in the Marquis Fu over the years. To put it bluntly, she was just being selfish. Yao Shi stood up and left. He Shi saw that Yao Shi was angry and quickly pulled her back, apologizing. Eldest sister-in-law did not mean it that way. Don't misunderstand. Eldest sister-in-law said something wrong. You are a great person and do not lower yourself to her level. Yao Shi said, I cannot say anything about the Marquis Fu's marriage. Even if she said it, they would not like her. He Shi, in any case, you should bring sister Xan to the manor to sit. Who knows which one of them would like her? Yao Shi, eldest sister-in-law, who would like her? The heir. He Shi smiled and said, if the heir would like her, then that would be the best. Yao Shi was stunned. She actually wanted to marry Yao Xan to the Marquis Fu's heir. This was simply a dream. He Shi looked at Yao Shi's face and awkwardly said, second young master is also fine. Third young master should be fine, right? Yao Shi coldly said, when has it been the Yao family's daughter's turn to choose the Ding and Marquis Fu's young master? It was not that she wanted to speak up for her three stepsons, but the two families were not compatible with each other in terms of social status. She was only going to be a second wife, but she was already despised by old Madame Gu. Yao Xan, on the other hand, wanted to be a legitimate first wife. Was this helping her, or did she want old Madame Gu to hate her to death? He Shi's temper rose again. Didn't younger sister also marry into the Marquis Fu? Younger sister still had an engagement in the past. How could she be as pure as our sister Xan? Back then, the Marquis liked younger sister. How could the heir not like our sister Xan? Don't they all have the same face? Could it be that sister Xan's face is worse than younger sister's? She was not pure. She relied on her face to serve others. She willingly married into the Marquis Fu. Good, very good. Yao Shi took a deep breath and asked, are these words eldest sister-in-law's meaning or mother's meaning? He Shi was speechless. Of course, it was her and mother-in-law's meaning, but mother-in-law did not allow her to say it. Yao Shi, however, understood everything. Change. She was too naive. Originally, they were going to eat dinner before returning to the manor, but Yao Shi could no longer stay. Jiao, let's return to the manor. Yao Shi entered a side room and said to Gu Jiao. Good. Gu Jiao did not ask why. Gu Yan also did not ask. Old Madame Yao chased after them with the help of the servants. She scolded He Shi and told Yao Shi not to argue with her. Then, she took out the presents she had prepared for the children. Gu Yan sneered and knocked over his and Gu Jiao's presents in front of everyone. They saw that it was also a snack, but a red packet rolled out of Gu Yan's box. Gu Jiao's was nothing. Little Jing Kong's was also nothing. But the box that Yao Shi brought to Gu Jinyu also had a red packet. Yao Shi looked at the presents for the 4 children and was so angry that her face turned white. Little Jing Kong was asleep. Gu Yan was too lazy to pretend to be peaceful. He directly took little Jing Kong's presents and threw them into the river. He also threw Gu Jinyu's. If they wanted to curry favor, they should do it themselves. Don't dirty their hands. On the carriage back to the residence, Gu Yan also fell asleep. He lay on Yao Shi's lap. Little Jing Kong lay in Gu Jiao's arms. Both of them were sleeping and snoring. Yao Shi did not say a word. She tried her best not to let Gu Jiao know how she felt, but Gu Jiao could still feel it. I'm sorry, Jiao Jiao. I shouldn't have asked you to come today, she said guiltily. Gu Jiao said, I think it's very good. Ha! Yao Shi was slightly stunned. Little Jing Kong kicked the blanket away. Gu Jiao pulled it over and covered him with it, saying, I know where Madam used to live. I used to be very curious. Yao Shi looked at Gu Jiao in a daze and said, Jiao Jiao, why would you be curious? Gu Jiao thought for a while, I don't know. I'm just curious. I want to know about Madam's past. I also want to know how Madam lived every day. Yao Shi covered her mouth. She did not dare to believe what she heard. Was her Jiao Jiao starting to care about her? Jiao Jiao, does Madam regret it? Do you regret marrying Marquis Gu? When Yao Shi and He Shi were arguing, Gu Jiao was in the garden not far away. With her hearing, she more or less heard some of it. Yao Shi did not hesitate and shook her head, saying, I don't regret it. Why? Gu Jiao asked. Yao Shi lowered her head and caressed Gu Yan's cheek. Then she looked at Gu Jiao lovingly, saying, because if I didn't marry Marquis Gu, there wouldn't be you and Yin, You are Mother's most precious gifts in this life. Gu Jiao did not understand this kind of feeling. Because of what happened when she was young, she shut down her emotional system early. This was a kind of self-protection mechanism. It was to prevent her from breaking down when she was hurt by her parents. But at the same time, it made her lose the ability to treat her feelings logically. In her world, like was like, hate was hate. It was either black or white. But Yao Shi's experience was more like a gray area. She gave birth to a child she really wanted with someone she did not want to marry. Seeing her daughter's dazed expression, Yao Shi let out a laugh. Her daughter was really considerate and cute. The unhappiness in Yao Shi's heart completely disappeared. Yao Shi first sent Gu Jiao and the other 2 back to buy Shui Alley before returning to the manor. Gu Jinyu accompanied consort Shu in the palace for an entire day and only returned to the manor when it was dark. There were less than 10 days until New Year's Eve. Qinghe Academy was on holiday. There was still 1 day of classes for the directorate and 3 days of classes for the 6th hall. Early in the morning, Gu Jiao went to the medical center. The matriarch and a few neighbors were playing Pai Gao in the house. The old chancellor stood at the side with a dark face, paying money and serving tea. Gu Shaoshan was in the backyard knocking on wood. Gu Yan quietly came to the front yard. First, he looked around at the door. After a while, he came to the entrance of the alley and looked around. The end of the alley was connected to Chang and Main Street. People came and went in an endless stream. The shops were all pasted with window flowers and couplets. It was a joyous atmosphere. He looked around. Suddenly, a tall shadow shrouded him. What are you doing? It was Gu Chongqing. He was wearing a golden fur coat and sitting on a tall horse, looking valiant and formidable. Gu Yan was so shocked that he trembled. He turned his head and said without changing his expression, I'm not waiting for you. Gu Chongqing saw him with his hands behind his back and asked, what are you holding in your hands? Gu Yan hesitated for a moment. He still took his hands out from behind his back and handed it to him. Here. Gu Changqing took it. It was a wooden carving. The thing carved was a bit hard to explain. Gu Changqing, a monkey. Gu Yan exploded. What monkey? Open your eyes and look clearly. Is there such a handsome monkey in the world? He had learned from Gu Shaoshan for a few days and nights. His hands were already bleeding. This guy didn't know what was good for him. He said he was a monkey. Chapter 161. Humph. Gu Yan turned his back. He was so angry that the small tuft of hair on the top of his head stood up, expressing his unhappiness in the cold wind. Gu Changqing laughed softly. His voice was cold and magnetic, and when he laughed, it had an irresistible charm. Gu Yan's small eyes tried to glance behind him. Then he began to walk back. After taking a step, Gu Changqing felt that something was wrong. What's wrong with your leg? Gu Yan pursed his lips and said in a small voice, It's nothing, it's just a sprain. Their house was in the middle of the alley. It wasn't far from here, but it wasn't close either. A normal person would have sprained their leg, but this was Gu Yan. Gu Changqing looked at his thin and weak body and sighed helplessly. Get on. Gu Yan turned to look at him. His small face was full of cleverness and playing dumb. It was very contradictory. Gu Changqing thought of the silly roe deer in the forest, but this time it was the proud one. Gu Changqing reached out his large and strong hand and grabbed Gu Yan's shoulder. He gently lifted him up and sat him on his saddle. Don't you usually eat? So thin. Gu Yan sat in front of him and wanted to say, How do I not eat? You're the one who doesn't eat. But when he leaned against his firm and broad chest, Gu Yan couldn't speak. Did this person eat 10 buckets of rice a day? How could he be so strong? Hold on tight. Gu Changqing reminded him. The reins were in Gu Changqing's hands, so Gu Yan could only hold on to the saddle. Originally, Gu Changqing was quite satisfied with his own saddle. After all, he was the heir of the Marquis's household. The things that the servants prepared for him would not be too shabby. However, when Gu Yan's white and tender fingers were placed on the saddle, it instantly turned the saddle into a piece of rotten wood. The saddle needs to be replaced. Gu Changqing thought. I'll send you back, he said. I'm not going back, Gu Yan said. Gu Changqing looked at him strangely. Why? Gu Yan, I want to eat something. Gu Changqing, what do you want to eat? Gu Yan, sugar roasted chestnuts. There was a stall selling roasted chestnuts on the streets of Chang'an. It was in the direction he had come from. Gu Changqing turned his horse around and galloped towards the stall. Considering Gu Yan's health, he did not let the horse run too fast, but it was enough to stimulate Gu Yan. This was the first time in his life that he rode a horse. Gu Yan was so excited that he had no place to sit on the saddle. Go, go, go. Although he spoke very softly, Gu Changqing's hearing was amazing. He even heard the tone of the martial arts world's overlord. Gu Changqing could not help but smile. He sped up a little. Gu Yan was overjoyed. Gu Yan had wanted to ride a horse for a long time. But in his 15 years of life, he had been sick for 14 years. He had never ridden a horse before, and he had no playmates. Little Jing Kong and Gu Shaoshan were both younger than him. He wanted to play with older people. Gu Jiao could calm Gu Yan down, but there were some things that Gu Jiao could not give him. Gu Changqing's appearance happened to fill this gap. Gu Yan was very happy riding the horse. After buying the sugar-roasted chestnuts, he still looked unsatisfied. Gu Yan took the sugar-roasted chestnuts. I didn't bring any money. I'll pay you back when we get back. No need. Gu Changqing said. Then Gu Yan opened his mouth. Did I spend all your money? No. Oh. Gu Yan silently chewed on a sugar-roasted chestnut. I still want to eat roast chicken. Gu Changqing took him to buy roast chicken again. He did not want roast chicken from ordinary shops. He had to go around half of the capital to buy roast chicken from Huji's. Gu Yan looked at the roast chicken in his hand and opened his mouth. What else do you want to eat? Gu Changqing asked. Gu Yan blinked and said, crab roe crisps from Sanyuan Pavilion. Sanyuan Pavilion was in Lingnan. Was this guy going to elope with him? Gu Changqing looked at him coldly. Gu Yan angrily pinched the saddle. Okay, then let's eat a stick of sugar-coated haws. I don't care about the shop. The ones from the roadside stalls look cheap and dirty. Eating them will cause diarrhea and make you sick. Gu Changqing, there was a sugar drink shop on Vermilion Bird Avenue that sold sugar-coated haws. The price was expensive, but it definitely would not cause any diarrhea. Gu Changqing took Gu Yan to buy a few sticks of sugar-coated haws. Gu Yan's arms could not hold any more. He could not buy any more and could only obediently go home. On the way back, the wind blew and Gu Yan shivered. Gu Changqing covered him with a fur coat. Gu Yan was wrapped in his fur coat, only revealing his furry head. But to be fair, even the back of his head was cuter than his two younger brothers at home. Gu Changqing took a deep breath. Perhaps he was possessed. When they reached home, Gu Changqing dismounted first, then carried Gu Yan down. He took the things in Gu Yan's arms and placed them on the stone table in the front yard. I'm leaving. He walked out and said. Gu Yan looked at him expectantly. Do you want to stay for a meal? My sister's cooking is very good. That girl who was even more cold-blooded than a killer. Gu Changqing found it hard to imagine what her cooking skills would be like. He looked at the kitchen behind the hall and a trace of desire flashed in his eyes. But in the end, he restrained himself. No, I should go home. Oh. Gu Yan was disappointed. Gu Changqing mounted his horse and glanced at Gu Yan. Go in. Okay. Gu Yan nodded but did not move. He watched as the horse disappeared at the end of the alley. Only then did he turn around and jump on the spot, feeling refreshed as he entered the house. That's right. What sprained ankle? No. Okay, your ankle is fine. Stay in bed and rest for the next few days. In 7 days, I'll come and take out the stitches for you. In a house on Vermilion Bird Avenue, Gu Jiao finished stitching up a little girl's wound and finished her first house call in the capital. The sky began to snow again. The goose feather-like snowflakes fluttered about, gathering and dispersing. Soon, the street was blocked. This place was not too far from Clearwater Alley, so Gu Jiao decided to walk back. Not long after she got off the carriage, she felt that someone was following her. She did not enter Clearwater Alley. Instead, she passed through the entrance of the alley and entered another alley. She held the silver needle in her hand without anyone noticing. Finally, the other party moved. 2 masked men wielding knives descended from the sky and blocked her path. But before they could make a move, Gu Jiao shot the silver needle into their chest. The 2 men fainted on the spot. Almost at the same time, an arrow shot from behind her. She took a step forward and stepped on the wall. She turned around in the air and ruthlessly kicked the arrow away. But the other party clearly had more tricks up their sleeves. A large net fell from the roof. Gu Jiao pulled out the dagger at her waist and cut the large net in half. But at this moment, a hook came out of nowhere and hooked onto her small basket. With a whoosh, it was taken away. Small medicine box. Gu Zhao's eyes turned cold as she looked up at the roof. She saw a man wearing black clothes and a black mask holding onto her small basket as he looked down at her. He gave a disdainful sneer and disappeared from the other side of the roof. Gu Zhao quickly chased after him. Gu Zhao felt like she had returned to her previous life where she killed and stole from the organization. Her blood was boiling. She could feel that the other party's skills were not simple. The other party had tried to plot against her several times, but she had dodged them all. In the end, Gu Zhao chased after the other party to a courtyard that seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. The other party had already hidden inside. The moment Gu Zhao stepped over the threshold, a row of sharp arrows flew towards her. She had dodged bullets in her previous life, so this kind of speed was not a problem for her. The arrows that seemed to be flying at high speed seemed to be in slow motion in Gu Zhao's eyes. Gu Zhao easily dodged them. A cold snort came from the courtyard. I didn't expect you to be able to chase me all the way here. You really do have some skills. The voice came from behind the mask, so it was slightly different from the original voice. Gu Zhao could hear from his tone that he had come here specifically to deal with her. Gu Zhao walked into the courtyard and saw the other party on the steps of the corridor. Who are you? The black-clothed man sneered. I should be the one asking you that. Who are you? Gu Zhao let out an "oh" sound. You don't even know who I am, and you dare to rob me? The black-clothed man said, I heard that you are a village girl from a small county. You grew up in the village and had a mental illness. It was only a year ago that you recovered. But looking at your skills, you don't look like a village girl at all. Gu Zhao did not feel guilty at all. So what? Does it bother you? The man slowly walked down the steps. The whole mask covered his face completely, only revealing a pair of extremely malicious eyes. He stared coldly at Gu Zhao. Where did the Real Miss Gu go? It seemed that he was not a rival of the medical center, but someone related to her. Gu Zhao calmly looked at the basket in his hand. Give it back to me. The man took a step forward and arrogantly said, Tell me where you took the real Miss Gu, and I will consider giving it back to you. Gu Zhao irritably frowned. Don't talk nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. Don't be a sissy. The man had been in the capital for many years. He had a bad reputation and was powerful and domineering. It was the first time that he was called a sissy. His face turned black. Gu Zhao really did not have the time to talk nonsense with him. She still had to go home and cook. Gu Zhao raised her hand to greet the other party. The man's movements were more strange than Gu Zhao imagined. After a few rounds, Gu Zhao did not gain an advantage over him. However, it was not easy for him to control Gu Zhao. His brows wrinkled. When he made a move, he would take down the enemy in 3 moves. This girl had endured more than 10 moves. As the two trembled, the sound of horse hooves came from the alley. Then Gu Chongqing shouted, Who is it? The man's body froze. Gu Zhao took advantage of the situation and chopped down with her hand. She took back her small basket and raised her other hand. With her palm facing down, a dagger flew out from her sleeve. With a twist of her palm, she threw it out with great force. The man did not dodge in time. His left arm was cut, and a hidden weapon that he did not have time to shoot fell to the ground. He looked back at the direction of the door. Gritting his teeth, he used his qinggong to leave from the back door. It's you. As soon as the man left, Gu Chongqing entered the courtyard. He was surprised to see Gu Zhao. Were you fighting with someone just now? Gu Zhao shook her small basket. Someone stole my things. Who? Gu Chongqing asked. Gu Zhao shook her head. I didn't see clearly. He was wearing a mask. Gu Chongqing looked around and found the hidden weapon on the ground. He picked it up and frowned. It's him. Gu Jiao made a sound of surprise. You know him. Gu Chongqing said, the capital's #1 bandit, Fei Shuang. This frost dart is his unique hidden weapon. Fei Shuang was a very troublesome person for the government. The Supreme Court, the imperial government, and the Ministry of Justice had all been attacked by him before. Many confidential files had been stolen from them. He was one of the most wanted bandits in the imperial court. Unfortunately, he appeared and disappeared like a ghost. No one had ever caught him. No one had even seen his real face. Gu Chongqing asked, why would he steal your things? Did Fei Shuang not care about his reputation? Did he steal from a little girl? Gu Jiao thought of the conversation with him and said, he seems to know me. Fei Shuang knows you. Gu Chongqing was stunned. As night fell, the snow became heavier. The Gu mansion was shrouded in a sea of snow. Gu Qinglin could barely get off the ground now, but he could not walk too far. He usually sat in a wheelchair. He asked the servant to push the wheelchair out of his room and went to his second brother's place. The children in the mansion all had their own courtyard, so did Gu Qinglin. However, he was used to living with his second brother, so he was not in a hurry to move out. Second brother, second brother. He knocked on the door. Gu Qingfeng came from the other side of the corridor and looked at him. What's wrong? Gu Qinglin said, second brother, where did you go? I was looking for you everywhere. Gu Qingfeng said, why are you looking for me? Gu Qinglin was not in a hurry to answer. He looked up at him. Are you not feeling well? You look so pale. I went to the storeroom to find something. It's freezing. It's a bit cold. Oh. Gu Qinglin did not suspect him. Second brother, do you know where my spinning top went? The one that the fifth prince gave me. I can't find it. Gu Qingfeng said, didn't I put it in the third cabinet on the right side of the cabinet? Go look for it. Gu Qinglin ordered the servant who pushed the wheelchair. The servant hurriedly went and came back with an exquisite spinning top. It's really there. Gu Qinglin took the spinning top and stood up in surprise. Second brother, you're amazing. You remember where I put it. As he spoke, he happily patted his second brother's arm. He heard his second brother groan. He was stunned. Second brother, what's wrong? Did I hurt you? Gu Qingfeng calmly put his hands behind his back and said in a normal tone, no, I'm fine. You go play. I'll go back to my room first. Gu Qinglin, oh. Second brother is acting weird today. Chapter 162. On the other side, Gu Chongqing led the horse and sent Gu Jiao back to Jadewater Alley. He could not understand why the capital's #1 thief, Fei Shuang, would know Gu Jiao. Perhaps Gu Jiao was overthinking it. Fei Shuang only stole things of great value, whether it was treasures or court secrets. The most valuable thing in her small basket was the medicine box. Even if it was a box of top-quality medicine, it would not be able to enter Fei Shuang's eyes. Could it be that she really came for her? But Gu Chongqing did not feel that there was a problem with Gu Jiao herself. Or perhaps Fei Shuang had set her eyes on Marquis Ding and Manor. We're here. Gu Jiao's voice pulled Gu Chongqing back from his thoughts. Gu Chongqing looked at the residence behind Gu Jiao. This was a residence that was smaller than his courtyard, but this residence had a different atmosphere. He could not tell what it was, but in short, it made people yearn for it. Do you want to go in and sit? Gu Jiao asked. No, I need to return to the manor. Gu Chongqing said. He should have returned to the manor a long time ago. After sending Gu Yan back, they encountered a fight. He went to take a look and then sent her back the way they came. Actually, it was already very late. Gu Jiao's clear eyes looked at him. Many thanks. I did not do anything. When he arrived, Fei Shuang had already left. He thought, even if he did not appear, nothing would have happened to this girl. Of course, nothing would have happened to Gu Jiao, but she would not have been able to smoothly retrieve the medicine box. Of course, Gu Jiao did not want to thank him for this. Gu Jiao bends her lips. Thank you for taking Gu Yan out to play. He is very happy. She had seen Gu Yan sitting on Gu Changqing's horse when she was making a house call at Vermilion Bird Avenue. She was holding a few sticks of sparkling and translucent candied haws with a smug expression on her face. In fact, Gu Yan lacked the role of a father when he was growing up. What Marquis Gu couldn't give him, Gu Changqing did. Gu Jiao had never seen Gu Yan so smug. Some stability could be given by Gu Jiao, but some courage could only be given by her father and brother. The little sickly girl who couldn't even lift a bucket of water was gradually growing her own wings. Ah, you saw it. Gu Changqing cleared his throat. When I left, I didn't expect to go to so many places. I forgot to say goodbye to your family. I don't know if they were worried. Gu Jiao smiled. Great aunt knows what to do. Although the old lady did not do her job all day long, her eyes were fixed on the children. Gu Yan was waiting for them at the entrance of the alley. Little Jing Kong's 7 fat chicks, 1 baby eagle and Gu Yan's puppy were all lying motionlessly on the doorsill. They would bark if he really walked away with a stranger. That's good. Gu Changqing was relieved. I'm going in. Gu Jiao said. Okay. Gu Changqing nodded. He suddenly thought of something and called her. By the way, do you still have more of the golden sore medicine you gave me last time? What? Golden sore medicine. The next day, after hearing Gu Jiao's words, the Chinibu boss of the clinic was so shocked that his eyes widened. How much did you say they wanted? More than 1,000 bottles. Gu Jiao said lightly. The Chinibu boss fell on the chair and pinched his philtrum. Pinch, pinch, pinch. Finally, she managed to wake herself up this time. This was 1,000 bottles of golden sore medicine. How much money would they earn if they sold it? The Chinibu boss rubbed his hands. Did you lower the price? Gu Jiao said, oh, I didn't lower the price. I sold it to them at the price I sold it to others. The Chinibu boss was confused. No, I sold it to others at the retail price. Why would they sell it at the same price for 1,000 bottles? Who is so arrogant? Gu Jiao, the military camp. The Chinibu boss finally fainted again after pinching his philtrum. How could a small clinic like theirs do business with the military camp? What kind of good fortune was this? The military camp had medical officials from the imperial court. All the medical supplies used were distributed by the imperial court. They had never done business with the people. If there was something that the imperial court could not get, they would find one of the biggest clinics in the capital. For example, the Hu family's Huichan Hall. This business was not urgent. The goods would be delivered after the new year. Right now, Gu Jiao asked the Chinibu boss to search for the herbs. Once they had the herbs, they would be able to make the medicine in batches. As soon as the business was good, the clinic was short on manpower. After the Chinibu boss woke up, he immediately sent people to contact the doctors in the capital to see if there was anyone who was willing to work in their Miracle Hands Hall. Gu Jiao and the Chinibu boss were busy with their own matters. When it was close to noon, an acquaintance came to the clinic. It was Du Xiaoyun, whom they had not seen for a long time. Du Xiaoyun was no longer dressed like a scholar. She had changed into a light blue dress. Others dressed elegantly, but she looked valiant and formidable. She strode into the clinic and came in front of Gu Jiao. She pointed at herself and said, "Miss Gu, do you still remember me?" That's right, she already knew that the other party's surname was Gu. Gu Jiao was in the middle of putting the medicine she bought into the medicine cabinet. Hearing this, she did not stop and lightly replied, "Today's consultation is with Dr. Song. I'm not here to see a doctor. I'm here to look for you," Du Xiaoyun said. "I wanted to come a long time ago, but I've been too busy with my homework recently." Originally, the girls' school was not so busy with their homework. But recently, for some reason, the students in the class had improved a lot. They were almost catching up with Zhuang Yueshi and Gu Jinyu. Some of them were copied, but some of them really understood the questions. The teacher asked them to explain and they did not make a single mistake. The teacher thought that he was really good and increased the difficulty of the class. Du Xiaoyun's studies were not bad, but they were not the best. She was the type who would rather be scolded than copy other people's homework. So recently, she had been doing her homework until late at night. She had not gone out for a long time. If her sister had not asked her to come to the clinic, she would still be doing her homework in the classroom. "My sister said that you have medicine to remove scars. She's been busy recently and can't come over. She asked me to get the medicine for her." Gu Jiao had only mentioned the medicine to one person before, and that was the third princess consort. Yes, the third princess consort said that her surname was Du. There was already medicine in the small medicine box. Gu Jiao took out the scar ointment and scar plaster. The scar ointment was squeezed out and put into a well-sealed porcelain bottle. The scar plaster was unpacked. Gu Jiao told her how to use it and charged her 3 taels of silver. Du Xiaoyun was shocked, "So expensive. I'm afraid you're not running a shady shop, right?" This was the most effective scar ointment in the research institute. It cost more than 2,000 yuan, which was more than 2 taels of silver. The scar plaster was also very expensive. She did not make much money from it. "Forget it if you don't want to buy it." Gu Jiao reached out to take the medicine back. The medicine in the small medicine box was so precious that she could not bear to sell it. Du Xiaoyun protected the medicine with one hand and put the silver on the table with the other. Buy. If you don't buy it, my sister will chop me into pieces. There are so many imperial doctors in the palace. I don't know why my sister likes your medicine." The third princess consort's surgery was not made public. Even Du Xiaoyun did not know. Du Xiaoyun only thought that the third princess consort had bumped into something. Today was the last day of the Imperial College's elementary school. It was also the last day of the girls' school. The girls' school had gone through a series of exams. The only exam left was the Guqin. In the music hall, Zhuang Yueshi finished playing the song that she learned this month. There was a round of applause. His performance was simply too spectacular. Zhuang Yueshi came in first place in her poetry and literature exams. She was tied with Gu Jinyu for first place in her arithmetic exams. Her musical skills were her weakness. Everyone thought that her performance would not be satisfactory. Who would have thought that she would improve so quickly in just half a month? For this exam, the crown princess invited the palace musicians and teachers to invigilate it. The musician's surname was Xia. Musician Xia nodded with satisfaction. "Miss Zhuang's Guqin skills have improved greatly." The teachers gave her an A grade. Musician Xia was stricter and gave her a B grade. But this result was already very good. The next one was Gu Jinyu. Gu Jinyu held the lunar shadow Fushi Guqin and bowed to musician Xia and the teachers. The teachers also stood up and bowed back. She was the county princess. The etiquette could not be ignored. As a palace musician, musician Xia also had an official rank. His rank was higher than Gu Jinyu's. He calmly accepted Gu Jinyu's bow. Gu Jinyu's lunar shadow Fushi Guqin was more beautiful than Zhuang Yuexi's Guqin in terms of sound. Furthermore, she had put in more effort than Zhuang Yuexi to practice the Guqin. It was not like she had not practiced for a long time. She practiced every day. In the end, musician Xia gave her an A grade. Actually, I gave you an A grade not only because you played well. The better you changed the second half of the song. That's right. Gu Jinyu had changed the score. The song they learned was called Chiu Se. It was an incomplete song passed down from the previous dynasty. Only the first half was left. The second half was compiled by later generations. There were many different versions on the market. The version composed by Lord Lunar Shadow was the most highly regarded. The girls' school taught this version. However, Gu Jinyu had made some slight changes on the basis of this version. She added a gentle and sad mood to it. It was more suitable for women to play. Lord Lunar Shadow was a man after all. His score was more like it was custom-made for male musicians. It was difficult for women to play with such a bold and unrestrained feeling. I'm crying. Miss Gu played so well. A soft-hearted girl wiped her tears and said. She was not the only one who cried. Gu Jinyu counted 4 or 5 girls who were wiping their tears. It was obvious that her arrangement was a huge success. Gu Jinyu was very happy and proud. With Gu Jinyu's performance, the other students could not perform well. They were all inferior. Finally, there was a little girl with a small round face. She was about 14 years old. The girl's school uniform was issued, but the jewelry was her own. She only had a red string on her head, and didn't even have the most common pearl hair clip. She got in through the exam, a teacher said to musician Xia. She was the daughter of a poor family. Her father had studied until he became a scholar. When her father taught her brothers, she listened and learned a little. She was very hard-working. She was passable in other aspects, but her zither skills were a little lacking. Because of her inferiority complex, she did not dare to practice in the brothel. She hid in the quiet pavilion every day. It was so cold that her poor face was frostbitten. The zither she used was the cheapest zither. The tone could not be compared to a good zither, but the pitch was good. She started to play. To be honest, she had improved a lot. If it were not for Zhuang Yuexi and Gu Jinyu, the teachers might have taken a second look at her. The first half of the song was ordinary. Musician Xia covered her face and yawned. The last student came. He picked up the D-grade board. The other teachers were also sleepy. But at this moment, she suddenly plucked the strings and the tune went up a notch. This was a song that poured out one's heart. On the night of the wedding, the lover was captured to the battlefield and did not return for 10 years. She played the grief of a young girl towards her lover to the extreme. The first half of the song was also a young girl's memories and grief. But the second half of the song suddenly changed. She seemed to know the truth of why her lover had not returned for 10 years. She looked at the entire battlefield. The tune was no longer about her lover's grief. It was about the battlefield, about the thousands of dead bodies. It was a handful of yellow sand where thousands of heroes had been buried under the golden spears and iron horses. In the end, everyone seemed to see the sun setting in the west. On the yellow sand of the desert, a long sword stood under the setting sun. The hilt of the sword was wrapped with a young girl's veil that fluttered in the wind. Everyone's eyes turned red. They were immersed in the huge shock and could not recover for a long time. Musician Xia was the first to recover. He realized that he was crying. How long had it been since he heard such a soul-stirring song? The young girl's zither skills were not considered excellent. Some parts could even be said to be inexperienced. But it was also because of this inexperience that the second half of the song was so close to breaking down, with nowhere to turn, and falling into madness. It was like a song that was tailor-made for her. Unlike Gu Jinyu's slight changes, this young girl could be said to have completely subverted the second half of the song. In comparison, Gu Jinyu's song seemed very petty and could not be brought to the stage. Musician Xia sighed inwardly. Even the top zither player in the 6 countries, Lord Yuing, could not change such a majestic song. This was not a song. It was a person's style. Musician Xia suppressed the excitement in his heart and looked at her. "What's your name?" She bowed slightly and said, "Li Wanwan." Musician Xia nodded in satisfaction. The song was changed very well. Li Wanwan opened her mouth. The song, she did not change it. Chapter 163. Novels with substance that cannot be found online are available here. Because Li Wanwan's guqin skills were not as good as Gu Jinyu and Zhuang Yueshi, she tied with Zhuang Yueshi in the end and took second place in the exam. Although Gu Jinyu managed to secure first place, she could not feel happy. That song was too outstanding. She could feel that she had been completely crushed. She had heard from Consort Shu that the Crown Princess had invited a musician from the palace for the exam. She had changed the song to amaze musician Xia. Otherwise, she could have easily gotten first place in such a small exam. It would not have been so bad if she had not changed it. She would not have been criticized for taking first place with her skilled guqin skills. Now, with Li Wanwan as a comparison, her song became a joke. Gu Jinyu would never have thought that her limelight would be stolen by the unremarkable Li Wanwan. After the exam, musician Xia stayed behind to give Li Wanwan some pointers on her guqin skills. He told her where she needed to improve and gave her a guqin. It could not compare to the Lunar Shadow Fushi guqin, but it was much better than the one Li Wanwan had. Gu Jinyu gloomily carried the Lunar Shadow Fushi guqin out of the brothel. When she went downstairs, she bumped into Zhuang Mengdai. Zhuang Mengdai had gotten the last place. She had been angry, but after seeing Gu Jinyu's situation, she was not angry anymore. She glanced at the Lunar Shadow Fushi guqin in Gu Jinyu's arms and mocked, "What's the use of having such a good guqin? Didn't someone else steal the limelight? You changed the song with that bit of skill. What a joke. Was Gu Jinyu's song bad? Not at all. If not for Li Wanwan's song, she would have been the one to amaze musician Xia today. Gu Jinyu was not as arrogant as Gu Jiao. She was furious and said, "At least I got first place. May I ask what Miss Zhuang's rank was?" Zhuang Mingdia's sore spot. She could not out-talk Gu Jinyu and could only twist her words. "You dare to talk back to me?" Gu Jinyu scoffed. "Speaking of which, I'm a county princess. Miss Zhuang should greet me when she sees me. However, this is a school and we're all schoolmates. I won't argue with Miss Zhuang over etiquette." Zhuang Mengdai was infuriated. "Gu Jinyu, you think you're so great just because you're a county princess? Don't think I don't know what you are. You better not mess with me. Otherwise, I will reveal your secret. Let's see who will still look up to you." Gu Jinyu's face turned green. Of course, she understood what Zhuang Mengdai was referring to. Back then at the hot spring villa, her father had said in front of An Junwang that she, Gu Jiao and Gu Yen were triplets. Unexpectedly, Zhuang Mengdai had already known the truth. How did she know? And Commandery Princeton, does he know? The last time he came to look for her, did he not know about her background or did he not mind even if he knew? Gu Jinyu's heart was suddenly in a mess. Her absent-minded appearance made Zhuang Mengdai think that she was scared by her words. Zhuang Mengdai rolled her eyes in satisfaction and turned to sit on the carriage to return home. On the other side, musician Xia had finished teaching Li Wanwan. Li Wanwan was not in a hurry to go back. Instead, she carried the new guqin to the pavilion where she usually practiced. This place was too secluded. Even the sweeping servants would not come here. Miss, are you there? She looked at the wall and asked. There was no response from behind the wall. Usually, the other party would be there at this time. She thought for a moment and continued to look at the wall. Miss, I passed the exam. Thank you for the song. After she finished speaking, she waited for a while. Only when the snow became heavier did she turn to leave with the guqin. On the other side of the wall, the second boss was moving the chair that Gu Jiao had asked him to buy into the courtyard. He wondered, who was the person talking on the other side of the wall? What song was it? Gu Jiao lowered her eyes and flipped through the account book in her hand. Who knows? The second boss did not understand. It could not be Xiao Gu's song, right? Xiao Gu was an expert at treating people, but she did not know how to compose songs. Even though she had a guqin in her room, it was just for decoration. She had not even touched it before. The snow stopped after a while, but it was still snowing. The second boss was afraid that Gu Jiao would have trouble walking later, so he asked Gu Jiao to go back quickly. Today was the last day of classes at the Imperial College. She promised to pick up little Jing Kong. When she arrived at the Imperial College, little Jing Kong was already looking around at the entrance. His small body was wearing the Imperial College's uniform, which was very eye-catching. Xiao Lulang was also eye-catching behind him. She did not know how this person grew up. He was becoming more and more beautiful day by day. Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong saw Gu Jiao and immediately threw away his bad brother-in-law. He bounced over to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao rubbed his little head and looked at Xiao Lulang. Don't you need to study tonight? There's no need. Xiao Lulang walked over casually. Gu Jiao could not feel the terrifying atmosphere of the Imperial College from him. In fact, because the spring quarter examination was approaching, the Imperial College's tribute students were going crazy. Even Lin Qingya and Feng Lin slept later and woke up earlier than usual. The teachers did not ask for self-study tonight, but Xiao Lulang was the only one who dared to not study. The family of three walked back. It was snowing heavily. Gu Jiao took out the oil paper umbrella from the basket, but little Jing Kong said that he wanted to be drenched in the snow. Fortunately, Gu Jiao brought a small cloak for him. He put on the cloak and looked like a little wizard. The little wizard jumped excitedly in the snow. Wah wah wah! Xiao Lulang took the oil paper umbrella and held it above their heads, leaning more toward Gu Jiao. The two of them walked side by side on the main road. The most comfortable way to get along in the world was to not talk and not feel awkward. Both of them enjoyed the tranquility of this moment, as well as the occasional popping sounds coming from the little clear sky. By the way, Gu Jiao thought of something and suddenly asked him, "When is your birthday?" It was written on his household register. It was also written on their marriage certificate. The reason why she still asked this question was because she thought that the birthday on the household register was not his real birthday. She was like this. She would not expose all the windows at once, but she would inadvertently tear down his defenses with a gentle tone that he could not refuse. "The 12th lunar month," he said. Oh. It was the 12th lunar month now. Gu Jiao turned to look at him, looking a little cute. "What's the date?" Xiao Lulang paused and said lightly, "New Year's Eve." Gu Jiao smiled. "Not yet." "That's great." The ancient people did not celebrate their birthdays every year. They only celebrated important ones, such as the first birthday, the 15th birthday of a woman, and the 20th birthday of a man. The coming-of-age ceremony was a man's coming-of-age ceremony. It meant that he could tie up his hair and wear a crown, and he was a real mature man. However, in Gu Jiao's previous life, the 18th birthday was also a very important birthday. That was why she wanted to celebrate it for him. Little Jing Kong, when is your birthday? She stopped little Jing Kong, who was playing in front of her. Little Jing Kong squatted down, grabbed a handful of snow and made a snowball. New Year's Eve. Gu Jiao said, what a coincidence. Little Jing Kong's eyes lit up. Jiao Jiao's birthday is also on New Year's Eve. Gu Jiao smiled. I'm not, but your brother-in-law is. Little Jing Kong's smile froze, and the snowball in his hand suddenly did not smell good. Ah! Why did he have to have the same birthday as his bad brother-in-law? He did not want this birthday anymore. In fact, little Jing Kong's birthday was not necessarily on New Year's Eve. When he was abandoned in the temple, he was only a few months old, and his birth characters were not in his swaddling clothes. According to his age, the abbot estimated that he was born around New Year's Eve, and decided to set his birthday on New Year's Eve. Little Jing Kong asked Xiao Lulang with a gloomy face, why do you have to imitate me on your birthday? Xiao Lulang's mouth twitched. I'm older than you, okay? Who's imitating who? Sigh. Little Jing Kong sighed gloomily. What's wrong? Gu Jiao touched his little head. Could it be that he was so gloomy because his birthday was the same as Xiao Lulang's? Little Jing Kong spread his hands and sighed. In the past, Master always accompanied me on my birthday. No matter where he was, he would always rush back to the temple in time to attend my birthday banquet. Xiao Lulang was confused. A little monk like you actually had a birthday banquet? What were the conditions in your temple? Little Jing Kong sighed again. The capital is too far away. I'm afraid I won't be able to see Master this year. Gu Jiao imagined a white-haired old monk hobbling to the capital with a walking stick. Well, it was indeed too cruel. He couldn't come. Gu Jiao squatted down and looked at him gently. You can celebrate your birthday with your brother-in-law this year. The two of them were in sync and looked at each other with disdain. Gu Jiao said again, although you can't see your master, you can write a letter to him. Little Jing Kong patted his little head. Right, why didn't I think of that? Little Jing Kong did as he said. That night, he wrote a long letter to his master. The first sentence expressed his deep longing for his master, and the next 99 sentences were all bragging and showing off. Thus was the completion of a serious and sincere letter to home. Xiao Lulang said that he would mail it to his master. He was still worried and insisted on sending it himself. Xiao Lulang had to skip the self-study class at the directorate the next day and took him to a distant post house to send the letter. The post house officer received the letter and was about to put it into the mailbox. Little Jing Kong asked, is it sent to Yuzhou? The post house officer said, yes. Little Jing Kong asked again, can you tell me the address? The post house officer was speechless. The post house officer read the address out loud. Baiyin Temple, Mount Damong, Qingchuan Town, Ping City. Yes, that's right. Little Jing Kong nodded solemnly. Is it urgent? The post house officer said, an ordinary letter can't be sent. It's urgent. Little Jing Kong widened his eyes and said, but it's not an ordinary letter. It was a letter to his master that was full of longing, only one sentence, life discussion, bragging about his height, and academic exchange, bragging about his many first places. The post house was especially busy at the end of the year. It was because little Jing Kong was too cute that the post house officer patiently talked to him. But now, the post house officer's patience ran out. Do you want to send it or not? He asked. If it's not urgent, I won't send it. Little Jing Kong decisively took the letter. The post house officer was speechless. Xiao Lulang face-bombed. Didn't he just tell the little guy an urgent story not long ago? Because he sent the information in time, he won the battle. Little Clear Sky had no concept of the specific speed and operation of an 800-mile express mail, but he felt that these few words sounded very awesome, so he also sent an 800-mile express mail. Xiao Lulang reached out his hand. Give me the letter, I'll send you an urgent message. Are you for real? Little Jing Kong looked doubtful. Xiao Lulang nodded. Really, I guarantee that the letter you send will be an urgent message. Little Jing Kong looked serious. You can't lie to me. Xiao Lulang said seriously, if I lie to you, I'm a dog. Little Jing Kong actually didn't quite understand the meaning of this sentence. Why did the bad brother-in-law become Little 8 when he lied to him? Little 8 was obviously so good, but he still gave the letter to the bad brother-in-law. Xiao Lulang walked back to the post house officer, asked for a writing brush, and wrote a big, urgent message on the envelope. Then, he asked for a big envelope and put Little Jing Kong's letter inside. The post house officer silently gave him a thumbs up. Awesome. After sending the letter, Xiao Lulang took Little Jing Kong home. After taking 2 steps, Little Jing Kong clamped his legs and jumped up. I want to pee. Xiao Lulang took Little Jing Kong to the toilet of the post house. After Little Jing Kong finished peeing, he came out to look for someone. However, he walked in the wrong direction and bumped into a man's leg. Back then, a certain little monk tried to blackmail Gu Jiao in this way. Little Jing Kong fell to the ground. The man slowly reached out and helped him up. It was a simple action, but it was full of elegance and nobility. Little Jing Kong looked up at the man. He was wearing a heavy purple fox fur coat. He was tall, handsome, and his face was like ice jade. Time didn't leave many traces on his face. He was handsome and tall, and his aura was as heavy as the mountains and rivers. Little Jing Kong was stunned. It took him a while to remember that he bumped into the man. He apologized seriously, I'm sorry. It's okay, he said lightly. Well, I'll go then. Little Jing Kong walked away. The man turned and walked to the carriage. The 8 guards saluted in unison. Marquis. Chapter 164. The novel will be updated faster. All the Marquis Xianping warmed his hands with the fox fur and got into the carriage. Just by looking at his indifferent and elegant demeanor, it was very difficult to associate him with a rank 1 martial marquis who was able to strategize and decide victory from 1,000 miles away. Let's go back, he ordered. The carriage started to move. The horses in Marquis Xianping's mansion were Fergana horses that could travel thousands of miles in a day. Their momentum alone was enough to scare the horses on the roadside. The cold wind blew and the canopy fluttered. Marquis Xianping sat in the carriage with his eyes closed. However, he felt something and frowned slightly. He opened his eyes and said, "Stop the carriage." The carriage stopped. Marquis Xianping lifted the curtain and looked back. Other than an inconspicuous carriage, there was nothing else. Marquis? What's wrong? A guard asked. He put down the curtain suspiciously and said, "Nothing. Let's go back." Yes. The carriage gradually went away. This time, it didn't stop. After a long time, Xiao Lulang finally let go of Little Jing Kong behind the carriage that Marquis Xianping had seen. Little Jing Kong immediately jumped 3 feet away and looked at his bad brother-in-law angrily. "Why did you keep holding me? Why didn't you let me get into the carriage and covered my mouth? Do you want to do something to me? Xiao Lulang withdrew his distant gaze and looked at little Jingkong, who was bristling with anger. Where did you learn those words? Don't use them. Little Jingkong stamped his feet and said, You were wrong first. Why do you care where I learned them? Humph. I'm going back to complain to Jiao Jiao. Xiao Lulang looked in the direction of the carriage again and then took little Jingkong to the carriage that he hired from the market. On the way back, Xiao Lulang was very silent. Although Xiao Lulang was a man of few words, little Jingkong still faintly felt that there was something wrong with his bad brother-in-law's state. Bad brother-in-law was like this the first time he saw young master. This time, it seemed to be more serious than last time. Was he hiding from someone he knew? Little Jingkong crossed his arms and fell into deep thought. About half an hour later, the carriage arrived at Clearwater Alley. Little Jingkong rushed down, Jiao 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 Jiao. I'm back. She was still a child after all. She could easily forget what was on her mind. Today, Feng Lin and Lin Qingye also came over. It was mainly because Lin Qingye wanted to come. It's almost time for the spring imperial examination. Steward, let me bribe mistress. Lin Qingye said slowly to Gu Jiao as he hugged a few large boxes of local specialties. If Xiao Lulang was his teacher, then Gu Jiao was his teacher's wife. She was even younger than him. To prevent himself from stuttering, Lin Qingye spoke very slowly. He was different from normal people. However, Gu Jiao did not show any surprise. She calmly took the things from him and said, Thank you. Come in and have a seat. Lin Qingye felt that his teacher's wife was a good person. Very good. Gu Jiao brought the snacks she made. Lin Qingye took a bite and stared at her. Delicious. Delicious. He was so excited that he stuttered. His face instantly flushed red, and he was so embarrassed that he wanted to crawl into a hole. Gu Jiao's expression did not change. She passed the plate forward and said, There are more at home. I'll pack 2 boxes for you later. Lin Qingye secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he could no longer hide the fact that he stuttered. Not everyone was hostile to him. Many of them sympathized with him. However, he did not need sympathy. He hoped that he could be treated as a normal person. Gu Jiao's attitude made Lin Qingye feel more comfortable than ever. Xiao Lulang was the same. However, Xiao Lulang was a strict teacher. Lin Qingye was very afraid of him. He felt more comfortable in front of Gu Jiao. You're not going back for the new year, right? Gu Jiao asked. Lin Qingye nodded. The spring examination is coming soon. My father, let me study in the capital. The Lin family was very generous. They bought a house near the Imperial College for him to spend the new year. It was not too far from Jadewater Lane. Feng Lin also stayed at the Imperial College. They usually stayed in the same dormitory. Seeing that the holidays were coming, Lin Qingye did not want to leave Feng Lin alone in the cold Imperial College. Thus, he invited Feng Lin to stay at his place. I'll go. That's not a good idea. I have to tell Lulang. The main reason was that Feng Lin felt that Xiao Lulang would let him stay here and not trouble Lin Qingye. Of course, he was more inclined to stay here. After all, Jiao Nyang's cooking was better. Lin Qingye said, I've told Lulang. He agrees. You go. Feng Lin, who was suddenly abandoned by his brother, was speechless. Last year's New Year's Eve was a little sloppy. First, Gu Jiao had just arrived. She was still in a daze and had not completely adapted to her new identity. Well, actually, she was poor. Second, she was poor. This year, she was not so poor. She earned a lot from Lin Qingye. What she earned in the county town was invested in her business. What she earned in the capital was invested in her medical center. However, Xiao Lulang did not only have one business with Lin Qingye. Occasionally, he wrote articles and poems for others. Surprisingly, he earned 100 taels of silver. 100 taels of silver was not a small amount. It was enough to buy a house in the county town. He took out 30 taels of silver to pay little Jing Kong's rent for this month. The remaining 70 taels were given to Gu Jiao for her household expenses. After little Jing Kong received the rent, he stayed in the study and did not leave. Xiao Lulang looked at him indifferently. What's wrong? The amount is wrong. Little Jing Kong was very conflicted. On one hand, he did not want his bad brother-in-law to lie to him. After all, it was the first time he sent an urgent letter. He was looking forward to it. On the other hand, he hoped that his bad brother-in-law lied to him. That way, his bad brother-in-law would become Little Ba. Then, he would be able to squash his bad brother-in-law. Little Jing Kong looked at his bad brother-in-law with a complicated expression. He did not say anything and quietly went out. Little Jing Kong was not very clingy with Xiao Lulang. Usually, unless it was necessary, such as learning a foreign language, he would not come to Xiao Lulang's study. Today, little Jing Kong came to peek from time to time. Xiao Lulang was puzzled. Little Jing Kong was even more puzzled. Why hadn't his bad brother-in-law turned into Little Ba? Little Jing Kong's heart was tilting. For the first time, he hoped that his bad brother-in-law lied to him. He could not wait to squash his bad brother-in-law who had turned into Little Ba. After the last day of classes, the Imperial College was also on holiday. The next day, Xiao Lulang did not have to go to school. He decided to go to the market with Gu Jiao to buy some New Year goods. In order to buy New Year goods, the couple woke up earlier than usual. When little Jing Kong opened his eyes, Xiao Lulang was no longer in bed. He first went to the study to search. Then, he went to the front and back courtyards. After that, he went to Gu Jiao, Gu Xiaoshen, Gu Yan's rooms, and even the old lady's room. In the end, he concluded that his bad brother-in-law was really gone. Coincidentally, Little Ba ran over while wagging his tail. Little Jing Kong's eyes instantly lit up. They had already bought most of the groceries for the new year. This time, they mainly bought some snacks and things to pass the time. Do you want to buy firecrackers? Xiao Lulang asked. Do we still need to buy firecrackers? Gu Jiao was puzzled. They planted bamboo in the front courtyard. She could cut it down and make firecrackers herself. However, she had never thought about firecrackers before. She still had the mindset from her previous life. She thought that firecrackers were prohibited in the capital. Gu Jiao said, buy some red paper to write couplets and cut the window flowers. Xiao Lulang nodded, okay. The red paper in the capital looked better than the red paper in the county. Gu Jiao bought more. Xiao Lulang reminded her, you don't have to paste couplets for Xuaningxiang's house this year. The red paper last year was given by Feng Lin. Gu Jiao asked Xiao Lulang to send a set of couplets and some window flowers to Xuaningxiang's house after he finished writing them. Gu Jiao suddenly missed Xuaningxiang. She paused and said, but granduncle is here. Granduncle's house has to paste couplets. Xiao Lulang thought, are you addicted to having relatives? After they finished shopping, they went back to Qingshui Alley. As soon as they entered the backyard, Xiao Lulang saw little Jing Kong riding on a small bench in the backyard. Gu Yan's puppy was in front of him. Little Jing Kong put on his tiger head shoes and vest for little Eight. He even took a comb and a headband to tie little Eight's hair. Of course, he did not tie little Eight's hair very well. So, he went next door to ask his son-in-law to tie little Eight's hair. He was only in charge of little Eight now. Zao was very proud of himself. Little Jing Kong did not like playing with dogs so much in the past. However, he was still a kid. He had a different idea every day. It was not strange for him to be so imaginative. Xiao Lulang was about to leave and he heard little Jing Kong calling out to little Eight in a flirtatious tone. Ah, Xiao Lulang's body froze. In the end, little Jing Kong still saw Xiao Lulang. However, he had already determined that little Eight was his bad brother-in-law. So, was the bad brother-in-law who appeared at the door little Eight? Little Jing Kong hesitated for a while. He suddenly raised his head and barked at Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang, it's so early in the morning. What's wrong with you? Little Jing Kong sighed. He did not know how to bark. He was not little Eight. Sigh. He was quite disappointed. Little Jing Kong was forced to accept that his bad brother-in-law was still a human for the time being. Xiao Lulang was confused. What was going on? Just because he didn't bark with him early in the morning, he was disappointed in him. He didn't even blame him for changing the dog's name. Gu Jiao went to the kitchen to make breakfast. After breakfast, Gu Jiao went to clean up the dishes. Xiao Lulang said, "I'll do it." The old lady said arrogantly, "No need. You do what you need to do. Someone else will do it." That person was the old chancellor. After being robbed of his private money and his house seized, the old chancellor started his days of being ruthlessly exploited by the old lady. There were many things to do at home. Gu Jiao did not go to the clinic these days. However, there was a small patient who had been stitched up on Vermilion Bird Avenue. Today was the day for her to remove the stitches. Gu Jiao packed up the small basket and went out. Xiao Lulang looked at her. "Are you going out?" Gu Jiao nodded. "A house call." Since she could no longer hide her medical skills, Gu Jiao decided not to hide it anymore. "Is it far?" Xiao Lulang asked. "Vermilion Bird Avenue," Gu Jiao said. "I'm going there to deliver something. Let's go together." Xiao Lulang wrote a few articles for a rich young master from the Imperial College. He promised to deliver them to the young master's house before New Year's Eve. Gu Jiao had no objection. Vermilion Bird Avenue was quite far. They hired a carriage. Xiao Lulang sent Gu Jiao to the clinic first. Then he went to deliver the articles. When he came back, he picked up Gu Jiao and went home. Gu Jiao's small patient was 6 years old. She was a lively little girl. It was said that it was because of her character that she fell down from the stairs and cut her leg. Her older sister was a student at the women's school. She heard that the medical skills of the Miracle Hands Hall were good, so she went to the Miracle Hands Hall. "The wound is recovering very well. Don't be afraid. It doesn't hurt." Gu Jiao took a pair of scissors and removed the stitches. The little girl didn't say anything. The woman asked, "Does it hurt?" The little girl shook her head and looked at Gu Jiao with admiration. "It doesn't hurt. Older sister is very good. Mother, when I grow up, I also want to be a doctor." The woman was surprised. Doctors, in Zhao country, their status was actually very low. Needless to say, female doctors had the status of a servant. They lived in Vermilion Bird Avenue, so they weren't ordinary people. How could they be willing to let their daughter become a lowly female doctor? The little girl in front of her, was it because her family was poor that she had to become a female doctor? Not every patient was like her daughter, who was injured on the leg. Some lesions occurred in unclean places. How could a person of noble status go to those places? Moreover, she heard that when the clinic was busy, the female doctor had to treat men. Wouldn't her innocence be gone? How could she get married in the future? Any family that paid attention to details wouldn't send their daughter to be a female doctor. Gu Jiao didn't look at the embarrassment on the woman's face. Instead, she pinched the little girl's face and said softly, "It's not easy to be a doctor. You have to be literate, study, diligent, and willing to endure hardships. If you make a bad dish, you just miss out on a meal. If you treat someone wrongly, you'll lose a life. The responsibility is very heavy." The little girl seemed to understand. She thought of something and lowered her head. She weakly asked, "But they say that female doctors are lowly." Gu Jiao said lightly, "Born as a human, how can there be lowly?" The woman suddenly blushed with shame. She looked down on female doctors. But at this moment, her heart was deeply shocked. She couldn't tell if it was because of the words that came out of the other's mouth, or the belief in the other's eyes. Chapter 165. When Gu Jiao walked out of the house, Xiao Lulang was not there yet. Coincidentally, diagonally across the street was a shop that sold sugar-coated haws. This was where she saw Gu Yan and Gu Chongqing last time. The sugar-coated haws they bought were beautiful, clean, and varied. Gu Jiao walked over and said, "Boss, give me 3 sticks of sugar-coated haws, 1 stick of sugar-coated tangerine, and 1 stick of sugar-coated yam eggs." Sugar-coated yam eggs were little Jing Kong's favorite. They were round, sticky, and did not require the core to be spat out. The boss smiled and said, "Okay, miss. That will be 100 copper coins." The prices in the capital were really high. In the county, a stick of sugar-coated haws only cost 3 to 4 copper coins. The roadside stalls in the capital cost 10 copper coins, but this shop doubled the price. However, there were more sugar-coated haws in the capital, and it was close to the end of the year. Gu Jiao felt relieved. She paid the money, wrapped the sugar-coated haws in paper, and put them in her basket. Gu Jiao felt that it was not a bad idea to wait for Xiao Lulang here. Just as this thought flashed through her mind, she sensed that someone was watching her. In her previous life, if she could not discover that she was being watched, she would have died 800 times. Gu Jiao turned her head. The other party did not expect Gu Jiao's intuition to be so sharp. He did not have time to hide and could only quickly disappear into the crowd. Gu Jiao thought that he had left, so she ignored him. Xiao Lulang could come over at any time, and she did not want to miss him. Unexpectedly, the other party did not give up. After a while, he pushed open a window on the 2nd floor of an inn, drew his bow, and aimed at Gu Jiao. He even used his bow. It seemed that he was really determined to die. Gu Jiao said to the owner of the Tonghulu shop, "Boss, if a good-looking young man comes to find me in a while, the best kind, ask him to wait for me here." The best looking. The boss was a little confused. "Miss, your tone is a bit big. I've been running a shop here for more than 20 years, and I've seen the royal family. What kind of person is the most beautiful? Could he be prettier than a member of the royal family?" The royal bloodline of Zhao country was pretty good. First of all, the emperor was very good-looking. The concubines he married into the palace were all great beauties. How could the princes and princesses they gave birth to not be good-looking? The boss didn't take it to heart. After all, if someone came to ask about her later, he would just tell them the truth. Gu Jiao entered the inn opposite. "Miss, would you like to eat or stay?" A waiter came up to her. Gu Jiao ignored him and walked up to the 2nd floor. The layout of this inn was a little complicated, with many twists and turns. But Gu Jiao's sense of space was very good. In an instant, she calculated that it was the third room on the left in the east corridor. Gu Jiao entered the room. That person slipped away quickly, and actually climbed up to the roof from the window. Gu Jiao leaned half of her body out of the window and looked up. She grabbed the window frame with one hand and jumped up to the roof. This time, she finally saw the person's appearance. It was a man. He was dressed in black. Gu Jiao tiptoed and picked up a tile. She lifted her leg and kicked the tile at the person. That person didn't expect that Gu Jiao could use such a move while chasing someone. He couldn't dodge in time and was knocked down to the roof by the huge impact of the tile. Gu Jiao heard a crisp sound of collision, as if something iron had hit the roof tiles. It was that person's face. That person was wearing an iron mask. Gu Jiao had already guessed who he was. The #1 bandit in the capital, Flying Frost. Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes and chased after him in a few steps. It was too late to get up and run. That person looked around and rolled down from the edge of the roof. Oh. He had some brains. He was much better than those idiots in the dojo. It had been a long time since she met an opponent who could give her a second move. Gu Jiao's lips curled up in a wicked smile. Below was the courtyard of a brothel. Gu Jiao jumped down. The music in the brothel masked the person's footsteps and breathing. It was difficult for a normal person to determine the person's exact location. But Gu Jiao was the organization's #1 agent who could accurately identify the person's footsteps from more than 100 different sounds. When she passed by a small cubicle with a curtain, she suddenly reached out and pulled a black shadow out of the cubicle. She slammed the shadow to the ground. That person groaned and felt that his brain was about to scatter. What was this girl's background? Her skills had improved a lot. But he was not someone to be trifled with. He had been careless just now, but he would not be careless now. He threw out a packet of powder and used the powder as cover to escape into the corridor. There were only a few people who had escaped from Gu Jiao's hands in her previous life. It seemed that he had not recovered his strength from his previous life. Gu Jiao chased after him and entered a dark basement. That person seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Strange. Where did he go? Also, wasn't this a brothel? Why was there such a big basement? Was it a storage room or, while she was thinking, footsteps came from the entrance? Gu Jiao hid behind a large cabinet. Someone walked in with an oil lamp. With the weak light of the lamp, Gu Jiao could see the scene clearly. This was not an ordinary basement. There were 2 rooms in total. The one outside seemed to be a place to receive guests, and the one she was standing in looked like a storage room. There were 2 young women in total. One of them was holding the lamp, while the other lifted the curtain to look into the storage room. It seemed that this was a routine inspection, but she knew that there would be no one in the storage room, so she did not go in. She put down the curtain and said to the other person, "Light the food and serve the tea." Okay. That person lit the lamp. Because the light outside was very bright, Gu Jiao's room was very dark. It was more convenient for her to hide. After the 2 of them tidied up the tea room, a woman wearing a light blue curtain and white clothes came in. The woman's face was covered, but her figure was tall and graceful. Her hands were slender and delicate. She was obviously a daughter of a wealthy family. After she entered the room, she gestured to the 2 maids. The 2 of them tactfully retreated. She was the only one left in the large tea room. Gu Jiao was hesitating whether or not she should openly walk out. Just then, a man wearing a heavy purple fur coat walked in. From Gu Jiao's point of view, the man was too tall. His eyebrows, nose, and mouth were all blocked by the door frame of the storage room. Only his delicate chin could be seen. The man sat down across from the woman. This time, Gu Jiao could not see him at all. The other side of the table was Gu Jiao's blind spot. The only person Gu Jiao could see was the woman wearing the curtain. But with the curtain covering her, everything about her was faintly discernible. "You've returned to the capital. Is the princess well?" the woman asked. Although Gu Jiao could not see her expression, she could hear the respect in her voice. If this woman's voice was in her previous life, it would be considered a heavenly sound. The man across from her spoke. His voice was neither fast nor slow, deep and reserved. "She is well. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness." "Her Highness the Princess." "Your Highness." It seemed that these two people had powerful backgrounds. And they were meeting in this kind of place. Their whereabouts could not be known to outsiders. Gu Jiao, so they were waiting for her here. They went through so much trouble to lure her here just to have her clash with these two important people so that they could use them to silence her. She just did not know where that guy was hiding. The woman spoke again. "I'm relieved to hear that the princess is well." The man said, "Your Highness called me out. Is there something you need?" The woman sighed and said, "Empress, it sounds strange. You should call me Lin Lang like before." The man said, "This subject does not dare." Gu Jiao thought. Although he said that he did not dare, his aura was clearly higher than the sky and wider than the sea. The woman did not continue to force him. Instead, she pushed a bundle on the table in front of the man. "Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that New Year's Eve is approaching. With my current status, it's not convenient for me to pay respects to him. Please help me burn these joss paper and incense sticks for him. Your Highness is too kind." The man's voice was emotionless. The woman looked at him. "Do you blame me?" The man said, "Your Highness worries too much." The woman said sadly, "I'm very sorry that I couldn't call you father as I wished in this life. However, in my heart, you are the same as my father. In fact, I respect you even more." The man said, "Your Highness is too serious." She was most afraid of the atmosphere suddenly becoming awkward. The man did not seem to like to talk, so when the woman did not speak, the room became quiet. Suddenly, the woman lowered her head and coughed a few times. The man finally took the initiative to speak. "Your Highness, are you feeling unwell?" The woman shook her head. "It's nothing. It's just a cold." The man said, "Your Highness must take care of your body." The woman nodded. "I will." Gu Jiao could still hear the man's concern for the woman. "Speaking of the body, I thought of something," the woman said thoughtfully. Ever since His Majesty and the First Prince returned from their southern tour, they never set foot in the imperial harem again. I heard that during their southern tour, they encountered an immortal Taoist priest. That Taoist priest taught His Majesty the art of immortality. He requested His Majesty to burn incense and pray every day and not approach women for 2 years. Even Imperial Mother has not seen His Majesty for a long time. The man said, "Your Highness means," the woman said, "I suspect that the Taoist priest was arranged by the First Prince. This southern tour is not simple." The man said, "I understand. I will send someone to investigate that Taoist priest. It's getting late. If there's nothing else, this subject will take his leave." The woman stood up and bowed to the man like a junior. The man returned the courtesy of a subject. After that, the man left the underground tea room. The woman sat in the tea room for a while and planned to leave. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. With a loud bang, the entire basement's roof cracked open and collapsed. Crown Princess, accompanied by the screams of the maids on the ground, the Crown Princess was buried under the ruins. And buried with her was Gu Jiao, who was in the storage room. Biku Gu mobile reading website, MZHBQG. Calm. Chapter 166. Thank you, Brother Xiao. I can finally have a good new year. I'll look for you next time. A supervisor of the Imperial College sent Xiao Lulang out of the residence. This person was Feng Lin's classmate. He was 1 year younger than Xiao Lulang and had gotten in through the back door. His literary talent was not very good. But during the holidays, there were many relatives at home, so they would always call him over. With Xiao Liulang's poems, he was not afraid that he would not be able to answer. Xiao Lulang wrote the poems according to his standards. They were not too exaggerated, nor were they too cheap. Wait a moment. Xiao Lulang did not let the other party send him off. He left the residence by himself. The sky was gloomy and seemed to be colder than before. Xiao Lulang sat in the carriage and went to the house where Gu Jiao was visiting. When the woman saw him, she said to him, "That person has already left." She said she was going to buy candied haws across the street. As she spoke, she pointed at the sugar shop diagonally across the street. This was an old sugar shop. It was opened by people from Jiangnan. The business in the capital was unexpectedly good. Xiao Lulang often came here when he was young, but at that time, their family did not sell candied haws. When Xiao Lulang arrived at the shop, he found that the boss had changed. The original boss was old and enjoyed a comfortable life in the backyard. Now, the one who came out to do business was his son. "Boss." Xiao Lulang greeted him. Just as he was about to ask if Gu Jiao had come, he heard the other party shout, "Are you looking for someone?" Xiao Lulang was slightly startled. Was it written on his face that he was looking for someone? The boss hadn't taken Gu Jiao's words to heart, but when he saw Xiao Lulang, he couldn't help but think of Gu Jiao's words, "If a good-looking young man comes to find me in a while, the best-looking kind, ask him to wait for me here." To put it in an arrogant way, this was what the scholars meant when they said, "A stranger like Jade, a young master unparalleled in the world." It was indeed too beautiful. He was so good-looking that people felt that this person should only exist in the heavens. "How do you know?" Xiao Lulang asked. The boss chuckled and told him what Gu Jiao had said. "Best looking." Was that what she said about herself? Xiao Liulang's lips curled into a smile that even he himself didn't notice. After a while, he looked at the boss and asked, "Did she say what she was going to do?" The boss shook his head. "He didn't say that." "How long have they been gone?" Xiao Lulang asked. The boss thought for a bit. "It's been a while. My candied haws are almost sold out." Xiao Liulang's brows slightly knit. The two of them had known each other for so long, but she had never made him wait. Xiao Lulang couldn't think of where she would go or what she would be doing. Why wouldn't she come back at this late hour? There was a faint trace of uneasiness in his heart. He looked at the boss. "Did you see which direction she went?" The boss pointed. "It seems to be that inn." Xiao Lulang went to the inn. As soon as he entered the lobby, he heard two diners talking. "Did you hear? Something happened at the Breeze Entertainment House." "You mean that newly opened entertainment house?" "What happened?" "It seems like the house collapsed." It used to be a wine cellar. There were too many holes dug in the ground. I knew it would collapse sooner or later. The uneasiness in Xiao Liulang's heart became more and more obvious. Was someone trapped inside? "Yes, I heard it was a woman." Xiao Lulang had never heard of the Breeze Entertainment House before, but when they mentioned the wine cellar, he understood. There used to be a wine cellar on this street. It had changed hands many times and had always been selling wine. After not seeing it for a few years, it had become an entertainment house. Xiao Lulang walked towards the Breeze entertainment house. From far away, he could see that the entertainment house was surrounded by commoners. It seemed that something had happened, and it was a major matter. Even the Yamen had come. The Yamen had sealed off the scene, so the commoners could only stand on their tiptoes to look. The entertainment house was in chaos. All the guests had been driven out, leaving only the Crown Prince Consort's two maids, the Yamen's owner, and the entertainment house's owner. The owner knew that the person buried below was the Crown Prince Consort, but the Yamen did not. After all, the Crown Prince Consort was traveling incognito today. If people knew that she had come to an inconspicuous entertainment house, it would be hard to avoid speculation. If people saw that person, the Crown Prince Consort would not be able to explain herself. Although the two of them were not enemies and did not have a shady relationship, a monarch was a monarch, and a subject was a subject. They should not have a private relationship. Maidis said, "Hurry and save her. It's too dangerous down there. We can't let our madam keep burying her head down there." The Yamen called the owner over. "What's down there?" The owner said, "It was originally a wine cellar, but I changed it into a basement. It's usually used for storage." The Yamen asked, "There's only one basement. What's over there?" The owner answered, "There's also a basement over there. It's very small and is used to store miscellaneous items." The Yamen looked at the messy scene. "Is there anyone in the small storage room?" Maidis said impatiently, "Why would there be anyone there?" She had checked it, okay. Maidby pulled on her sleeve, indicating that she had spilled the beans. She coughed lightly and said, "Stop dilly-dallying. My madam is feeling terrible down there. She can't even speak. Didn't you hear?" She was almost unable to speak, which meant that she could speak. That's right, although she was buried underground, she was not injured. She could even move a little. Gu Jiao's situation in the small storage room was much worse than hers. There were two stone slabs that formed a horn sandwiching her in the middle. The large stone slab was on top of the horn. Due to the weight of the stone slab, the two small stone slabs were pressing to the side. The horn was growing bigger. When it became flat, the large stone slab on top would completely press down on her, causing her brain to splatter all over the floor. This large stone slab had one end on Gu Jiao's side and the other end on the Crown Prince Consort's side. It was too difficult and time-consuming to lift them all up. The best method was to lift one end and rescue the Crown Prince Consort. But this way, the small storage room over there would be completely crushed. The Yamen said, "If you're sure there's no one there, you can start lifting the stone slab." "Wait." Xiao Lulang walked in with his walking stick. The Yamen's brows creased. Who let him in? The guards guarding the door were helpless. They did not pay much attention to him because he was a cripple. Who knew that he would come in by himself in the blink of an eye? Xiao Lulang said seriously, "There's someone down there." Maidis said, "You're talking nonsense. There's clearly no one." Xiao Lulang said coldly, "Listen if you don't believe me." The Yamen indicated for everyone to be quiet. He squatted down and put his ear to the ground to listen. There really was a tinkling sound. It sounded like small stones were being knocked against the wall. It was very weak. The Yamen was hesitant. Since there was someone down there, this method was exchanging a life for a life. It was too cruel. Maidis said, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and save her." It was getting late. If they delayed any longer, not only would the Crown Prince Consort be injured, the palace would also become suspicious. The Yamen said with a sigh, "Miss, it's not that we don't want to save her, but there are two people down there. If we rashly try to save her, we might crush one of them to death. The two maids exchanged glances. That small storage room was so secretive that there shouldn't be anyone there. If there was, then it had to be a spy waiting there to deal with the crown prince consort. It would be best to crush this kind of person to death. It would save them from ruining the crown prince consort's reputation. Medes said, "Who said that there's definitely someone down there? Maybe it's some random cat or dog. If you don't believe me, you can ask the hall master if anyone has been to that small storage room." The hall master naturally said no. The yaman was troubled. Judging from the rhythmic knocking sound, it was unlikely that it was a random cat or dog. It was most likely a person, and a person in a rather dangerous situation. "Then do you have a better idea?" Mayday asked. The yaman was even more troubled. Of course, he didn't. Mayday pinched her fingers and quietly discussed with her companion. In the end, she decided to reveal her identity as someone from the Eastern Palace. She took out her token. When the yaman saw the Eastern Palace token, he was so frightened that he fell to his knees. Medes said, "I'll tell you the truth. The person down there is someone from the Eastern Palace. If you dare to let anything happen to her in your hands, I promise you that the Crown Prince will have all of you buried with her." From her tone, the other party's status in the Eastern Palace was not low. She could be a favored concubine, or a lover, or even, the yaman didn't dare to think any further. One was the young mistress of the Eastern Palace, the other was a commoner. It went without saying who should be saved. The yaman ordered people to prepare a rope to hang the Crown Prince consort from the stone slab. Xiao Liulang's eyes turned cold. "What do you want to do? Do you not care about the other person's life or death?" In reality, he wasn't sure if the person down there was Gu Jiao. What if it was? He didn't dare to gamble on that, what if? The yaman said sincerely, "Little brother, I know you have a good heart, but the person down there is someone from the imperial family. We can't afford to pay for the lives of people from the imperial family." Xiao Lulang had heard similar words more than once, but it was only at this moment that he truly understood the importance of status. Sometimes, even if you don't fight for it, you won't be able to live peacefully. Because he was not standing tall enough, no one heard what little Jing Kong said. Because he did not stand high enough, Gu Jiao's life was not as important as the people of the Eastern Palace. Xiao Lulang clenched his fists bit by bit. His eyes turned red, and his heart turned cold. The other side had already tied the rope and was ready to lift the stone slab. Xiao Lulang suddenly threw away his walking stick, jumped, and slid down through the gap between the stone slabs. The officer was shocked. "What are you doing? You're crazy. It was very dangerous down there. Get up here. Stop, stop, stop. Stop." The yaman runners who were carrying the stone slabs stopped. Mayday was furious. "What are you stopping for? Who told you to stop? He was courting death. Why do you care about him? Didn't he know it was dangerous?" They were in cahoots. They wanted to murder the Crown Prince's people. Are you all in cahoots with them? With such a big accusation, who would care about the life and death of two ordinary people? However, Xiao Lulang turned his head to glance at the officers through the gap and said coldly. Everyone froze. On the busy street, a seemingly inconspicuous carriage was moving at a leisurely pace. Marquis Xian Ping and Steward Liu were sitting in the carriage. Steward Liu had just met the Marquis and got into his carriage. Marquis Xian Ping said lightly, "How's it going?" Steward Liu smiled guiltily. When he left the capital, he had boasted that he would bring the illegitimate child back for the new year. Now, it was New Year's Eve, but the illegitimate child did not even want to admit his identity. Marquis Xianping said carelessly, just tell me if you failed. Steward Lu said embarrassedly, I know who he is, but the young master may be brooding about what happened in the past, so he doesn't want to come back. Yes. Marquis Xianping said lightly, and no one could tell whether he was happy or angry. If he doesn't want to come back, then forget it. Marquis Xianping did not like to force people to do things. Steward Lu broke out in cold sweat. Good, good, he was not punished. Marquis Xianping usually did not punish servants. People who first came to the residence would think that this marquis was different from the rumors. He was very lenient and did not get angry with servants. That was because the people who made the marquis angry were all dead. The people who survived had not angered the marquis. The marquis was actually a bit temperamental. He could be talking and laughing with people 1 second, and the next second, he would chop them up with a knife. Of course, the marquis was very lenient in most things. After all, if he did not have that tolerance, he would not be in his current position. Marquis. A personal guard came over on horseback. Marquis Xianping looked up. Steward Lu understood and had the carriage stop. Marquis Xianping opened the curtain. What is it? Something happened to the crown princess. Not long after you left, the basement of the brothel collapsed. The crown princess was buried below. In addition, there was another person buried in the storage room. There was someone in the storage room. This was a very important piece of information. It meant that the meeting between Marquis Xianping and the crown princess was likely to have been discovered by the other party. Marquis Xianping's expression did not change. Steward Lu, on the other hand, became worried. The personal guard continued. The two people were pressed down by the same large stone slab. The officials could not lift them and could only choose to lift the stone slab. To save one, they would have to crush the other. The crown princess's maid revealed her identity as the Eastern Palace. The officials decided to save the crown princess. At this time, a scholar jumped down and said to the officials. At this point, the personal guard glanced at Marquis Xianping and hesitated. Marquis Xianping said indifferently, What? This matter is related to this marquis. The personal guard said embarrassedly, That scholar said that the other person buried underground was you, Marquis. Chapter 167. The officials don't dare to move now. They sent someone to our residence to verify with you. Steward Lu was dumbfounded. Did this scammer run into Marquis Xianping? Which student was so daring? He actually cursed Marquis Xianping to be buried under the ground. Wasn't he afraid that Marquis Xianping would kill his entire family? The last person who dared to use Marquis Xianping's name to swindle people was already 2 meters tall in his grave. Marquis Xianping sneered. Interesting, interesting. Changjing. A guard in black rode over. Marquis. Marquis Xianping said, Go save people. Steward Lu was puzzled. Marquis, who are you saving? Marquis Xianping couldn't help but laugh. Isn't this marquis buried under the ruins? Why aren't you saving me? Changjing solemnly replied, Yes. Marquis Xianping said, Take a look at who that kid is. Changjing led 3 guards in the direction of the brothel. Steward Lu didn't quite understand his marquis's actions. You're worried that the crown princess won't be able to hold on for long, so you're hurriedly sending them to save people, right? Changjing was the marquis's guard with the highest martial arts skills. Marquis Xianping naturally didn't want him to save just one person. Marquis Xianping wanted Changjing to save everyone, including that scholar who used his name to swindle people. Steward Lu said, Marquis, that person is too daring. He actually said that the person under the stone slab was you. Io, is he cursing you to never be able to turn over? Marquis Xianping sneered. Am I someone who can't turn over after being cursed? Those old men in the imperial court, 11 out of 10 of them want me to die. Steward Liu said, "Aw, it's not that exaggerated. Just 7 or 8 or 9 people." The main reason was that Marquis Xianping was too arrogant in the imperial court. He relied on His Majesty's high regard and never restrained his edge. He even openly offered bribes. When the memorial was submitted to His Majesty only reprimanded him. After all, Marquis Xianping was a meritorious minister of Zhao country. He was the one who won the battle with Qin country a few years ago. He was the one who turned the situation of Zhao country into a hostage and turned Qin country into a prisoner. There was still a hostage of the Qin state living in the palace. Now, they were paying back twice as much to the hostage as the Qin kingdom had treated Prince In, but on one hand, they wish for this marquis to die, but on the other hand, they can only pretend to be obedient in front of this marquis. Marquis Xianping looked at the endless stream of people. These days, there aren't many people who dare to openly offend this marquis. This marquis is as lonely as the snow, Steward Liu, but if news of your meeting with the crown prince consort spreads. This was what Steward Liu was most worried about. Marquis Xianping said arrogantly, "Being cautious is my choice, not a necessity." Chang Jing arrived at the brothel with her guards. The bailiffs guarding the place didn't recognize them, but they couldn't stop them at all. Before anyone realized what was going on, Chang Jing's group of 4 each took out a shimmering iron chain and wrapped it around the 2 ends of the large stone slab. At the same time, the 4 people jumped into the air and used their strength to lift the stone slab that weighed over 1,000 kilograms. The bailiff's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Oh my God, where did these experts come from? Chang Jing's group of 4 placed the stone slab in a safe space and then started to clean up the collapsed area. It was very easy for a second collapse to occur here, so Chang Jing's group was very careful. On the other side, Xiao Lulang also passed through layers of obstacles and climbed to Gu Jiao's side. Gu Jiao's situation wasn't good. The stone slab above her head was too heavy. It pressed down on the 2 stone slabs that formed the horns, making it hard for her to breathe. Xiao Lulang heard that familiar breathing sound and his heart tightened. "Jiao Jiao, is that you?" "Jiao Jiao." It was very nice to hear. Gu Jiao couldn't say anything. Xiao Lulang didn't dare to move the stone slab carelessly. He touched her sleeve in the darkness and grabbed her hand. "Don't be afraid." I'm not afraid." Gu Jiao held his hand back. She was lying under the stone slab. He was kneeling outside the stone slab, holding her hand the entire time. In the darkness, someone was holding her hand. This feeling wasn't bad at all. After an unknown amount of time, the large stone slab above her head was finally moved away and a dazzling light shined down. Xiao Lulang found the right angle. He held the small stone slab on the left with one hand and moved the stone slab on the right with the other. Gu Jiao was finally able to breathe smoothly. She began to gasp for air. Seeing her gasping for air, Xiao Liulang's heart, which was in his throat, finally settled down. Chang Jing and the others quickly removed the obstacles. Xiao Lulang helped Gu Jiao up and planned to take her away. However, she suddenly turned her head and looked at the collapsed wall behind her. She gasped and said, "Wait, there's another person." Because of Chang Jing and the others' intervention, the injured were quickly rescued. There were 2 girls and 2 men. One of the men was the scholar who shouted that Marquis Xianping was crushed. The other man who was rescued had already been dirted by the ruins. Therefore, the officers and the bailiffs weren't sure whether he was Marquis Xianping or not. In short, it was quite confusing. The officers wanted to record their statements, but in the end, all the parties involved had left. The terrifying masters were also gone. The officers were speechless. What kind of day was this? When Fei Shuang woke up, he was lying on a clean and soft bed. The light in the room was very dim, but there was a faint medicinal fragrance. After feeling dizzy for a while, he was sure that he wasn't dreaming. A trace of vigilance flashed through his eyes. He quickly searched for the hidden weapons on his body, but he found that none of them were left. His body was empty, and even his clothes had been cut apart by someone. He moved his body, and a tearing pain came from the left side of his abdomen. He gasped. He looked down and saw that his abdomen was wrapped in a circle of gauze. Medicine was applied to the wound. The medicinal fragrance came from there. He touched his face again. The mask was still there. Creak, the door was pushed open. He frowned warily, his whole body on the alert. The second boss walked in and looked at the bed. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh, you're awake. You woke up quickly. That's good. Drink the medicine. Xiao Sanzi, go get the medicine." The servant, who was originally called Xiao Liuzi but was forcibly changed by Gu Jiao to Xiao Sanzi, went to get the medicine. The medicine was already boiled and kept warm on the stove. "Here you go, second boss." Xiao Sanzi walked into the room with a bowl of steaming medicine. The second boss pointed at the cabinet at the head of the bed. "Just put it there. You can go out." "Okay." Xiao Sanzi put down the bowl of medicine and went out. He closed the door on his way out. The second boss sat down on the stool opposite the bed. He put one hand on the table and looked at him leisurely. "Why? Do you want me to feed you?" Fei Shuang looked at the medicine on the short cabinet and did not immediately take it. The second boss sighed. "Don't worry. There's no poison. I won't ruin my own reputation." Fei Shuang looked at him cautiously. "Who are you? Where is this?" The second boss said, "This is the Miracle Hole. I'm the second boss of the Miracle Hole. Next door is the girls' school." The Miracle Hall was newly opened and was not well known. The second boss would ride on the girls' school's popularity from time to time. When the girls' school was mentioned, Fei Shuang understood. He thought for a moment and said, "Why am I here?" If he remembered correctly, he was crushed under the ruins of the brothel. He also heard the officials and maids say that to save the crown princess, they sacrificed the people in the storage room. After that, he fainted. He thought that he was going to die. The second boss said proudly, "Of course, it was my Xiao Gu who saved you." Because of their deep cooperation, calling her Miss Gu was too distant, but calling her little sister Gu was too cheap. Therefore, the second boss had an idea and called her Xiao Gu. Fei Shuang frowned. "Xiao Gu? Gu what?" "Gu Jiao." Yes, he heard from the people in the residence that the girl was working as a medicine boy in the clinic next door to the girls' school. Wasn't she also crushed under the big stone slab? How did she save him? Also, why would she save him? Why did she save me? Fei Shuang asked. "I want to know too." The second boss weighed the bag on the table. The bag was filled with Fei Shuang's hidden weapons. "There are so many hidden weapons on you. I can tell that they're not anything good." Fei Shuang did not deny it. He was indeed not a good person. If he was, he would not be the #1 thief in the capital. So why did she save him? Regardless of whether she knew his identity or not, he had schemed against her today. He was the one who lured her to the basement of Qingfeng Pleasure House and let her discover the secret of the Crown Princess. However, he did not expect that the pleasure house would collapse. He was hiding in the dark wall of the storage room and was also crushed under the ruins. He did not expect that she actually guessed that he did not leave the storage room and even saved him in the end. Did she not know that he had schemed against her? No, if she could guess that he did not leave the storage room, how stupid could she be? Fei Shuang hesitated. My injury was also caused by her, the second boss laughed. Forget it. You're not qualified for my Xiao Gu to treat your injury. It was Dr. Song who treated you. He was also the one who stitched up the wound. It was the first time Dr. Song stitched up someone. Gu Jiao strongly encouraged him. Since the person was unconscious, he could do whatever he wanted. In the end, Dr. Song made a mistake the first time. He quickly took it apart and stitched it up again. The stitching was quite ugly. Cough, the second boss did not reveal this to the patient. The second boss waved his hand and walked over to pick up the medicine. All right, don't think about it. I've already asked Xiao Gu for you. Fei Shuang took the medicine in a daze. Ask, about what? The second boss said, ask her why she saved you. Does she know you or does she like you? Fei Shuang choked. What nonsense are you talking about? The second boss reminded him. You know that I'm talking nonsense. I'm warning you, don't have any improper thoughts about her just because my Xiao Gu saved you. She's not someone you can climb up to. Fei Shuang sneered. Climb up to that girl. He would never do that in his life. Fei Shuang looked at the second boss coldly. Why did she save me? The second boss recalled. I asked her why she saved you. She looked at you and said 2 words. Fei Shuang asked, what? The second boss said, you can take a beating. Fei Shuang was speechless. The sky gradually darkened, and the lanterns in the mansion were gradually lit. Gu Qinglin sat in the corridor and looked at the door. The servant beside him advised, Third young master, it's windy outside. You should go in first. Gu Qinglin said stubbornly, no, I want to wait for second brother. The servant sighed. I'll wait. Please go in and have a seat. I'll call you when second young master returns. Gu Qinglin was unwilling. He was the little tyrant of the mansion. Other than the old duke and crown prince Gu Chongqing, no one could really control him. The servant had no choice but to get a cloak for his young master. Quickly go to the door and see if second brother is back or not. Gu Qinglin urged. Yes, 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 yes. I'll go now. The servant shook his head. He had lost count of how many times he had run to the door. What could he do? He was in despair too. Fortunately, he did not let the servant fail this time. He had just walked out of the courtyard when he saw second young master Gu Qingfeng. He bowed excitedly and said, Second young master, you're finally back. Third young master has been waiting for you the whole afternoon. Understood. Gu Qingfeng answered in a low voice and stepped into the courtyard. The servant scratched his head. Second young master was not very happy today. Why did he have a cold face? Second brother. Gu Qinglin finally saw Gu Qingfeng and happily stood up from his wheelchair. Although there were 3 brothers in the mansion, Gu Qinglin and second brother Gu Qingfeng got along the best. First, they were about the same age. Second, they had always lived together. Third, it was because Gu Chongqing was too strict and Gu Qinglin was somewhat afraid of him. Why are you sitting here in the cold wind? Gu Qingfeng's brows furrowed. Isn't that because I'm waiting for you? Gu Qinglin pursed his lips. Speaking of which, where have you been all day? You disappeared the moment the holidays started. Did you sneak out of the mansion to play? You didn't even bring me along. I had something to do. Gu Qingfeng said casually. What is it? Gu Qinglin asked seriously. Gu Qingfeng opened his mouth, thinking about how to smooth things over when he heard Gu Qinglin shout, "Second brother. Why is your head so dirty?" "Ah. And your clothes. Your collar is full of dirt. Where did you go? Did you fight with someone?" Gu Qingfeng's outer clothes were not dirty. After all, he had changed them. However, his inner clothes were at home and he did not have time to change. Who would have thought that this younger brother of his was not good at anything and had sharp eyes? No. Gu Qingfeng denied and pushed open the door to enter the room. Gu Qinglin wanted to follow him in, but Gu Qingfeng blocked the door. I'll change my clothes. Go ahead. Gu Qinglin said. Gu Qingfeng frowned. Wait for me outside. Gu Qinglin looked at him strangely. What? He was not allowed to enter the room just to change his clothes. Gu Qingfeng had always been patient with this younger brother. However, today his mind was in a mess and he was injured. He really did not have the strength to argue with him. He closed the door and bolted it. Gu Qinglin was stunned. What are you doing? Bolting the door. After Gu Qingfeng entered the room, he could no longer support himself. He supported himself on the table with one hand and covered his chest with the other. The effects of the anesthetic had worn off. Intense pain came from his abdomen. What kind of quack stitched him up? Why was it so painful? Hiss, he sucked in a cold breath. Second brother, are you done yet? Grandmother is still waiting for us to eat. Gu Qinglin urged outside the door. Gu Qingfeng endured the pain and took off his blood-stained inner clothes. His tone was normal as he said, Soon, don't rush me. Gu Qinglin suddenly shouted, Eh? Big brother. Gu Qingfeng's hand trembled. Chapter 168. Gu Changqing came to the door, looked at the closed door, and then looked at Gu Qinglin. What's wrong? Gu Qinglin said, Oh, I'm waiting for second brother to go to grandmother's place for dinner. Second brother is changing his clothes. Gu Changqing said calmly, I'm going to the Ling family tomorrow morning. You guys should get ready. Got it. Gu Qinglin replied. Gu Changqing looked at the closed door again. Qingfeng, are you okay? Gu Qingfeng gritted his teeth and put on his clothes. I'm fine. Big brother, are you going to grandmother's place for dinner tonight? Gu Changqing said, I'm going to the military camp. I won't be coming back tonight. Are you coming back on New Year's Eve? Gu Qingfeng asked. The day after tomorrow was New Year's Eve. Gu Changqing paused and said, I should be back. Gu Qingfeng waited quietly in the room. After making sure that Gu Changqing's footsteps were far away, he threw the blood-stained clothes into the charcoal basin and burned them. Clearwater Alley. Gu Jiao also came home. There were many scratches and bruises on her body. She couldn't hide it at all, so she had to tell the truth about what happened to her. The brothel collapsed and I was crushed under it. She didn't say that she was in the underground storage room. Even if she was on the ground, there was a possibility that she fell from the crack and got crushed. Jiao Jiao, why did you go to the brothel? Little Jing Kong asked with wide eyes. His big eyes were full of worry and sadness. Gu Jiao patted his little bald head. I was just looking around. It's a pity that the sugar-coated haws I bought for you guys are gone. The basket was crushed. Little Jing Kong plunged into Gu Jiao's arms and said sadly, I don't want sugar-coated haws. I just want Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao leaned against the head of the bed and looked at the little guy who was scared in her arms. Is this the feeling of being needed? I'm fine. She looked at everyone's worried eyes and smiled. I'm really fine. This injury was nothing to her. But in the eyes of her family, she was seriously injured and was not even allowed to get out of bed. The old lady asked Gu Jiao to stay in bed and rest. She didn't want her to worry about any of the household chores. It's just cooking. The whole family sat in the main room, looking at each other. Xiao Lulang cleared his throat and said, I'll cook. The entire family, you're not allowed to go. Didn't she know how bad her cooking was? The old madam had never done any household chores. Gu Yan and little Jing Kong did not know how to cook either. The only one left was Gu Xiaoshen, but his cooking skills were only slightly better than Xiao Lulang's. At this moment, the old lady missed Xuaningxiang dearly. Xiangxiang's cooking was delicious. Little Jing Kong, +1. Gu Xiaoshen, +1. Gu Yan, +1. Xiao Lulang. Finally, the old lady sighed and went next door. The old chancellor was writing couplets in the room when the door was kicked open. The old chancellor trembled in fear. I don't have any money left. The old lady put the kitchen knife on his table. Cook. The old chancellor. A quarter of an hour later, the old chancellor appeared in the kitchen next door with a black face. The chancellor of a country had actually fallen to the point of being a cook for his old enemy. Forget it, he just couldn't bear to see his beloved disciple and little benefactor go without food. He didn't compromise with the demon empress. But why were the vegetables so green today? Garlic sprouts, celery, cabbage, mung bean sprouts. The old chancellor chopped on the chopping board with the kitchen knife while saying silently in his heart, Don't worry, the former emperor, I will never let your head be green. Granduncle. Little Jing Kong shouted in the courtyard. The old chancellor put down the kitchen knife. Coming. The former emperor who almost couldn't hold back his coffin. The old chancellor made 6 dishes and 1 soup, which was more luxurious than Gu Jiao's cooking. Little Jing Kong couldn't eat meat, so he made Little Jing Kong besieging way to save Zhao, tofu bun with vegetarian meat, taking Chen Sang with wisdom, sesame mung bean soup, brocade plan, fried tofu bun, and tripod stand, mixed vegetables. Little Jing Kong ate heartily. Even the most annoying carrot wasn't left. He didn't eat vegetables, but knowledge. Only he had knowledge. Little Jing Kong shook his head proudly. The old chancellor not only named the dishes well, but the taste was also really good. The old lady pondered. I might have taken a fancy to your cooking back then. The old chancellor panicked. No, we didn't. The old chancellor also made a tonic soup for Gu Jiao. Xiao Lulang sent the tonic soup and food to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao sat on the bed and looked at him with bright eyes. Xiao Lulang was dazed by her undisguised gaze. He lowered his eyes and put the food on the table, then moved the small desk he usually used to do his homework on the bed. He put the table in front of her and set the bowls, chopsticks, and soup. Because she needed to recover, her diet was very bland. Xiao Lulang looked at the colorless dishes on the table, paused, and said, If you really can't get used to it, I'll bring you some pickled vegetables. Gu Jiao didn't say anything, just opened her eyes wide and looked at him. What's wrong? Xiao Lulang asked. Gu Jiao said, Aren't you afraid? What's there to be afraid of? Xiao Lulang didn't understand. Gu Jiao stared at him. Aren't you afraid of being pressed down and never being able to get out? The situation at that time was really dangerous. It wasn't the kind of danger where she would be sacrificed, but the place could really collapse at any time. However, he jumped down without hesitation and crawled towards her in the darkness and danger. Xiao Lulang didn't think so much at that time. After he rescued her, he didn't think too much. It was as if this was something he should do, and he didn't realize there was anything special about it. But when she asked, it made him speechless. Gu Jiao curved her lips. You looked so handsome when you jumped down. She used to think that he was good-looking, his face, his figure, everything was good-looking. But the moment he jumped down, he was a really brave man. Her little husband had grown up. Xiao Liulang's ears turned red from the praise. He handed the spoon and soup bowl to her. Eat it while it's hot. It'll get cold soon. Gu Jiao took the spoon and drank small mouthfuls. Suddenly thinking of something, Xiao Lulang said to Gu Jiao, the scene was too chaotic. Your basket was crushed and some things weren't found. Gu Jiao didn't care. It's okay. If you lose the candied haws, you can buy them again. It's not candied haws, it's... Xiao Lulang was halfway through his words when he saw the small medicine box beside her. He made a sound and frowned in confusion. Perhaps he had remembered wrongly. Marquis. Chang Jing returned to the manor. Why did it take so long? Was it difficult to save people? Marquis Xian Ping was having Steward Lu play chess with him. Steward Lu played the game and he played 2 people by himself. Chang Jing said, it's not difficult to save people, but it's difficult to find out their identities. Those people left as soon as they were rescued. The Yamen couldn't record their statements even if they wanted to. However, the Yamen was the Yamen and Chang Jing was Chang Jing. A commoner who was watching the show happened to see Xiao Lulang. He was the one who sold tea eggs across from the Imperial College. They're students from the Imperial College. Chang Jing said. Their names? Marquis Xian Ping asked. I didn't find out. Chang Jing shook her head. The one who sold tea eggs had only seen Xiao Lulang and hadn't spoken to Xiao Lulang. Steward Lu, however, furrowed his brows thoughtfully. Students from the Imperial College. Could it be the young master of his family? No, it's impossible. This is too deceptive. It must be someone else. For the next 2 days, Gu Jiao was recuperating at home. New Year's Eve was coming. Not only were the Academy and the Imperial College on holiday, but the shops on the street were also closing. The day before New Year's Eve, all the Yamens and political departments were also on holiday. Marquis Gu happily went to his superior's library and waited to receive his results for this year's political performance evaluation. After sending so many gifts, it should be an outstanding one, right? Marquis Gu walked with the wind. Minister Zhao coldly threw the document in front of him. He picked it up and opened it. He suspected that he had read it wrong and read it carefully again. He wondered, Lord Zhao, did you make a mistake? Did you mistake someone else's evaluation results as mine? He had sent out such valuable gifts and received a bad evaluation. If this was brought to the emperor, he would be scolded again. Minister Zhao's eyes were cold. If it wasn't for the old marquis, he would have executed this guy on the spot. He actually dared to instigate his daughter to beat up his son. How rebellious. Marquis Gu was confused. How did I offend Lord Zhao? Minister Zhao, oh, you didn't offend him. It's just that your daughter almost beat up my son to the point where he can meet his ancestors. Marquis Gu didn't know that he had been tricked by Gu Jiao again and thought that the gifts he sent weren't valuable enough. Lord Zhao, if there's anything, we can slowly discuss it. Discuss my ass. Minister Zhao directly swore and threw Marquis Gu out. Marquis Gu received the first bad evaluation in his official career and felt stifled and wronged. On the other side, Marquis Xian Ping also suffered his first blow after returning to the capital. Everyone knew that transporting salt was a lucrative job and mining was the same. Marquis Xianping's subordinates had taken down a mine with great difficulty. In the end, when they were about to start mining, there was a report that accused one of Marquis Xianping's retainers of improper conduct. He had abused the local people and bullied innocent women. The evidence was irrefutable and the emperor immediately dismissed that dog official. That official was recommended by Marquis Xianping. The current dynasty implemented the system of punishment. If the recommended official did something wrong, the recommender would also be punished. How could he be punished? He couldn't scold him like before. Thus, the emperor took back the mining rights of the mine and gave it to someone else. Marquis Xianping gritted his teeth. It really hurt. After the court, Marquis Xianping called out to the old man in front of him and said with a playful smile, "Imperial Tutor Zhuang, did you do it?" Imperial Tutor Zhuang turned around and coldly glanced at him, mocking, "If you don't want people to know, don't do it in the first place. Besides, am I the only one in the world who doesn't like Marquis Xiao? Marquis Xiao has offended too many people. It's better to go back and reflect on it." Marquis Xianping's hands were warm. "Why don't you dare to admit it? I can't stand scholarly people like you the most. You have the guts to do it but don't admit it." Marquis Xianping. Imperial Tutor Zhuang's hair stood on end from the indescribable obscenities. "This is the Imperial Palace, the throne room. Please be careful with your words." Marquis Xianping looked at him indifferently and walked away with a cold smile. Marquis Xianping got on the carriage. "What's the situation?" "This marquis has just returned. He's rushing to make things difficult for this marquis." The guard said, "It seems, it's because of the matter with Zheng Sai not long ago." Zheng Sai had originally been about to become the chancellor of the Imperial College. However, there was suddenly news of his misconduct and disrespect for his teachers. Furthermore, there was a bribery account book from a few years ago that circulated wildly in the Imperial College. In the end, it fell into the emperor's hands. His Majesty temporarily put aside the matter of appointing him as the Chancellor of the Imperial College. Marquis Xianping narrowed his eyes. "So he thinks that this marquis did it." The guard was silent. "Does this marquis need to deal with a small sigh?" Marquis Xianping took his hands out of the warm and picked up a snack from the table. "Chang Jing, this marquis has been tricked." Outside the carriage, Chang Jing cupped his fists. "This subordinate will go and kill him." Marquis Xianping threw the snack back onto the plate. "Boring." Chang Jing felt wronged. Marquis Xianping softened his tone and coaxed him like a child. "You should at least investigate who that person is first. Who is tricking this marquis behind my back?" "Oh." Chang Jing went to investigate. The result was that the biggest suspect was a student of the Imperial College. Marquis Xianping was puzzled. Why is it the Imperial College again? Is this marquis at odds with the Imperial College? Actually. Steward Luke cleared his throat. "There is something I haven't told you." "What is it?" Marquis Xianping asked. Steward Luke said, "The young master who doesn't want to acknowledge you is also a student of the Imperial College." Marquis Xianping. On New Year's Eve, Gu Jiao woke up early. The medicine in the small medicine box was very effective. In just 2 days, all the abrasions and bruises on her body had disappeared. She was already able to move her muscles and bones. This was their first New Year's Eve in the capital. It was also the birthday of Xiao Lulang and little Jing Kong. She took it very seriously. She first went to the front yard to choose 2 thick and strong bamboos and cut them down to make firecrackers. There was no gunpowder in this dynasty. The so-called firecrackers were actually just bamboo thrown into a fire and burned. The bamboo would make crackling sounds, which was very festive. After making the firecrackers, she prepared to make breakfast. There were dumplings made by the old chancellor last night in the cupboard. There were mutton dumplings, cabbage and pork dumplings, as well as chives and corn dumplings. She cooked some of them. Little Jing Kong also had dumplings made with plum vegetables and meat. The whole family woke up one after another. Little Jing Kong was the first to come to the kitchen to look for Gu Jiao. Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong hugged her legs and rubbed his head against her soft belly. Gu Jiao was amused by his rubbing. She endured the itch and said, "Go and call the young master over to eat dumplings." Okay. Little Jing Kong was a filial child. He quickly went next door to call the old chancellor over. Not long after, Feng Lin and Lin Qingye also arrived. Gu Jiao had already informed them that they would come to Bishui Alley to celebrate the new year. Feng Lin and Lin Qingye also came. This was their first new year in the capital, so they were not used to it. Fortunately, Gu Jiao called them over. As soon as the two entered the house, they felt as if they had returned to their own home. They felt comfortable all over. Xiao Lulang heard their voices. When he was about to come out and greet them, he saw Feng Lin scurrying past him. Jiaonyang. I'm coming, Lin Qingye. Me too, coming. Xiao Lulang, who was ignored by the two, was speechless. Chapter 169. Novels with content that can't be found online will be available here. When Lin Qingye and Feng Lin arrived at home, they found out that there was a son-in-law in the house. Feng Lin was puzzled. Wasn't the old lady a leper who fainted in front of Jiaonyang and Liulang's house? How come there was a son-in-law? He didn't suspect that this great-uncle was fake and thought that the two of them were separated. How did he find the capital? Feng Lin asked. The place where the old lady fainted was in the county town, which was thousands of miles away from the capital. Gu Jiao scooped out the fried meatballs from the pot. Maybe he went to the village to inquire about it. Feng Lin nodded. That's true. No matter what, it's good to be able to reunite. Last year, there were Xuaningxiang and Go Hua in the countryside for the new year. This year, there were Lin Qingye, Gu Yan, and the old chancellor. There was only one more person, but it felt more lively. It was mainly because Feng Lin and Gu Jiao were familiar with each other and became the second loudspeaker spirit in the house after little Jing Kong. Xiao Lulang was annoyed by him and regretted that he eased the relationship between him and Gu Jiao. Because today was Xiao Lulang and little Jing Kong's birthday, the family prepared gifts for them. Gu Yan gave a small clay figurine that he made himself. Since his wooden figurine was mistaken by Gu Chongqing for a monkey, his confidence was greatly damaged and he never learned to carve things from Gu Shaoshun again. Gu Shaoshun still gave a wooden figurine. He carved a Buddhist scripture for little Jing Kong and a poetry book for Xiao Lulang. His skills had improved since Gu Jiao's birthday 2 months ago. Gu Jiao deeply felt that her brother's talent couldn't be delayed any longer. After the new year, she would find a reliable carpenter master for him to tutor him after class. The old lady also gave him a purse, and her purse was better than the last time. Great aunt, you're amazing. Gu Shaoshun praised. The old lady raised her chin proudly. Then, she heard little Jing Kong say, Granduncle embroidered it. I saw everything. Great aunt only cut the end of the thread. Old lady, little monk, can't you just shut up? Old chancellor, exactly. Do you think I don't care about my reputation? For the first time in his life, the old enemy that he had been fighting with for half his life finally let out a sigh of relief. The old chancellor gave Xiao Lulang a set of 4 treasures of the study. Gu Jiao didn't understand this, but from the look of surprise in Xiao Liulang's eyes, this set of things obviously had a great history. Even though the old chancellor was an honest official and didn't leave behind much money, he was favored by his majesty and had a lot of royal gifts in his hands. Any one of them would be of extraordinary value. Great-uncle. Granduncle. Little Jing Kong looked at him cutely. The old chancellor's heart almost melted because of his adorableness. Naturally, the old chancellor also prepared a gift for little Jing Kong. He knew that little Jing Kong was learning foreign languages, so he translated a few folk stories into 6 languages, one of which was Sanskrit. The old chancellor was the most knowledgeable person in the whole of Zhao country. This was a fact that even Empress Dowager Zhuang couldn't deny. Moreover, in order to make the reading more interesting, he also drew illustrations. Little Jing Kong fell in love with it at first sight. Feng Lin and Lin Qingye also gave their gifts. When it was Gu Jiao's turn, Gu Jiao gave each of them a box. Little Jing Kong opened it on the spot. It was a set of checkers that Gu Jiao asked someone to custom make for her. There was no glass in ancient times, so she replaced it with iron balls of different colors. She liked to play checkers when she was young, but she didn't know if little Jing Kong liked it. In addition to the checkers, she also folded a few paper cranes by herself, mainly for decoration. Little Jing Kong liked all of them. Other people's gifts were directly placed on the table. Gu Jiao's gift was even packed in a box, so Xiao Lulang didn't open it on the spot. Little Jing Kong didn't open the Shiyi for Gu Yan's birthday, which made him think about it for a long time. However, there were too many gifts today. Little Jing Kong's attention was completely attracted by the gifts, so he didn't have time to think about his brother-in-law's gift. Not only that, he even asked Gu Jiao for a big kiss on his birthday. Tonight, Feng Lin and Lin Qingye stayed here to spend the New Year's Eve. Xiao Lulang and Little Jing Kong gave up their room for the two of them to stay the night. Little Jing Kong was almost caught by his grandaunt and brought to her room. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and shamelessly stayed in Jiao Jiao's room with the excuse that he was the birthday boy and that he was the most important. He would never know. As soon as he started to snore, his grandmother took him back to her room and used him as a pillow. They didn't really stay up for the whole night. When it was almost midnight, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao also went back to the east room. The room was not too cold because of the silver charcoal. Gu Jiao made 2 quilts, one for each of them. Xiao Lulang walked in with the box. Gu Jiao looked back at him and asked, "Do you want to sleep?" "Yes." He nodded. Gu Jiao went outside to check the bolts of the front and back doors. When she returned to the room, he was opening her gift. Gu Jiao had never seen that curious and careful look on his face. Not long ago, she felt that he had grown up and was an adult, but now she felt that there was still a child living in his heart. "Do you like it?" Gu Jiao's voice sounded at the door. Xiao Lulang was shocked. He calmed himself down and turned to look at her without changing his expression. "Why is there a checker set?" "That was an extra set she made." Gu Jiao mainly gave him the clothes that she sewed herself. Gu Jiao blinked and said, "Of course you have something that little Jing Kong has." Xiao Lulang replied with an "oh." Suddenly, he became serious. "Why don't I have that one?" "Which one?" Gu Jiao tilted her head and asked. "That one." Xiao Lulang couldn't say the name. Gu Jiao thought about it and replied with an "oh." She wondered why he would make such a request. However, she still walked forward. Under Xiao Lulang's stunned gaze, she leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. Xiao Lulang. Ah. He was talking about the origami crane. Xiao Lulang's entire face turned red, especially the place where Gu Jiao kissed. It was so red that it was almost dripping blood. When they fell asleep, Gu Jiao put out the charcoal fire. The temperature in the room gradually dropped, but Xiao Lulang still felt that his whole body was hot. He lay stiffly next to Gu Jiao. The oil lamp was also put out. A trace of light reflected from the snow came through the window lattice. He opened his eyes wide and couldn't sleep. Because of this sudden kiss, his mind was in a mess. Even the suffocating fire didn't burn in his mind. He turned over to face her and fell into a deep sleep. In the dead of night, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. Everyone fell into a deep sleep. However, a strange figure silently snuck into their house. Gu Jiao was very alert, but she didn't notice that the other party had walked around her bed. He searched a few rooms and finally stopped in front of little Jing Kong's bed. Little Jing Kong had already kicked off the quilt. He was sprawled out on all fours and snoring loudly. The man sat down by the bed. His pair of peach blossom eyes were filled with a smile. First, he pinched his little cheeks, then played with his little feet. Finally, he poked his chubby little belly. You even said that you've grown taller, taller than the big tree in the yard. I knew you were bragging. Your little arms and legs have become stronger, and your little face has also become chubby. It seems that this family has raised you well. I thought that you would be the same as before, that you would be sent back by the adoptive family in less than a month. Oh, you don't remember, right? When you were 1 year old, you were sent back 3 times. The man hummed and pinched the little guy's little hand. It was very hot, so he didn't pull the quilt to cover him. The man smiled evilly. You've lived here for so long. You should be tired of living here. Call me master, and I'll take you away. Little Jing Kong, master, the man's face changed, and he flew up to the beam. No one could be faster than him in running away. Little Jing Kong turned over and continued to sleep. So it's just sleep talk. The man breathed a sigh of relief. He gently jumped and landed on the ground. This time, he didn't dare to say anything more. He left the birthday gift and was ready to leave. Unexpectedly, he inadvertently glanced and saw the old lady beside little Jing Kong. The man narrowed his pair of intoxicating peach blossom eyes, Empress Dowager Zhuang of the Zhao state. Little girl, it's not enough that you provoked Marquis Xuanping's mansion. You even invited Empress Dowager Zhuang to your house. You're playing with fire. Master's disciple can't play with fire with you. As the man spoke, he bent down to hold little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong, who was sleeping, suddenly raised his little foot and stepped on the man's mouth. The man rolled his eyes and stuck out his tongue in disgust. He wished that he could faint on the spot. He used his peerless qigong and jumped out of the window. However, the moment he landed, he fell flat on his face. Little Jing Kong was so good at wrestling because he learned it from master. Chapter 170. Before dawn, Fenglin woke Lin Qingye up. Stop sleeping, it's time to burn incense. Lin Qingye was in a daze for a while. Burn incense for what? Fenglin quickly jumped out of bed and put on his clothes. Did you forget that today is the first day of the new year? We agreed to go to Puji Temple to grab the first incense. Puji Temple was a very famous temple in the capital. Other temples were famous for praying for marriage or children, but Puji Temple in the capital was different. It was famous for praying for Jinshe. There was a rumor in the capital that the scholars who managed to grab the first incense at Puji Temple all became Jinshe. Fenglin did not expect to become a Jinshe. He prayed that he could pass the metropolitan examination. If he could become a tribute scholar, he would be praying for Buddha. Lin Qingye seemed to have forgotten about this matter. He pulled the blanket over his head and continued to sleep. Fenglin pulled his blanket down. Don't sleep. Don't sleep. Get up quickly. We still have to call Lulang. Upon hearing that she was going to call Lulang, Lin Qingye woke up from his drowsiness. Okay. Feng went to knock on the door of the east room. Xiao Lulang was awakened. He looked at Gu Jiao, who was sleeping soundly beside him, and frowned impatiently. He did not want to get out of bed, but he was afraid that if he did not go out, Feng Lin would keep knocking on the door. He got out of bed and opened the door for Feng Lin. A gust of cold wind blew in. He quickly went out and closed the door behind him. What's wrong? Feng Lin rubbed his hands and said angrily, Go burn incense. Hurry up. It will be too late if we don't leave now. We are going to grab the first incense. Even if we can't grab the first incense, we will still be able to do it within 100 incense sticks. But, Liulang's leg, is it okay? Lin Qingye walked over and asked. Feng Lin said, It's okay. We can't walk much. The carriage can go straight to the river. We just need to cross a bridge to reach the temple. Moreover, Xiao Liulang's surgery was very successful. Jianyang said that his foot didn't hurt anymore. He just needed to exercise more. The matter of offering incense was something that Xiao Lulang had promised Feng Lin on New Year's Eve last year. At that time, Feng Lin had said that if he had the opportunity to go to the capital in the future to take the imperial examinations, he would definitely go to Puji Temple to pray. How could Xiao Lulang have expected that he would really come to the capital? How did he get to where he was today, step by step, after swearing that he would never step foot in the capital again? Alright, stop arguing. I'm going to change my clothes, Xiao Lulang said as he entered the room. He glanced at Gu Jiao, who was sleeping soundly. He pulled the blanket over her and dressed her neatly. He then went to the backyard to wash up before leaving with the other two. Steward Zhou knew that they were going to snatch the first incense, so he had been waiting outside the door early. Breakfast had also been laid out, and it was all in the carriage. The few of them boarded the carriage and rushed towards Puji Temple. Not long after they left, Gu Jiao had a dream. This time, she dreamt of Xiao Lulang. The last time she dreamt of him was when he went to take the imperial examinations in June. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. He did not have any bad luck, so she thought that nothing bad would happen to him. On New Year's Day, Xiao Lulang and the other two went to a temple called Puji Temple to snatch the first incense. The saying of snatching the first incense did not only exist in ancient times, it was also quite popular in her previous life. Originally, it was nothing much, just offering incense. If they could snatch the first incense, it would be a good sign. If they could not snatch the first incense, it would also be good to pray to the Bodhisattva. Moreover, Xiao Lulang himself did not place his hopes on the Bodhisattva. He came here to accompany Feng Lin. Unfortunately, there was a nobleman among the people who went to offer incense on New Year's Day. In order to make it easier for the nobleman to pass, the imperial bodyguards had already occupied the stone arch bridge. If the rest of the pilgrims wanted to cross the river, they had to take a longer route and walk on another cable bridge. The cable bridge led to the back door of the temple. That cable bridge had not been repaired for many years. Usually, not many people used it, so it was safe and sound. However, on New Year's Day, many pilgrims squeezed onto that wooden cable bridge. The huge weight broke the broken rope of the cable bridge, and the pilgrims on the bridge fell into the bone-chilling river. In the cold winter, everyone was wearing a lot of clothes, so not many people swam up. Most of the pilgrims who died were examinees for next year's spring examinations. Losing so many examinees at once, the imperial court suffered a great loss. This year's spring examinations had the fewest examinees since the founding of the country. Xiao Lulang was one of the many people who fell into the river. The person in front of him had just gone up when the cable bridge broke. He was just one step away, just one step. This situation was the most regrettable. Although so many people fell into the river, it made people feel that he was the unluckiest one. When Gu Jiao woke up, she looked at the sky. It was already dawn. Xiao Lulang and the other two should have reached the foot of the mountain and discovered that the stone arch bridge was impassable. In that case, they would go to the cable bridge. Because there were many people, the road was congested and they walked especially slowly. She might still be able to catch up. No, she had to catch up. The market wasn't open on New Year's Day, so she couldn't rent a carriage. However, the old man next door had one. Gu Jiao went to knock on the door and said she wanted to offer incense. Old Chancellor nodded and hurriedly let Lu Quan drive the carriage to send Gu Jiao to the temple. It was still okay in front, but the road near the temple was impassable. It wasn't spacious to begin with, and half of it was sealed to make a special passage for that noble. Gu Jiao opened the curtain. Uncle Lu, you go back first. I'll walk over myself. Will it work? Lu Quan looked at the vast sea of people and was slightly worried. It's not far. Gu Jiao jumped down from the carriage. She squeezed into the crowd and came to the riverbank. From here, she could clearly see the temple on the other side of the river. However, there was only one bridge in front of her and that bridge was guarded by guards. The pilgrims all walked towards the east side of the riverbank. This detour would take at least 5 to 6 miles. It was too late. By the time she detoured, Xiao Lulang would have already gone on the bridge. The only way was to pass through the stone arch bridge in front of her and go through the temple to the back door. She had to think of a way to stop Xiao Lulang who was about to go on the bridge. Gu Jiao walked towards the stone arch bridge. As expected, she was stopped by an imperial guard at the entrance. The imperial guard wore armor and held a spear in his hand, looking impressive. This place doesn't allow you to pass, he said coldly. Gu Jiao raised her eyes and looked at him. I have an urgent matter to pass through. The imperial guard said coldly, who isn't in a hurry to grab the first incense. There's another bridge over there, pass through there. Gu Jiao's gaze was indifferent, but it inexplicably made the imperial guard feel pressured. He said again, it's an order from above, we can't do anything about it. Gu Jiao said, there are too many people over there, the cable bridge will collapse. The imperial guard smiled coldly, I just walked on that bridge a few days ago, it's very good, how can it collapse? Originally, Gu Jiao thought that if she didn't go over, they would send people to stop her from going on the bridge. But now it seemed that it didn't make sense at all. Gu Jiao's gaze turned cold, what if I have to pass through here? Her gaze suddenly became sharp, the imperial guard was startled. But in the end, she was still a little girl, so the imperial guard became firm again, then I can only arrest you. There were a total of 8 imperial guards at the entrance, and there were 2 imperial guards every 10 steps on the bridge. The bridge was 30 meters long, and there were imperial guards standing at the end all the way to the entrance of the temple. There were a total of 100 people. There were probably hidden places in the temple. Breaking through the encirclement of 100 imperial guards was not an easy thing to do. But this bridge, she had to walk on it today. Gu Jiao took a step forward. The imperial guard raised his hand to grab her, but Gu Jiao pressed down on his arm with one hand and used the force to spin on his back. She flew up and used the other hand to pull out the sword at his waist. She landed on one knee and used the sword to support her body. Her eyes were as sharp as ice blades. The imperial guard was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect such an ordinary-looking little girl to have such skills. After he came back to his senses, he shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Arrest her!" The imperial guards on the bridge swarmed forward. Originally, there was no need to mobilize so many people to deal with a little girl, but Gu Jiao's move had shocked them, so they all pulled out their swords. Gu Jiao's body suddenly released a sharp killing intent. But she didn't want to kill anyone. One of the Imperial guards stabbed at her. Gu Jiao's sword slashed at the edge of his sword. The huge force made half of the Imperial guard's arm go numb. But this was only one Imperial guard. Soon, the rest of the Imperial guards rushed forward. If they didn't kill anyone, their speed would be slower. Xiao Lulang was about to reach the bridge. 3 more Imperial guards rushed at her. Killing them with one slash was only a matter of seconds, but taking them down one by one would take a lot of time. Don't force me, Gu Jiao gripped the long sword in her hand. She had never been a kind person. The organization in her previous life was not some kind of compassion alliance. It was just a group of people who lived on the edge of the world. If you can pay the price, I will dare to kill you. Gu Jiao gritted her teeth and shouted. She kicked off the stone railing of the bridge and jumped into the air. She swung her long sword and the cold light of the sword flashed across her eyes. A powerful murderous aura came from all directions. Seeing that her sword was about to draw blood, a familiar shout came from not far away, "Stop!" Gu Jiao's waist and abdomen tightened. She suddenly stopped in the air and turned her long sword, cutting open the armors of the 3 Imperial guards. The 3 Imperial guards were so scared that their faces turned pale. This move was so fierce that they couldn't fight back at all. If it wasn't for the voice just now, this sword wouldn't have just cut open their armors. 3rd Princess Consort. Some Imperial guards recognized the woman in luxurious clothes at the entrance. He cupped his hands and bowed to her respectfully. The rest of the Imperial guards also bowed to her. Gu Jiao turned around indifferently. The 3rd Princess Consort ignored the Imperial guards who bowed to her and walked quickly to Gu Jiao. "Are you okay? Miss Gu? Did they hurt you?" "No," Gu Jiao said. The 3rd Princess Consort looked her up and down. Seeing that there was no blood on her body, she believed her. But wasn't she a doctor? How could she use a sword? The 3rd Princess Consort was frightened by her skills just now. "Miss Gu, are you also here to offer incense?" The 3rd Princess Consort looked at her and asked. In fact, the 3rd Princess Consort was also here to offer incense. But she didn't want to come. It was her family who urged her to come. Seeing that there were so many people, she didn't want to join in the fun. So she asked someone to stop the carriage in the nearby forest to rest. She planned to go when there were fewer people. But she didn't expect that she would hear the noise on the arch bridge. Gu Jiao nodded. "I have something urgent to do. I need to cross the bridge." The 3rd Princess Consort said, "Then go ahead." 3rd Princess Consort. An Imperial guard said, "This bridge." The 3rd Princess Consort arrogantly interrupted him. "What? I'm the 3rd Princess Consort. Can't I walk on this bridge?" The Imperial guard said, "Of course you can." The 3rd Princess Consort waved her sleeves coldly. "Then get out of the way." The Imperial guards looked at each other in dismay and finally made a path for him. The 3rd Princess Consort said to Gu Jiao, "You walk faster than me. You go ahead. I'll be right behind you." "Thank you." Gu Jiao thanked her and was about to leave. Then she thought of something and turned to the 3rd Princess Consort. "Did you bring the Imperial guards?" "Yes," the 3rd Princess Consort said. Gu Jiao said, "Call all the Imperial guards who can swim and go to the cable bridge at the back of the temple." Why? The 3rd Princess Consort wanted to ask the reason, but Gu Jiao didn't have time to explain. She ran across the bridge with the sword in her hand until she reached the other side. Then she threw away the long sword in her hand and quickly walked into the temple. The 3rd Princess Consort watched her silently and guarded her to cross the bridge. She wanted to chase after her. However, it took 100 days to recover from a serious injury. She had just finished the operation a month ago. Although she had recovered well, she didn't dare to use too much strength. Thinking of Gu Jiao's words, she frowned suspiciously. Why do you need Imperial guards who can swim? What does Miss Gu want to do? After Gu Jiao entered the temple, she quickly asked a monk, where's the back door? Over there. Go around the Heavenly King Hall. You'll see a small garden at the end. Go to the left. The monk didn't finish his words before Gu Jiao disappeared. Gu Jiao climbed onto the roof and jumped all the way to the back door from a straight line. The monk was stunned. Amitabha, there were many people at the back door. Gu Jiao went against the flow and came to the cable bridge. She looked at the rope hanging on the bridge. It was really about to break. She moved a few steps to the side and saw the figure in the crowd. He was about to walk onto the bridge. Gu Jiao shouted, "Don't come over." The cable bridge was full of people. The other end of the bridge was not to be outdone. It was a boiling cauldron of voices. In an instant, the shout from the other side of the bridge was drowned out. However, Xiao Lulang seemed to have sensed something. His heart skipped a beat and he subconsciously raised his head. One of his feet was already on the bridge. He stared blankly at the other side of the bridge. He saw Gu Jiao looking at him anxiously across the mountains and rivers. Gu Jiao was not expressionless, but she rarely had any emotional changes. It was the first time he saw such an anxious look in her eyes. "Don't come over," she said. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.